Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51 Boxing Master. Take that! Sun Haoran shouted and rushed to Ziye with a few steps. Both fists hit the head and chest respectively. In the eyes of others, Sun Haoran rushed forward and hit Ziye with his fist immediately, but Ziye did not move at all. Bang! Everyone was stunned for a moment, just because Zize's fist hit Sun Haoran's chest at this moment. After this blow, Sun Haoran was knocked flying and rolled to the edge of the ring. Except for a few people, no one else present could see clearly how Ziye did it. Ziye looked at Sun Haoran, who was getting up. This guy's boxing skills were probably at the lower level of the spiritual rank. His physical strength and body movements are also pretty good. It is already far beyond the level of ordinary geniuses. Sun Haoran stood up, feeling as if his body was burning. A burning pain. If it was a month ago, he might not be able to stand up after this blow. He shouldn't have made that bet. In the audience, Qian Duo sneezed for no apparent reason. Sun Haoran rushed out again. This time his attack was light but contained a deadly move. Ziye took a few steps back and dodged more than 10 punches. A hand stretched out, accurately grasped Sun Haoran's attacking fist, and at the same time took a step forward. The next second, Ziye threw the other person to the ground. With the accumulation of hundreds of books on the realm of transformation boxing, it is no exaggeration for him to call himself a master of boxing. Any tiny movement of the opponent can be a fatal flaw in his eyes. The moment Sun Haoran reacted, he grabbed the ground with one hand and used his powerful explosive force to move himself away from Ziye. But just as he stopped and looked up, he saw a fist on his face. The winner has been decided. The audience didn't even react. Sure enough, it is also at the monster level. It's over. I'm a waste. The chief instructor watched Ziye end the battle with 3 moves and said, "With this strength, you are worthy of being the disciple of the Do Wang." There were several documents floating next to him. Those were the geniuses who were reported. The quality of this training camp is surprisingly high. The resources and permissions given above are even to the extent that even the heavenly realm would be envious. So, how should we conduct the final test of the first stage? This requires careful consideration. In the training camp, several people gathered in Zize's room to chat. Lang Rushuan put a bunch of snacks on the table and quickly picked up a bag. He just sat in his seat and didn't say anything. Others have long been accustomed to this. Qian Duo asked first, "Ziye, what do you think of this opponent?" "Not bad, just a little weak." Ziye picked up a piece of bread and said decisively. Fighting with boxing skills between the two of them could help him improve faster, so he was also happy to compete in boxing skills. "I originally thought that you would have to use a secret method to easily kill him in seconds, but I didn't expect you to improve so quickly." Qian Duo did not hide the fact that he was the one who arranged this battle behind the scenes. "Ziye, actually I made a bet with Sun Haoran and asked him to challenge you. No wonder the timing is so coincidental. I don't mind these. I have to fight sooner or later anyway." Ziye knew that he would have to fight a few fierce battles in the end. Especially with Lang Rushuan. Mou sat aside and saw that Lang Rushuan had finished eating the snacks in her hands. "I took another dish with a different flavor from the table and handed it over." With his backhand, he took out another bag of biscuits and used his mental power to float it in front of Lang Rushuan's face. "Don't worry, in the end it won't be you monsters who will fight. No one will compete with you." The fighting spirit in Long Wu's eyes dissipated. He grabbed the bag of biscuits and started eating it. Seeing this, Mou breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the first month is about to end, who knows what the chief instructor will come up with. If Lang Rushuan and Ziye were hit on the head in a fight, they would really be beaten to death. Qian Duo saw that the smell of gunpowder had faded a lot, so he took the opportunity to ask everyone about their state. "I have tempered my body 5 times now, and I am still a low-level spiritual talisman master." "Xiao Qian, you are not good at this level. I have already tempered my body 7 times. Long Wushuan said loudly. Brother Long, not everyone has the same special physique as you. The more you practice, the faster you will become. This was the first time Ziye knew that Long Wushuan had a special physique, but it was normal when he thought about it. 1-star 9th level spiritual master. Mou didn't forget to say it, stuffing 2 snacks into his mouth. There is no such thing as quenching a spiritual master. Only through some secret methods can the upper limit of the realm be raised. Tempered your body 5 times, a low-level spiritual alchemist. Lang Rushuan said in a small voice. Tempering the body 7 times, becoming a spiritual master with 1 star and the 9th level. Ziye said his own state, which was mainly achieved through this month of practice. There are too many resources given out once a week and exchanged with points. Coupled with the excellent training environment here, it is difficult to advance quickly. Ziye looked at his own panel at the same time. Name, Ziye. Age 18. Qualifications, low-grade earth level, blood soul body, high-grade spiritual level. Realm, 9th level of body refining, 7th level of body tempering, 9th level of 1 star. Equipment, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal level, night clothes, low-grade spiritual level, wolf-shaped mask, low-grade spiritual level. Kung Fu, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, mid-level mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-level mortal level, and the introductory Qingling sword technique, low-level spiritual level. Skills, breathing, low-level earth level 19,000,000/1 billion, boxing, mid-level spiritual level 720,000/1 million, body skills, middle level spiritual level 300,000/1 million, fighting, mid-level spiritual level 350,000/1 million, physique, 400,000/10 million for top spiritual level, spirit, 30,000/10 million for top spiritual level. Before I knew it, I was already 18 and had been practicing. He had forgotten the specific day of his birthday. The qualifications have already achieved the goal. It will be a bit difficult to improve after reaching the lower level. On the contrary, his physique has reached the upper level of the spiritual level, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. In the past month, in addition to purchasing resources with points, he also purchased a low-grade night walking garment. This way, at least when fighting against ordinary opponents, there will be no more damage. Qian Duoduo was also surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect Ziye to progress so quickly. Our team is definitely the strongest. Several people present completely agreed with this view. After talking about the business, the next few people either joked with each other or talked about some interesting things. Time is also passing by gradually, and it is getting late. Everyone's watch suddenly received a message. The final test of the first stage. Xingmang Tower. Ranking based on the number of stars accommodated. The first place award is 3,000 points. Second place will be awarded 2,000 points. The third place award is 1,500 points. 1,000 points will be awarded for 4th to 6th place. 500 points will be awarded for 7th to 10th place. Chapter 52, Stars Entering the Body. Ziye looked confused, this touched upon his blind spot of knowledge. What is this star tower? As soon as this sentence was asked, everyone's eyes were pointed at Qian Duoduo. It was obvious that if there was anyone present who knew, it must be him. Qian Duoduo lived up to expectations under the eyes of everyone and spoke out about the relevant matters. A thing excavated from the ruins can continuously produce a special resource, which is the so-called Xingmang. It's just a treasure that improves the foundation, but it's very versatile. It can be regarded as a panacea. Oh! Times 3. Ziye looked at the time carefully and found that it would start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. A certain corner of the training camp. There is a large open space reserved here, with nothing and almost no one coming. Su Chongkong has been staying here since the defeat. He stood there blankly with the sword in his arms. He had done almost nothing for the past month, just thinking about his swordsmanship. Originally, his path was the clearest and the sharpest sword. But his sword skills were shattered, although his physical injuries had long since recovered. But the spiritual problems are the most troublesome. There are always a few fools in the kendo who will never look back until they die. When you hit the south wall, your first reaction is not to look back, but to tear down the south wall and keep going forward. Unknowingly, the bright moon rises and sets. The sky is slightly bright. A tall tower fell directly from the sky, and happened to be right in front of Su Chongkong. Su Chongkong also walked in without any hesitation. He didn't even know that this was the final test of the first stage. Or maybe he hasn't looked at his watch twice in the past month. Within 2 minutes of entering, Ziye and the others arrived. No one? Has he already gone in? Qianduoduo didn't see the familiar figure, so he guessed. When Long Wushuan heard this, he immediately said with satisfaction, "It's good to go in, it means it's not useless, and it will still be interesting to fight in the end." Originally, he had no hope for Su Chongkong this month, but now he has some expectations. Everything that needs to be said was explained clearly yesterday. From now on, it depends on each person's abilities. Mou finished with a yawn. The 5 people entered the Xing Mang Tower one after another. Ziye only felt that there was an illusion in front of his eyes, and when he realized it again, he was already in a starry sky. Looking up at the stars in the sky, they really shine like stars. After watching it for 2 minutes, Ziye remembered what Qianduoduo said before. There is no limit to the type of test in this star tower. You can temper your body in it, release your artistic conception in it, practice elixirs, draw talismans, etc. As long as you are good enough and qualified enough, then stars will be attracted to you. To be good enough, then. Ziye thought for a moment and then released his fist intention. Then he seemed to turn into a very massive star and began to attract those stars. Outside the Xing Mang Tower, the chief instructor watched more than a dozen people enter, and he became increasingly curious about the results. How many of these little guys can meet the standard? The chief instructor thought to himself. For absorbing starlight, 100 capsules are considered qualified, 200 capsules are excellent, and 365 capsules are considered perfect. The number 365 is a conclusion reached through experience over the years. It's not that this is the limit, but going any higher is as difficult as reaching the sky. I don't know how many geniuses are stuck at this number. And the standard he mentioned was exactly this quantity, 365 pills. Minutes passed. About 2 hours later, one person came out first. A ranking popped up on a screen in front of the chief instructor. The first place, Fang Feng, absorbed 301 starlight capsules. Yes, the first one is 300 upwards. After the chief instructor finished speaking, 2 more people came out. They absorbed 289 and 303 pills respectively. Next, several people came out one after another, all with about 300 people. The chief instructor also looked at their number and names one by one until there was another one. Wang Xia, absorbed 360 capsules. Only 5 pills missing. She said angrily, obviously dissatisfied with the result. I don't plan to leave, I just wait here to see what other people are like. The people who came out before had similar ideas to her. Why are you all looking at me? Mou's lack of energy made everyone look at him strangely. After all, it is also the final test of the first stage. Even those who do not practice or are serious are well prepared. No matter what, it won't be like I didn't sleep last night and now I am sleepy to death. How many pills have you absorbed? Wang Xia asked directly, but in fact, she had already guessed the answer in her heart. 365. As if he was talking about a trivial matter, he yawned again. Everyone present took a breath, but they didn't expect that the first perfect level monster was not those three monsters. Instead, he was a guy whose presence had never been high before. Mou didn't care what they thought, he just found a corner and closed his eyes to catch up on his sleep. Then one after another came out. An iceberg beauty walked out slowly, and the overall momentum she exuded made people feel like thousands of years of ice. The beauty looked around, and then locked her eyes on Mou, who was catching up on her sleep in the corner. He walked over quickly and stood beside him. Looking at Mou sitting there, he hesitated and took out a blanket to cover him. Then we sat there together and just waited. After a while, Qian also came out and saw the two of them together, standing a little further away with a smile on his face. Then came Brother Tian and his entourage, more than 20 of whom had already walked out one after another. And at this moment, everyone seemed to hear the sound of swords. The swords in some people's hands or waists began to tremble slightly. This kind of sword intent is unmistakable. Mou opened his eyes instantly. He had heard this sound before, and so had everyone present. Among the 27 people in the entire training camp, only one person can do this. Su Chongkong was seen holding a clear sword, and his sword intention was more powerful and sharper than before. Even at a distance of more than 10 meters, many people felt a twinge of pain. Mou turned around and looked at Qian Duo, whose meaning was obvious. Explain what's going on. Although he could feel that there was definitely some special change in Su Chongkong, he couldn't tell. After all, he was found halfway, and strictly speaking, he was not much better than Ziye. The sword's heart is bright, I didn't expect that the sword's heart would be awakened. Qian Duo couldn't help but say. After saying this, everyone else was shocked. Just awakening the special physique is already a great opportunity, not to mention that it is completely in line with Su Chongkong's sword intention. It makes people wonder. This time, the monster's strength may skyrocket again. Chapter 53 Fists and Guns. The leaf fist was released crazily under the starlight, rolling up starlight like a whirlwind. I saw a starburst integrated into the body of the leaf at this moment. He felt that the hundreds of boxing books in his mind began to run simultaneously, and various movements and moves were constantly reviewed. Is this starlight? Boxing techniques continue to evolve in his mind, and his understanding of boxing techniques becomes deeper and deeper. And this time on the panel, the experience value behind the boxing skills also began to skyrocket by 100 and 100, and the speed was so fast that it jumped several times a second. Ziye immediately realized all this and no longer paid attention to external things. As the boxing skills gradually improved, the boxing intention became more and more powerful. The whirlwind-like attraction continues to strengthen, and gradually it becomes like a tornado. It rolls up all the stars around it, like a Milky Way flowing backwards. Little bits of starlight continued to impact his body, and then merged into it. 10 pills, 30 pills, 100 pills. The body of the leaf started to work automatically, and traces of blood energy turned into evil red and floated out. This scene is particularly strange in this starry sky scene, and these blood energy are also stained with a few stars. In just the blink of an eye, all these stars were dissolved into the blood. Immediately, the blood boiled and began to spread rapidly like a flame. These qi and blood are rooted in the body of the leaves, constantly exploring outwards, and integrating with those stars. In less than a moment, 100 grains had been fused, but there was no sign of stopping and it was intensifying. And Ziye, who is the center of all this, has no idea about this. First place, Su Chongkong, absorbed 370 starlight capsules. The chief instructor clicked his tongue. As expected of a member of the Su family, I can break through and then awaken the sword heart. In the Star Tower, the special physique in the human body can be stimulated. There have been many geniuses awakened through this in history, and those who already existed will manifest themselves concretely. absorb starlight and become stronger. I admire him, but the chief instructor is still not optimistic about Su Chongkong. You don't need to think about it carefully to understand that this guy will still go to Long Wushuan, but just one sword heart is not enough," said sadly. A month passed, and Long Wushuan had almost picked through the entire training camp. Under the training of those geniuses, the fighting spirit became stronger again. Moreover, the Long family's own body tempering secret method is based on the will to fight. Just as he was thinking about it, someone else came out of the Star Tower. The chief instructor looked through the screen. Long Wushuan. Absorb 398 stars. In front of Xingmang Tower. Fighting intent spread in all directions, Long Wushuan glanced around. Finally it stopped on Su Chongkong. Su Chongkong had been waiting for a long time. The two of them didn't speak, they just walked towards the competition stage together. Seeing the excitement, most of the others followed, leaving only a few. Mou looked at Qian Duoduo over there and said, "I'll wait here for a while. Ziye will be here soon. You go first." Qian Duoduo made an okay gesture and left. Within a few minutes, Mou heard a huge roar coming from the competition stage. "Hey, it's really clean here." As he spoke, he packed up the blanket he was covering at this moment. The door of Xingmang Tower was opened again. The next second, bloody mist rushed out from it, and a figure with an evil red color, like a demon in hell, slowly walked out. Mou instantly took a step forward and at the same time released his spiritual power to block the surging blood mist and protect the two of them. As a result, as soon as the two came into contact, he found that his mental power was being eroded. The laziness on his face completely disappeared, and his mental strength was fully activated, directly pushing back the blood mist to a safe distance. Ziye also noticed this and quickly began to collect the blood mist. "My physique has just improved, and I can't control it for a while." After saying that, the blood mist seemed to be summoned, gathered into a ball, and blended into the body of the leaf. "You are awesome." Mou suddenly felt that it was better to watch Long Wushuan, at least there was a high probability that it would not harm him. "Unexpected, by the way, the others haven't come out yet." Ziye scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his physique suddenly became a little strange. Maybe it's because there are a lot of added techniques and secret techniques. "Look over there." Mou didn't say much, just pointed to the competition platform. The next second, a magnificent sword energy was seen flying into the distance. Seeing this, Ziye also understood, and then the three of them rushed to the competition stage together. After arriving, this scene has come to an end. Su Chongkong was still defeated. Falling to the ground, the newly awakened Kenshin did not give him enough strength. Compared to before, Long Wushuan had several more wounds on his body that could seriously injure an ordinary person. His mental state was more exciting than before. This was a satisfying battle for him, but it was not enough. He looked up and saw Ziye who had just arrived, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "I'll go first." Ziye said hello and jumped directly from the auditorium to the competition stage. At this time, the competition platform had been damaged a lot, which showed the extent of the previous battle. Passing by Su Chongkong who was being carried down by the medical robot, Ziye turned his head and took a look. He felt that Su Chongkong seemed to have glanced at him just now. He should be very conscious, but his body did not allow it. "Do you need to take a rest?" Ziye moved his body. Facing Long Wushuan, he must be fully prepared. Long Wushuan, who was covered in blood, laughed loudly without any sign of weakness. "No need, I am the strongest now, I can't wait any longer." "Then let's get started." Ziye finished moving the last muscle, and the next second his body began to change visible to the naked eye. Thick blood mist emerged from the gaps in Yexing's clothes, especially the wolf head mask on his face. Directly spraying out a mouthful of blood mist, like a demon from hell. Long Washuan waved his spear, and the leaf figure swam, just a flicker. At a speed that is almost beyond the reach of the naked eye of the audience, boom! The strong wind caused by this single blow had already blown the gravel and dust on the ground far away. The two of them continued to exert force, and at the same time they each stepped out, almost touching each other. Release your intention with all your strength. Bang bang bang! There was an unexpected collision, and there was even an astonishing sound. Its powerful and arrogant power forced everyone in the audience to use all means to stop it. Mental power, mind, weapons, and armor. Under the protection of these, others finally understood how far they were from the top. Bang! There was a loud noise. Ziye's fist was even better and knocked the spear aside. I just wanted to continue chasing, but Long Washuan would not give him such a chance at all. After continuously dodging defenses, he stabilized, and his combat experience was still above that of Ziye. But that's the only way it's interesting. The two of them coincidentally began to show their true strength. Burning blood. Fight forever. Chapter 54 Blood Soul. The speed, strength, and momentum of the two people all increased dramatically. The mutual attacks and every collision shocked everyone present. Ziye's punch was dodged by Long Washuan, and his punch continued to hit the ring. A gap the size of a bowl was directly blown out. Long Washuan shot across the air and was caught, with only the remaining gun spirit floating out. There was a burst of gravel and dust on the ring. The standard of this arena is the same as that of previous training camps. If this standard is still used after so many times, it means that it is enough. It might not be a good idea to switch to a harder material. As a result, looking at this arena now, more than half of it has been destroyed within a few minutes of the fight. The two were fighting at close range again, and their speed was so fast that people could only see waves of phantom after images. Ha ha ha, it's so happy, so happy. Long Washuan continued to increase his speed. It has been too long since he had such a happy fight with his peers. The fighting spirit rose to the extreme, and then, beyond the limit, Long Washuan's strength increased again. Fight! Shouted a loud voice. Ziye's fists kept hitting Long Washuan, and the blood mist attached to it had an corrosive effect. It's just that Long Washuan has a special physique and has strong resistance. This frustrated his original idea. Long Washuan's fighting spirit is too strong, and the consumption of his secret method is smaller than his own. There can be no delay and a quick resolution is required. Ziye's eyes turned cold. After previous discussions with Long Washuan, he understood that burning blood alone was no longer enough. Especially after watching his first duel with Su Changkong. The short moment that broke Su Changkong's sky at the last moment was definitely not in this state. So in the later part of this month, he specially practiced the secret method. A large number of secret techniques are integrated with each other to finally create a trump card. The burning blood that he originally possessed was greatly enhanced, but this enhancement was usually sealed. If you want to use it, you need to match it with another trump card. Burn the soul. In this second, Ziye felt that the world was pure. The last restriction of the physical body is released, and the blood is burned at full power. In an instant, Ziye's strength increased by several levels, and the power of one punch directly knocked Long Washuan away. Even if he used a spear to resist, it would have no effect. At this time, the blood mist emanating from Ziye's body even formed a blood-colored shadow behind him. He just paused for a moment, then quickly rushed towards Long Washuan. Long Washuan, who was knocked away, reacted quickly and inserted his spear into the ground with his backhand to stabilize his body. At the same time, fight to the death. The momentum also surged, and when he raised his head, he saw the oncoming leaves. Without fear, he brandished his spear and attacked. Boom! The huge roaring sound made everyone's ears hurt. For others, there was no difference between watching or not watching at this time. Because I can no longer see clearly. If you could still see something roughly before, now you can only see two figures flashing continuously. What the other party did and what happened was completely unclear. With the two figures fighting as the center, the arena began to shatter in all directions. One after another, holes and grooves began to be drilled. This time the battle came and went quickly, in just 1 minute. The two figures suddenly separated and flew out simultaneously. Long Washuan inserted the spear deeply into the ground, and it still slid a long distance before barely holding on. Ziye simply left a deep groove, and when his body stopped, he withdrew one of his arms from the ring. The arm was broken at a weird angle, with bloody flesh and bones exposed in some places. At this time, Ziye was still lying on the ring, trying hard to stand up. But he only felt a weakness coming from the depths of his soul, and even the burning blood in his body began to have problems. Ziye has no doubt that without the blessing of those skills, this physique would not exist. By using two secret techniques so crazily, he was definitely dead. Looking up, he found that Long Washuan on the opposite side was not much better. But he has not fallen yet, and the battle is not over yet. Ziye suddenly thought of the name of the madman. I am really becoming more and more consistent with it. Clearing his throat, Ziye yelled. Captain, remember to use my points to exchange for some soul and body treasures later, otherwise it will be wasted. Speaking of the latter, there was even a sound of a rushing river coming from Ziye's body. The spirit became clear again. Long Washuan also stood up holding the spear, but when he saw this, he persuaded him. The leaves are enough. If you beat them any more, it will be too much. Although he wanted to fight, he was not carried away yet. It can be seen that the current leaves have reached their limit, and if they continue to be beaten, something will really happen. Even the medical robots have all been activated, preparing to take people away by force. Don't worry, as long as you don't die, at most, it will take more time. Ziye said in a hoarse voice. In that case, that one move will determine the outcome. Long Washuan knew that Ziye was not a fool. So I plan to give it a try one last time. After the two accumulated for a few seconds respectively, they rushed out at the same time. Only two voices were heard resounding in the sky. Fight to the death. Blood soul. Long Washuan stabbed with a spear, which was unstoppable. But Ziye directly used that almost useless arm to forcefully change the direction of the spear. Seeing this, Long Washuan wanted to make amends, but after a battle, his speed finally slowed down. Ziye hit his chest with a punch, and his arrogant punch directly penetrated Long Washuan's body. After receiving this blow, Long Washuan finally reached his limit and fell down. After Ziye punched him, he maintained this position for a few seconds and then fell down. The two of them fell on the broken ring one after another. At this time, the ring was completely in a state of scrap. The medical robot, which had already been activated, rushed to the ring instantly and began to provide first aid. Time passed by minute, but except for the sound of treatment, it was extremely quiet. No one in the audience said a word after the two fell, and no one left. On a spaceship in the sky, the chief instructor couldn't help but swallowed. Even he had never thought of such strength. If you let him fight, let alone practice. Even in the chi and blood realm, he has to spend more than half his life. He used to be called the top genius of his generation. These monsters. It took the chief instructor a long time to say this. He now fully understands how ordinary people viewed him at that time. Soon, the vital sign status data of the two people appeared in front of him. Long Washuan's was okay, as long as he rested for a while, but Ziye was already in a dying state. Moreover, the sequelae of using the secret technique almost caused his body and soul to collapse and dissipate. It can be said that it has been sentenced to death. But looking at the data updated in real time, the chief instructor could not say a word. Because the data is gradually stabilizing, although it is really slow. But if this trend is followed, it can completely recover by itself. Chapter 55 Newcomer. Outside training camp. A spaceship dropped from the sky, and inside it was the genius who was selected in the first stage and arrived directly. Most of them are from small families or simply common people, and their qualifications are all exceptionally outstanding. 5 people stepped off the spacecraft. After they walked into the training camp, they were instantly shocked by the rich energy. After practicing in this environment for half a year, a pig can take off. Tianyu said with shock in his heart. He is a civilian genius in a small place, and he has never used any precious resources since he was a child. But his strength is far beyond that of his peers, and he awakened his spiritual power by chance after entering the training camp. After saying that, the spaceship behind him had already left. Just when I wanted to take a look around the training camp, I saw a man lying on a boulder not far away. Looks like he's sunbathing. He walked over with questions. Are you a member of the training camp? Mou turned around lazily and looked at him. Newcomer. That's right, I just arrived. Oh, I am. If you are new here, go directly to the list in the middle. There are detailed introductions there. After receiving the answer, Mou lazily finished and prepared to go to sleep. Seeing this scene, everyone traveling with Tianyu thought that this was just a second generation. Only Tianyu didn't look at it that way. Everyone else left. He still didn't move, but circled around the boulder. It's strange, it seems like there are mental fluctuations, but nothing happens. He could feel that there was something strange about this boulder, but he just couldn't see why. When I found the back, I just lay down on the ground, but I was shocked when I saw it. Because the entire boulder is not in contact with the ground, but there is an extremely small gap. Only at this moment did he understand why he felt mental fluctuations, but nothing changed. Tianyu stood up and took 2 steps back, looking at the boulder. At this time, Mou opened his eyes again. Don't mess around with me. Even if you want to challenge me, I'm not interested. Okay, I also want to ask a question, which is where your strength ranks in the training camp. Tianyu sounded a little panicked after realizing his true strength. As for this question, Mou thought about it carefully before speaking. It makes no sense. Ah! With those 2 monsters around, the other people's strength rankings are meaningless. Ziye got this answer, but found that he couldn't understand it at all. What kind of strength can one have, including the genius in front of him who can easily lift a boulder? Apart from the 2 monsters, the strength ranking of the others doesn't matter. Ziye walked towards the list in the middle of the training camp without understanding. After getting his watch and registering his scores, he looked directly at the people with the highest rankings. The first place is Long Wushuan with 7,577 points. Second place, Ziye, scored 6,852 points. Third place, Su Chongkong, 5,880 points. Fourth place, Lang Rushuan, 5,725 points. Fifth place, Mou, 5,421 points. The sixth place is Qianduoduo, with 5,325 points. Seventh place, Wang Xia, 5,163 points. Eighth place, Tianling, 5,112 points. Ninth place, Sky, 5,098 points. Focusing on the 2 people ranked first and second, if nothing else happens, it should be these 2. It just so happened that because of the arrival of newcomers like them, some people came here to see the newcomers. Ziye found one of the people who looked easier to talk to. Hello, can I ask you something? Can. It's like this, I want to ask about the situation of the 2 people ranked first and second. Seeing that the other party agreed, Tianyu asked directly. Hearing this question, the man was stunned at first, and then his eyes became strange when he looked at Tianyu. Those 2 are real monsters. If you have any ideas, stop them now. There's no hope. After saying this, the man turned around and left. It feels like everything that needs to be said has been said and all that is necessary has been done. Ziye felt that the last time that person looked at him, it was as if he was looking at a dead person. He just wanted to find out the situation. In short, apart from these minor episodes, he stayed in the training camp smoothly. A few days passed quickly and he got to know most of the people in the training camp, but the first and second people seemed to have disappeared. He also tried to ask many people, but everyone's answer was a little strange. And he said very little, basically just 1 or 2 sentences. And when he wanted to go to the training room to practice well. Know that there are 3 levels of training rooms. There are people at rooms 2 to 5. Strange, why is there no one at number 1? Normally, shouldn't number 1 be the most popular? Tianyu said doubtfully, and this sentence also attracted the attention of someone who happened to pass by. Hey, that guy over there, training room number 1 is for that monster. Ah! Tianyu listened to the advice of others, but was still full of doubts. He really couldn't figure out what kind of strength it was. Only then could everyone in the training camp call it a monster, and even talking about it would be considered terrifying. After some contemplation, he decided to listen to others' advice and chose training room number 6. Inside the Leaf's room, Ziye was lying on the bed, with a large amount of pure energy flowing through his body. Those were all transformed from Earth-level treasures. Every time the energy flowed through his body, his condition would improve. At a certain moment, Ziye finally slowly opened his eyes. He subconsciously touched his face, and ended up touching the already very broken wolf head mask. I raised my arms and found that my nightgown had disappeared. I relaxed on the bed for a while. I pulled out my phone and saw the team's group chat. As soon as I clicked it, I saw a big announcement. Let me know when you wake up. Xiao Ye, I'm fine now. Sorry for making you worry. Within 2 seconds of sending the message, the group became lively. Long Aotian, I'm glad you're okay. I had a great time fighting you this time. We'll continue next time. MOU, you two should restrain yourself a little. Rich second generation, Ziye, I put a lot of supplements on the table in your room. Xiao Ye, thank you very much. Bai Shuang, remember to rest. Xiao Ye, okay. MOU, by the way, there is a nightgown at the head of your bed. It is new. The one you wore before is no longer wearable. Xiao Ye, I see. Sorry for bothering you. Long Aotian, we are all on the same team, so why bother talking about whether it is troublesome or not? Ziye put down her phone and put on her nightgown that was beside the bed. He also picked up a piece of fruit he had never seen before from the table. My body is still a little stiff, never mind, it won't get in the way, I'll be fine after practicing for a while. Ziye moved her body and walked out. Chapter 56 Extra Rewards. Training Room 1. After Ziye rested for a few hours, his body finally recovered. After checking the panel below, I found that both physical and mental skills have been greatly improved. I guess that's what those treasures are for. Ziye knew that if he could wake up in just a few days, he must have consumed a lot of resources, but he didn't know how much. His points alone may not be enough, I thought. Ziye continued to start high-intensity training. He still has a lot of spiritual skills that he has not yet practiced. Just then his watch suddenly received a message. Ziye opened the message and found that it was a video application. I was a little confused, but I still agreed to the application, and then I saw a figure projected on the watch. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It was the chief instructor whom he had only met once before. The chief instructor looked at Ziye as if he were looking at a monster. It has only been a few days and you have fully recovered. That's right, I have completely recovered. Ziye said and moved his body, got into a stance and punched straight. Okay, just by doing this, I can make the decision to raise your reward to another level. the chief instructor said happily. But Ziye was confused. What reward? The chief instructor coughed lightly and then said, it's very simple, you have proved that you have higher talent, and you deserve more abundant resources and cultivation. The training camp is a place to select talents and cultivate talents. Not to mention this round of training camp where monsters will appear, as long as you have enough talent. As long as you're not a sociopath or a cultist. No matter which faction you will join in the future, no matter what your personality is, will be vigorously cultivated. After hearing this, Ziye also understood what the so-called reward meant. So what's my reward? The chief instructor did not speak, but pointed to the leaf with one hand. You decide what the reward is, don't worry. Let Ziye speak for himself this time, but he didn't know what he wanted. Need resources? No, the resources for weekly activities in the training camp are completely sufficient. If you choose this, the effect will not be very good. I don't use any other weapons or equipment, let alone need them. After much thought, Ziye decided. I want a lot of exercises. Okay. The chief instructor agreed. He knew that Ziye's physique was special and did not belong to any of the records. It seemed that it could be enhanced by practicing exercises. But these are not under his control, he is only responsible for cultivating them well. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare it and bring it to you at the party. After the chief instructor finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared in front of Ziye. It was Ziye who stopped the chief instructor. Wait a minute, I want to ask something. What's the matter? The chief instructor stopped hanging up the video and asked. About the resources I used to recover so quickly. Before Ziye finished speaking, the chief instructor understood what he meant and looked at Ziye and said. Those resources are indeed what you thought. They were provided by your friends, mainly the little girl from the Lang family. Hearing this answer, Ziye was not surprised. Lang family, as cold as frost. This person is very socially fearful and speaks the least. A girl who is usually only slightly close to MOU. I didn't expect you 5 problem children to get along well together. The chief instructor sighed and said that he did not expect that several of the most troublesome guys would get together and become good friends. Then he remembered that when Ziye fell to the ground, those little guys walked to the competition stage and took out various resources. The little girl from the Lang family also took out a pill. Even he had only heard of this secret medicine of the Lang family, but had never seen it. Okay, do you have any other questions? There is none left. After saying that the video was hung up, Ziye shook his head and shook off those useless thoughts. But the kindness was kept in his heart. This is a free reward. Ziye didn't expect that he would get an extra reward after a fight. But regardless of whether there is any reward, that fight must be fought. He and Long Wushuan must decide the outcome. Whether it is fighting against the master or making a promise to Yemeng Meng. He has to fight for first place. When it gets dark outside, the extra bonus of the leaves arrives. Ziye took a tablet and 5 jade tablets from a robot. At the same time, the robot also carried a jade tablet behind its back. After checking it, Ziye understood that all the skills on the tablet were the same as before. But the number is ridiculous, or in other words, he is qualified to inquire about all the officially recorded mortal skills in the entire world. How many mortal level skills have there been in the entire world from ancient times to the present? Thousands of copies? Tens of thousands of copies? The Jade Tablet records a large number of spiritual skills. I don't know how many books there are, but he will definitely not be able to finish them in the past 6 months. Looking at the 5 individual Jade tokens, one could tell at first glance that they were much more advanced than the ones he had used before. Earth-level technique. Ziye said in surprise and uncertainty. The guess in your mind after picking it up and using it will be confirmed. These 5 were all Earth-level techniques, and they were given to him just like that. This kind of gesture made him somewhat unexpected. These 5 skills are: Great Sun Breathing Technique, True Yang Fist Technique, Dragon Body Transformation Technique, 10,000 Poisons Body Tempering Technique, and Starlight Soul Ascension Technique. The breathing technique of the Great Sun is a mid-level earth-level technique, while the others are all low-level earth-level skills. Take a closer look at the 2 techniques of Zhen Yang Fist and Transformation Dragon Zhen Fa. It is an advanced skill of Lai Yang Fist and Jiao Xing Bulletin. This should have been chosen especially for him. The 10,000 Poison Body Tempering Law is exactly what he needs. Now that he has activated his body, the blood mist emitted has a corrosive effect, but the effect is not obvious yet. If you encounter someone with a special physique like Long Wushuan, it will be immediately useless. This door can just strengthen him. However, practicing this technique requires taking a large amount of poison, which can easily cause backlash, but he also has a Great Sun breathing technique. This technique is extremely yang, which can suppress and refine excess toxins in the body. At the same time, it complements the true yang boxing technique. The final Starlight Soul Raising method should be related to the starlight integrated into his body. Ziye comprehended these 5 techniques and knew that they were specially selected for him. It's almost done. There are still 2 days left to temper the body and condense the qi and blood. Ziye felt the vigorous power in his body, and the 3 months in the second stage were enough for him to complete this round of breakthrough. Thinking of this, he immediately continued to practice. Another part of training camp. Su Chongkong sat in a deserted corner, huddled up. The sword that he had been holding in his arms was casually inserted aside. The whole person no longer had the sharp feeling before, but was full of decadence. Chapter 57 finally becomes Qi and Blood. Time passed and the training camp was the same as before. Little things happen all the time, but no big things happen. However, none of this affected Ziye, and no one who was blind would come to trouble him again. 1 month later, with the help of a large amount of resources, Ziye finally completed 9 body temperings. My physical fitness has improved by more than half compared to the 7th time. Ziye sat cross-legged in the middle of the training room and took out the specially purchased energy and blood treasures from the space props. More than a dozen treasures filled with qi and blood were taken by Ziye one by one. At this moment, the energy and blood in his body reached the limit, and with the help of these leaves, he began to condense his energy and blood. The next second, the energy and blood that was so full that it was almost leaking seemed to be tightly locked by a big hand, and then continued to be compressed. This amount of qi and blood, which far exceeds the total amount of ordinary qi and blood realm, is not even enough to fill 1/10 of his body under compression. Ziye had already expected this, and while continuing to compress, he took out a large amount of treasures again. He really doesn't lack these things now. Round after round of condensation of qi and blood, Ziye's body gradually began to undergo fundamental changes. His own qi and blood flowed through his body, making a sound like thundering and roaring. At the same time, the sound of the beating heart began to sound like a drum. Time passed slowly, and everything seemed to fall into place. No surprises. Qi and blood realm, accomplished. And this is just the beginning. Ziye took out all the remaining treasures from the ring. At the same time, the remaining potency of the previously consumed treasure in various parts of the body is also stimulated. Various spiritual realm techniques also began to show their true power as they broke through the qi and blood realm. The first level of qi and blood realm was quickly stabilized, and then the realm was rapidly improved, but it reached a limit in a short period of time. Second level of qi and blood realm. A few hours later, Ziye's aura surged again, reaching the third level of qi and blood realm. Only then did he stop. After stabilizing his state, Ziye opened his eyes. The accumulation of 9 times of body tempering, coupled with the blessing of various treasure techniques, allowed him to break through 3 realms in a row. His strength has skyrocketed to the point where he feels a little unreal. Ziye felt the changes in his body. If he didn't have to stabilize his foundation, he could even break through to another realm. But there's no need to rush. Because of the automatic practice of breathing, it begins to work again. During body quenching, breathing had little effect, but now he can feel the slight increase in strength every minute. Now I don't even know what level my strength has reached. Ziye said to himself. Then he stood up and walked out of the training room for the first time in a month. Walk on the road. The night walking clothes were particularly eye-catching. People who were approaching from a distance saw this figure. Just turn around and leave, no, run. He ran without a trace of hesitation, as if a second's delay was a sign of disrespect for life. When Ziye walked to the fighting room, everyone he met along the way was like this. My image looks a bit bad. I thought to myself, it's actually much more than that. That battle left a deep impression on everyone. He can really hit with his life. Moreover, he has been here for more than 2 months, and he has spent almost all of it in the training room. This added another layer of mystery to him. There are no levels of fighting rooms, but the one in the middle. It is also like a leaf, which has been occupied by Long Wushuan for a long time. After choosing a room at random. Combat training, let's start practicing at the first level of Qi and Blood realm. Okay, the setup is complete. After the mechanical sound fell, a robot with a fighting ability comparable to the first level of the Qi and Blood realm came out. Without saying a word, he attacked directly. Ziye ignored the robot and began to mobilize the energy and blood in his body. Open your palms and a large amount of Qi and blood gather for a while. Aim it and charge forward, boom. The blood is like a sword, directly piercing the robot's shell. The huge force caused it to fly upside down and hit the wall. This is Qi and blood. Ziye immediately said, come on to the second level of Qi and blood realm, and then improve one level after another. Okay, the setup is complete. The fallen robot stood up again, with a big knife in its hand. Come directly to kill. Ziye calmly waved his fist. With just one punch, he hit the robot on the head. He knocked him directly to the ground and pressed his fist firmly on his head. Withdrawing its fist, the robot's head was slightly deformed. The third level of Qi and Blood realm. The robot stood up again. At this time, his state was the same as Ziye. But bang! Bang! The first sound was caused by Ziye's punch, and the latter sound was caused by hitting the wall again. Continue. At the fourth level of Qi and Blood realm, weapons, skills, and combat levels are all improved. The leaves used Qi and blood and were killed in just 2 strokes. Fifth level of Qi and Blood realm. They have been able to fight each other a few times, and then were easily solved. The sixth level of Qi and Blood realm. This level of strength finally allowed Ziye to warm up. At the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm, his weapons, skills, and combat skills are all at the level of the middle level of the spiritual level. This level, in training camp. Ziye only knows that he, Long Wushuan, and Su Chongkong have reached or surpassed them. Beyond is talking about Long Wushuan, this guy has always beaten him in terms of combat level. This time, Ziye finally became a little interested. Under normal circumstances, it would take dozens or hundreds of moves to solve the problem even if you use all your strength. Continue. Ziye moved his muscles and bones, and he wanted to test his current limit. The 8th level of Qi and Blood realm. Ziye took the initiative this time and attacked fiercely. The robot is also not weak and can actually compete with Ziye for several minutes without losing. The 8th level of Qi and Blood is not bad either. I should be able to win after a while of fighting, but I'm afraid there will still be some gap after that. Ziye thought to himself that he would fight across the 5 realms under normal circumstances. He is already perverted enough, but his limit is far beyond that. Fist intention. For a moment, the leaf was transformed into the source of the violent wind, and the robot's movements froze due to its powerful intention. With the blessing of artistic conception, the power of each punch skyrocketed. The robot that was still able to hold on was almost destroyed by more than a dozen punches. Resetting. The sound of machinery came, and another robot stepped out. His strength is at the 9th level of Qi and Blood Realm, and all configurations are at the upper level of the spiritual level. That's interesting. Ziye could understand at a glance that if he defeated this robot. This shows that even without using burning blood and burning soul, he can still sweep through the Qi and Blood Realm. Come and fight. Two figures were fighting madly in the fighting room, one after another. It can leave traces on the surrounding ground and walls. What Ziye doesn't know is, at this time, on the list in the middle of the training camp, his score started bouncing. Second place, Leaf, 6,901 points. 6,972 points. 7,018 points. 7,128 points. 7,253 points. 7,416 points. 7,555 points. 7,809 points. Chapter 58 Score. When the growth of scores slows down. First place, Ziye, 10,925 points. Second place, Long Wushuan, 9,843 points. Third place, Lang Rushuan, 7,810 points. Fourth place, Moyu, 7,556 points. Fifth place, Qian Duo, 7,101 points. Sixth place, Wang Xia, 6,992 points. Seventh place, Tianling, 6,811 points. Eighth place, Sky, 6,725 points. Ninth place, Su Chongkong, 6,510 points. 10,000 points? Everyone who saw this score was stunned, including them. I work so hard every day, but in these few months I only earn around 4,500 yuan. The pressure on them was already great enough with the presence of Long Wushuan. Now there is another Ziye who has surpassed Long Wushuan by 1,000 points. What are they working so hard for these days? Long Wushuan also saw the leaves above him. Ha ha ha, he is worthy of being the one who made the breakthrough even faster than me. Laughing, if you look closely you will find it. He has now tempered his body 9 times and is ready to break through the Qi and Blood Realm at any time. The reason why he kept dragging it out was because he was waiting for something to be sent by his family. It's almost there. Once I break through, we'll have another good fight. Although the commotion this time was quite big, those who knew how terrifying Ziye was quickly accepted the fact. As for what comes after that, Tianyu just came out of the Star Tower for this time. He prepared for half a month and finally achieved his expectations. 325 tablets. A little taller than most people. He was in a good mood and wanted to see how far his ranking had risen. Result. Several big question marks popped up in my head, wondering how long I had been in the Star Tower. There are people who have almost 11,000 points. Is this still a human? The other side. Ziye fought repeatedly with the robots of the 9th level of Qi and Blood, and broke through the Qi and Blood realm. His physical strength has completely entered the inhuman realm. With every breath, his strength was restored and his injuries began to heal. After a few hours, the robots collapsed due to the heavy burden of continuous blows. And he was still standing. Continue. After a sound, another robot came out. This dozen leaves. That's a full month. During this month, apart from collecting resources and having meals and chatting with Mou and the others, never left the battle room again. More than 100 combat robots were destroyed, until one of them was destroyed by a punch. Only then did Ziye stop moving. Name, Leaf. Age, 18. Qualifications, Lower Earth rank, Blood Soul Body, Top Spirit rank. Realm, Qi and Blood Realm 3rd level, 1-star 9th level. Equipment, a mass-made iron sword, medium grade ordinary, a nightgown, lower grade ordinary, and a wolf-shaped mask, lower grade spiritual. Skills, entry-level Qingling sword skill, lower spiritual level, minor success sun breathing skill, middle earth level, minor success true yang fist skill, lower earth level, minor success dragon body skill, lower earth level, entry-level body tempering method of 10,000 poisons, lower earth rank, entry-level soul raising method of starlight, lower earth rank. Skills, breathing, earth rank lower grade 120 million/1 billion, boxing, spirit rank upper grade 520,000/10 million, body movement, spirit rank upper grade 50,000/10 million, combat, spirit rank upper grade 20,000/10 million, physique, top spiritual level 4.2 million/10 million, spirit, top spiritual level 2.8 million/10 million. All are high-grade spirits, and there is one low-grade earth grade. And he also discovered that since breaking through to the Qi and Blood realm, the efficiency of experience acquisition has increased a lot, just for this alone. It will save him at least half of his time in the future. At this time, Ziye has just passed the period of rapid growth in strength after breaking through the realm. With my current strength, if I want to make a big breakthrough, I can't achieve it in a few months. Ziye's vision at this time is no longer limited to the training camp. With his current strength, he only needs to maintain a certain level of practice. The main thing is to deal with Long Wushuan, among other things. There is no longer any opponent. This result can be regarded as an explanation to the master. And what he said is famous all over the world. Thinking of this, a beautiful image appeared in Ziye's mind. Maybe, just wait a month. Although I know it's unlikely, but what if? This made Ziye's heart, which had been moving towards strength, soften a little. For this promise, he expected. It means that after the training camp is over, he will compete with all his peers in the college entrance examination for a ranking. The college entrance examination in this world consists of several parts. 2 exams totaling 1,000 points, and different bonus points each time. The 2 exams worth 1,000 points are 500 points for strength test, 500 points for knowledge or skills. The first thing is to look at hard power. This is where Ziye is absolutely sure to get full marks. As for the latter, although this world is dominated by martial arts, technology also plays a certain role. As for Ziye's performance, it has always been pretty good. But it was only 300 points to survive. So he thought of another method, technique. Alchemy, weapon refining, formations, and spiritual talismans. Ziye named the 4 most important skills. He planned to choose one of them and at least upgrade it to the spiritual level. After thinking for a while, Ziye finally decided. Alchemy. A large part of the resources he obtained and used in the training camp were various types of high-quality elixirs. With the skill of constitution, he doesn't have to worry about erysipelas at all. And the side effects of taking too many pills. Therefore, if you learn this skill deeply, it will help you the most. Ziye then took out the tablet and the stone tablet, which were among these 2 things. There are techniques related to alchemy, and he plans to start from these. First, lay a good theoretical foundation. If you have ground-level qualifications, you will have no skills. He also quickly learned several basic exercises. At this time, Ziye took out his new mobile phone. His original one had been sacrificed in a certain battle. I found Qian Duoduo on my mobile phone and chatted with him privately. Ziye, something's wrong. Rich 2nd generation, what's wrong? Ziye, I want to learn alchemy. Do you have an alchemy furnace, alchemy recipes and materials? Rich 2nd generation, yes, but you have to wait a moment, I'm going to the competition ring. Ziye, need help? Rich 2nd generation, No need, everything is as planned. Rich second generation, the alchemy room here provides necessary facilities for free, as well as ordinary level elixir prescriptions and medicinal materials. There is no problem in using it for practice at first. Ziye, okay, come to me anytime if you need anything. Ziye put down his phone. He didn't expect that the alchemy room here would provide things for free. But think about it, here even earth-level treasures can be exchanged at will. Mortal-level items are provided for free, which suddenly makes sense. Ziye walked out of the fighting room, when someone happened to walk in and was about to choose a room to enter. Ziye took a look and left immediately when he saw that he had no impression. Only Tianyu, who was already stunned on the spot, was left. Chapter 59, Alchemy. Alchemy Room. After Ziye selected one, he chose a very familiar elixir among the free elixir recipes. Body Refining Pill. This elixir has continuously promoted the development of the entire martial arts system since its emergence. Regardless of one's origin or experience, one will always take varying amounts of body refining pills in one's life. After eating so much, this is my first time practicing. Ziye looked at the recipe and said jokingly. Get the materials and sit in front of the alchemy furnace. Ziye learned the method recorded in the book and began to mobilize his mental power. In order to make an elixir, you must have either mental strength or qi and blood. And it is better to use mental strength. In addition, a flame is needed. Don't worry this time, there is a whole fire vein under the alchemy room. Immediately, the ground fire under the alchemy furnace was activated, and the leaves held up the medicinal materials with their spiritual power. Start feeding everything into it. Boom! The leaves were blown to pieces and covered with ashes, along with the medicinal materials around him that had not yet been delivered. The mental strength used is a bit too much. Ziye's current mental power is inhuman in both quantity and quality. But only the control aspect is a weakness. Just a little training. Ziye said to himself. Things were soon ready again. Bang! After bombing like this 4 times in a row, finally, Ziye withdrew his mental power and raised his hand to open the alchemy furnace. In the middle of it, there is an elixir placed there. At the same time, after many days, the panel finally has one more skill. Alchemy, not entering the level 0/1. Ziye took out the refined elixir, observed it and said, it's low grade, but it's okay. Then he found an empty bottle from the ring and put it in it. Ziye picked out a new material, this time for alchemy. His technique is no longer mechanical, imitating the records in the exercises. But I have my own ideas. On the basis of strong mental power, the refining was successful very smoothly. 3 low-grade body refining pills. Ziye has more understanding of alchemy in his mind. There is also an understanding of the body refining pill. Alchemy, lower mortal level 2/10. That's why. After Ziye absorbed it, he suddenly understood the reason for his previous failure. There was no rush to continue refining, and Ziye reviewed the alchemy techniques several times. Come again. This time, Ziye is no longer like a beginner, but an experienced alchemist. When all the medicinal materials in the furnace disappeared, a total of 4 low-grade body refining pills were refined. Alchemy, middle grade mortal level 4/100. There is just one more, but the experience is doubled. Ziye understood that the experience of this alchemy method was very slow, simply relying on mechanical brushing. Because its essence is the understanding of alchemy, including alchemy, but not just alchemy. Tianyu was holding a space prop in his hand, which was prepared for Ziye. After careful inspection, no problems were found. After finding out which alchemy room it was through his mobile phone, Tianyu stood at the door and waited. He was delayed for a long time because of some things. On the way here, I also saw a newcomer, who seemed to be named Tianyu. As if he had lost his soul, he walked in a daze. After delivering the things, he planned to negotiate. The door of the alchemy room opened, and Ziye, dressed in night clothes, walked out. Here, the things here should be enough for you to practice. After taking the things, Ziye said, "Thank you." He will use the spiritual elixir recipes and materials soon. If he didn't have a lot of money, he would have to wait until the end of the week. It's okay, just a little something. Tianyu paused and asked what he wanted to know most now. Have you successfully refined it now? He subconsciously thought it was impossible, after all, it hadn't even been a day. Generally speaking, you want to make elixirs. First, it takes several months to learn a lot of theoretical knowledge. Then I started practicing under the guidance of a teacher. Even if it is theoretical knowledge, you can only learn a certain part. But to actually refine the elixir, it takes more than a few days. However, as the next generation head of the Qian family, he has known it since he was a child. There are some monsters that never conform to common sense. Successful. Ziye finished in 3 words. Tianyu didn't change much on the surface, but inside he was completely changed. Congratulations then, I'll leave first. After Tianyu walked outside, he sorted out Ziye's situation and sent it to his family. Its level of monster has increased a bit. After the family learned the news, their attitude and thoughts towards Ziye. There will be some changes. After Ziye watched Tianyu leave, he also returned to the alchemy room. After checking the materials in the space props, I saw a large number of boxes neatly arranged. All the materials inside are for alchemy, and the texture of the box determines the value of the materials inside. Most of them are wood, with a small amount of jade. Many. Ziye couldn't help but exclaimed, so much was enough for him. Take out the tablet and start working on the experience. King Do sensed it several times and determined that the spatial changes here had subsided. It's done, let's go back. As he said this, he pulled out his spear. Flying directly towards one of the 5 continents on the earth, it was suppressed here for several months. Boring him to death. As for the follow-up matters, he doesn't need to worry about it. Silently, he flew back to the 3 Kings city. In a strange space in the sky, the Death King and the Soul King have been waiting for him for a long time. I'm back. Did anything go wrong this time? Death King looked at Do Wang, who stopped and asked. No, this time it's just a normal movement. After Do Wang finished speaking, he saw something was wrong from the face of the Soul King on the other side. What's wrong? The Soul King seemed hesitant to speak, and finally said, Do, how about you help me choose a disciple? Do Wang's originally relaxed mood was instantly occupied by question marks. Are you going to die? You are the one who wants to die. When King Do saw this scene, he was cynical and became unusually silent. After thinking about it for a moment, I thought of my little apprentice who I haven't paid much attention to recently. The last time I paid attention was when I saw him buying a bunch of low-level exercises a few months ago. So, what did my apprentice do? The Death King directly summoned several pieces of paper filled with writing, which recorded Ziye's experience in the training camp. Star Tower, absorbs 456 stars. Possessing a top-grade physique of an unknown spiritual level. Defeated the strongest genius in the history of the Long family, Long Wushuan. He also possesses abnormal resilience for unknown reasons. The 9th level of body tempering breaks through the qi and blood, and once it breaks through, it reaches the 3rd level of qi and blood. And defeated the top-match 9th level qi blood realm battle dummy. At the same time, in a short period of time, he has become a top-grade mortal alchemist. After reading it completely, no, that kid did it. He just felt that this kid liked him, so he accepted him as his apprentice. He was also afraid that Ziye was not talented enough, so he went through the back door and was directly arranged to enter the number 1 training camp. As a result, it looks like what I was doing at that time. Completely meaningless. Chapter 60 Fighting God Technique. After Tianyu finished communicating with his family members, he rushed back to the arena. There were 3 people waiting for him here, and the leader was the one who had been on the fighting stage with him before. Brother Qian, you're back. Well, tell me about the situation of the remaining 2 people. Tianyu's image in the minds of several people has been fixed on that of the eldest brother. This was also something he intentionally guided, and he even showed his strength for this purpose. His ability is also very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have this ranking. It's just that he doesn't like fighting, and there are 2 monsters that can beat him above their level. This is why he always seems to have no strength. The man thought for a moment and said, Brother Qian, those 2 are ordinary people with no background, and I am not very familiar with them. After a pause, he suddenly thought of something else. By the way, one of them, Tianyu, seems to be interested in the first and second place winners. Oh! If this is the case, then recruiting Tianyu might be easy. Tianyu thought that he could come here in the second stage without any background. He is definitely a genius and worth recruiting. The other side. Ziye concentrated on improving his alchemy for several days. During this period, Tianyu also let him have a sparring match with Long Wushuan. He never left the alchemy room, but his gains were huge. Skill, Alchemy, 3000/10,000, top grade, ordinary level. He was already proficient in the art of making top-grade mortal pills, and now he could easily refine lower-grade spiritual pills. In terms of alchemist level, he is an extremely experienced lower-grade spiritual alchemist. It was not until one morning that Ziye walked out of the alchemy room. At the same time, he walked straight towards the entrance of the training camp, and quickly. Then I saw Mou sleeping there. The rooms of the 5 of them were basically just for decoration, not to mention him, Long Wushuan, and Mou. Apart from practicing, Tianyu does nothing else all day long and will not go back to his room unless necessary. The remaining social phobias are as cold as frost. During a casual chat, Ziye realized that he didn't dare to walk back to his room alone. She is a beauty and is in the same group with them, so her reputation is immediately maximized. Mou suddenly woke up and looked at Ziye who was walking towards him. What's wrong? Ziye came here instead of practicing, there must be something going on. It's okay, my master wants to see me. Ziye said lightly. Then I'll withdraw first. When Mou heard that Do Wang was coming, he didn't plan to be an outsider here. Just as I was about to leave, I was stopped. Little guy, don't be in a hurry to leave. Do Wang fell from the sky. Alas, it's too late. Mou sighed inwardly, but his appearance remained unchanged. Greetings to Senior Do Wang. Well, you probably don't have a master. Do Wang glanced at Mou, confirming that there were no traces of those old guys on his body. Mou was stunned for a moment, but still said, no. Okay, take this, you can go now. Do Wang directly took out a ball of illusory mental power. And this is the pinnacle of spiritualists, the inheritance of the Soul King. That guy had no interest in inheritance, and had no intention of accepting any disciples. But the King of Fighting suddenly accepted a monster apprentice. He still had some ideas in mind, so he turned part of the inheritance into a ball of light and asked Do Wang to help him choose one to pass on. Mou took the ball of light and turned around and left. Now, only Do Wang and Ziye are left here. Master. Ziye gave a standard salute that was impeccable. Do Wang stared at Ziye in confusion, and after a long while he said, forget it. He had a lot of things he wanted to ask, but in the end he didn't say a single one. No need. Anyway, it's not the work of the evil god, so what if I ask something? Can he still take action against his own apprentice? You haven't practiced the fighting god technique I gave you yet, have you? Only then did Ziye remember that he had a skill book that could only be practiced in the Qi and Blood realm. His breakthrough was to go to the battle room to hone his fighting skills, and then to learn alchemy. It's quite a busy thing. No. Ziye finished. There was a ball of true meaning in Do Wang's hand. If you don't have it, there's no need to practice that anymore. I'll give you all the Do Shen techniques directly. Do Wang is not a person who likes to be dragged around, with Ziye's current talent. Fully qualified to practice the complete fighting god art. The true meaning of the fighting god was directly integrated into Ziye's body, and Ziye immediately entered a state of enlightenment. It took a long time before he came back to his senses. There was unstoppable surprise in Ziye's eyes. Because this fighting god technique points to the path. It is above heaven and man. Thank you, Master. I got this fighting god technique from a ruins. Even I haven't reached the end. After Do Wang finished speaking, he immediately changed the topic. In the past few months, has anyone from the older generation been involved in causing trouble? No. King Do nodded. He had been away for a few months and had a lot of free time. If someone dared to cause trouble, he would not give him face. Beat him directly to death. That's good. Remember that I am behind you. Your status is no lower than anyone else in the 5 continents. Yes. Do Wang glanced at Ziye and said, "You're doing a great job, keep up the good work." Do Wang left after saying that. Xian has not yet accepted that the little apprentice he was keeping for fun turned out to be a real genius monster. After King Do left, Ziye immediately returned to the number 1 training room. Begin to understand the fighting god technique carefully. The level of this fighting god technique has reached the top level of heaven level. It is naturally extremely difficult to practice, which lasts for 10 days. With the help of multiple skills and the true meaning of the god of war, he barely reached the first level. Is this just the first floor? Ziye now feels that there is endless strength in his body, and his mental strength has also been greatly improved. You will soon reach your limit, and at that time you will be ready to break through. As for the fighting god art, there are 9 levels in total. Every time you complete a level, your combat effectiveness will be comprehensively improved. I continued to practice for a while, but lost the true meaning of fighting god. It's just ridiculously slow. Forget it, take your time. Ziye also knew that this thing would not be useful in a hurry. Besides, he has made great progress now, and his level of top-grade alchemy has also improved by 1 level. The 4th level of Qi and Blood Realm. Ziye calculated the time in his mind again, and the 3 months of the 2nd stage were almost over. This time, I don't know what will happen again. On the screen in front of the chief instructor, there are more than a dozen places where the number of ferocious beasts has reached a dangerous level, or there are other things that are affecting nearby cities. These places should be almost there. Although humans now have the upper hand in the confrontation with ferocious beasts. However, some fringe and coastal cities are still often attacked by ferocious beasts. Among them, there is also the enemy of the cult, which causes trouble from time to time. Trying to summon the evil god to come to the world. In human history, it has caused several disasters with heavy casualties. Chapter 61 Speed Trial. Early in the morning. There are a total of 32 people in the training camp, all standing in front of the list. The next second, the chief instructor's appearance was projected. Little guys, now that you enjoy so many resources, it's time to contribute. After speaking, the names and pictures of more than a dozen places appeared behind him, as well as related information. Everyone chooses a place, you can choose the same one, and you will be graded based on your performance in the end. By the way, a reminder, if there are excessive situations, they will be eliminated directly without scoring. Ziye looked at the introduction of those places. Basically, they are going to eliminate ferocious beasts, and they are ferocious beasts above the Qi and Blood Realm. In other words, you must have at least Qi and Blood Realm combat power in order to conduct this trial. Mou slapped Hockey and said, "What should we say?" Ziye thought for a moment and found out that Long Wushuan had also reached the Qi and Blood realm during the previous sparring session. And just like him, he reached the third level of Qi and Blood realm as soon as he broke through. His strength is just as abnormal, and he has no problem beating some vicious beasts in the Qi and Blood realm. But the remaining 3 MOU people have not yet broken through to the level of Qi and Blood realm. Although each of them can leapfrog and fight, it is still not enough. Let's get it together as soon as possible. Ziye has a lot to do now. He wanted to get these things done as quickly as possible. What about you? MOU asked the others. I don't care. Anyway, I'll be satisfied if there are a few who can fight. Long Wushuan was the same as before, he just wanted to fight. Lang Rushuan stood behind MOU and agreed in a very small voice. However, Qian Duo did not directly agree. Everyone, I want to bring 4 people with me this time. Don't worry, it will definitely not affect us. When MOU heard this, he wanted to go up and pat Qian Duo, but the slight pull at the corner of his clothes prevented him from doing so. Who do you think is qualified to influence them both in this kind of trial? You can bring a small amount of money, but at the worst, you can go and try the Unity realm. Long Wushuan said loudly. He didn't like ordinary Qi and Blood realm ferocious beasts. But in the Unity realm, it's different. Well, I don't care. Not much. Qian Duo chose a grassland among more than a dozen places. There will be a large number of Qi and Blood realms in this grassland, and there may also be ferocious beasts that are half-step into Unity, or that have just entered the Unity realm. Qian Duo talked about the detailed information there, and there might be a conjunction here. But it is the weakest beast in the Unity realm, just for this reason alone. Long Wushuan couldn't wait to try it. Soon, the 5 members of the team and 4 members of Tianyu set off together. In the sky outside the city. The 2 stood here overlooking the grassland. City Lord, why don't we take action yet? The commander of the city defense army asked from the side. The tone was a little anxious, as the number of ferocious beasts on the grassland has now reached the level of launching a beast tide. As early as a month ago, he proposed to clear the grassland but was always rejected. Don't worry, we can take a vacation this time. The city lord said easily, he had already explained it many times. But because of his childhood experience, his old friend came to see him several times a day. But how talented are those 17 or 18-year-old kids? Lin Ji didn't believe from the bottom of her heart that a few kids could handle this disaster. What if nothing is done and time is wasted? Then the casualties will be greater in the end. Hey, how many times do I have to tell you before you can rest assured that these ferocious beasts on the grassland have already been booked? No matter what those children do, someone will deal with the consequences. How many children does he believe can destroy a bunch of Qi and Blood realms? Of course I don't believe it, but the people behind those children. Just blowing your breath can turn this into a sinkhole. In the final analysis, Lin Ji was still too anxious. Okay, let's calculate the time. It's only these 2 days. Can we brothers just stay here for 2 days? The city lord was really afraid of his old friend, so he made sure it was nothing serious. He and Lin Ji came to work outside as doormen and security guards. Seeing this, Lin Ji was speechless. The city lord ran out with him, what else could he say? The 2 didn't wait long. Lin Ji was the first to notice something flying in the distance. Almost at the same time, the city lord also received the news. The people are here. The city lord breathed a sigh of relief, he came quite quickly. Lin Ji said nothing, and there was even a little anger in her eyes. He wanted to see what these children were capable of. The spacecraft slowly stopped, put down the 9 people, and then left directly. Ziye glanced at the endless grassland. It was his first time to go to the grassland. Then I noticed that Qian Duo kept taking out things from the space props. Not much longer. He threw a translucent square to MOU. Mou caught the cube and said doubtfully, "What is this?" "Captain, try to see if you can use your mental power to operate it." Qian Duoduo finished speaking and took out a small drone. Mou then used his mental power to see the next second. The transparent block seemed to be activated, and the drone started to fly. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo took out 3 small drones again. "Pay attention to your consumption and don't get into trouble." Mou tried to control the drone to move, "No problem." Then, the 4 drones flew into the distance. Not much. There are many ferocious beasts in that direction, and there are also some in the Qi and Blood realm. Mou pointed in a direction. Ziye and Long Wushuan, who had already prepared, took a step forward at the same time. "Xiao Qian, please be careful and contact me and Ziye if there is any situation," Long Wushuan said before leaving. "Don't worry about us." After Qian Duoduo finished speaking, he saw the 2 of them ducking away. They had already run far away, and the wind alone made their clothes rustle. The speed of both of them has exceeded the common sense of the Qi and Blood realm, but Ziye is still a little faster. First, he faced a lone ferocious beast whose realm was the 4th level of Qi and Blood realm. Same with Leaves. But a punch packed with punching intent, at the moment when the ferocious beast didn't even have time to react. Boom! Half of his body was blown up directly after Ziye swung the punch. "Keep moving forward without losing speed." When Long Wushuan saw this scene, his speed suddenly increased to another level. This moment, the 2 of them transformed into real ferocious beasts on the grassland, attacking anyone who stood in their way. Whether it is a powerful beast walking alone or a large herd, they were all pushed along the way. After reading these, both people in the sky were silent. Is this still a human being? The ferocious beasts in the same realm are instantly killed with one punch. Fierce beasts have high defense, especially when they are alone. Most people can only deal with it in groups. City Lord, I was wrong. Only then did Lin Ji realize that she was just an ordinary person. Don't say that, I didn't expect it either. The city lord pressed his temple with one hand, wondering what kind of monster this was. The 2 crazy people were also clearing away the ferocious beasts everywhere at an alarming speed. Even the 9th level of Qi and Blood realm cannot stop the 2 of them. In addition, Mou opened his vision, Qian Duoduo and Lang Rushuan provided supplies. But after all, there were only a few of them, facing such a large grassland. Naturally, it is impossible to clean very carefully, but as long as a few key objectives are achieved, it will be fine. The time soon came to night. Chapter 62, the 3rd stage. Several people got off the spaceship. It's just enough time to have dinner. Mou now wanted to have a good meal quickly and then go to bed. Controlling a drone is very mentally draining. This look was exactly the opposite of Long Wushuan's lack of interest. One was very tired and the other was not having fun at all. "It's boring, there's not even half a step to one," Long Wushuan said disappointedly. Among those ferocious beasts, none of them were attractive to him. "Ziye." He stared at Ziye. "I don't have time recently." Ziye refused directly. He really didn't have time. It would take more than half a month for Dan Dao to reach the spiritual level. Others include the earth-level technique and the god of fighting technique. These good things cannot be achieved in a short time. At this time, Qian Duoduo didn't know what he said to the 4 and asked them to leave directly. "Okay, let's go have dinner first." Qian Duoduo asked a few people to go with him. He had already ordered something. Dining room. Because they were the first to come back, the entire restaurant was taken over by them. Ziye ate something first, and then looked at Mou. Although Mou was very sleepy, her perception was still very strong. "The next batch of people coming, help me pay attention to see if there is anyone calling, Meng Meng." "Ah!" Long Wushuan couldn't stop his confused voice after eating half of the meat. Mou was stunned for a moment, and then remembered what Ziye had said at the beginning. He made a promise to someone that was famous all over the world. Oh, I would have forgotten if you didn't tell me. Mou looked at Ziye with strange eyes. A guy who practices every day and fights like a madman, such a person has a woman he likes. It's unimaginable. No, is it true? Long Wuxuan still couldn't believe all this. Really? Ziye said with certainty. While talking, even if he was wearing night clothes, he could still see the smile coming from his heart. Qian Duoduo also saw the right moment and asked, Ziye, tell me about the two of you. After saying that, there was no change in Ziye's complexion. Mou thought of something, and touched Qian Duoduo lightly without attracting anyone else's attention. Qian Duoduo noticed it immediately. We got to know each other at the end of the second year of high school. After that, she saved me twice and gave me faith. Ziye said calmly. A ray of light illuminated the darkness of his life for him. After that, we chatted and ate again, and then after the show ended. Qian Duoduo found Mou, who said as if he had expected it. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Mou said, his perception is much stronger than ordinary people, and he can detect extremely subtle changes. That's why Qian was reminded to pay more attention, but that's not mind reading. He didn't know the specifics. Is there anything else? Qian Duoduo understood that Mou was telling the truth, but still didn't give up. Mou did not refuse directly this time, but thought about it. Finally, he told Ziye's situation at that time. That's all. Time passes. It took more than a day before anyone came back from completing the trial. When they came back, they found out that Ziye and Long Wuxuan were less than a day old. After killing all the grasslands and eliminating all dangerous targets, they were stunned at first, but soon accepted it. After that, other people came back one after another, and finally, Su Chongkong stepped off the spacecraft with murderous intent. They didn't know what happened. That obviously wasn't the murderous intention that cleaning should have, so where did it come from? But everyone understood that Su Chongkong had revived again. When the trial is over, the rewards are distributed to everyone. Ziye got a lot of resources and then returned to the alchemy room. The chief instructor looked at the video of Su Chongkong's trial and couldn't help but sigh. Again, too, no more, this time we will be defeated again. He didn't continue talking because he didn't expect it. If this person were of the same generation as him, his qualifications would be enough to overwhelm everyone. Sword physique, clear understanding of the sword's heart, and advanced killing sword intent. But I happened to encounter two monsters that didn't look like humans. It was really a twist of fate. After Su Chongkong came back, he was unexpectedly calm and locked himself in his room all day. But everyone who passes by can feel that their lives are threatened. Within a few days, the second phase of other training camps has also been announced, and a total of 68 candidates will be eligible to come here. These people are also geniuses, real geniuses. Everyone has their own strengths, and it's easy to leapfrog and fight. But in fact, it's just to make up the numbers. The spaceship arrived immediately with the newcomers, and this time there were many people at the entrance of the training camp. They all came to see the newcomers. Mou also opened his eyes and thought for a moment. Although I don't know if Meng Meng will come, but if it does come, should I give Ziye a face? Thinking like this, the boulder under his feet floated silently and flew towards the crowd. What the hell, damn! A person standing at the back exclaimed. This caused other people to look over, followed by even louder exclamations. A spiritual master swallowed his saliva. Almost everyone had an impression of that huge stone. It's almost becoming Mou's special bed, but who would have thought that this bed could be moved? People automatically moved out of the way, but they couldn't help but curse. It's really hard to live. Mou naturally ignored the others and just watched the spacecraft gradually approach. On the spaceship. _ I don't know anyone, and they are all so strong. There were only a few she could beat. Ye Mengmeng thought of the time when she left training camp number 82 and said goodbye to Tang Yuan. Yuan is not here, and neither is Ye Ziye. I don't know where Ye Ziye is now. Is there a second spaceship? Ye Mengmeng only knew that Ye Ziye also participated in this training camp and left a month in advance. But what happened after that, including the number 1 training camp, is unclear. When I didn't see Ye Ziye on the spaceship, I started to think wildly. With Ye Ziye's strength, he will definitely be able to get here. Ye Mengmeng said in her heart that it was impossible for her to survive to the 3rd stage with her qualifications. But it was what Ye Ziye gave her before she left that made her continue to make progress. In the end, he completed 3 temperings to the extreme and awakened his spiritual power. Only then are you qualified to enter this spaceship. Soon, when the spacecraft stopped, they started going down one by one, with Ye Mengmeng ranking in the middle. As soon as I came out, I was surprised at the cultivation environment here. Then it was discovered that except for these people, there were others who had been standing not far away, looking at them with different expressions. The next second, Ye Mengmeng's gaze was like that of most others, looking at the lazy and handsome man standing on the suspended boulder. When Mou saw everyone, they all came down. So he controlled the boulder to fly forward, when it stopped in front of this group of newcomers. All newcomers feel a sense of oppression. Is there any of you named Ye Mengmeng? Chapter 63 Meeting. Ye Ziye opened the furnace to refine elixirs, and every move was better than the last. Put away the newly made elixir. But he was not in a hurry to continue, and instead looked at the ranking on his watch. Still only 32nd. Not here yet? Ye Ziye thought to himself. He understood that with Ye Mengmeng's talent, it would be impossible to reach this point under normal circumstances. But what if? At the same time, he took out his mobile phone. He naturally had Ye Mengmeng's contact information. But his mobile phone can't contact the outside at all in this place. If there is a lot of money, there must be a way. However, he did not find Qian Duo for this, but devoted himself almost wholeheartedly to cultivation. The temporary separation is for a better reunion. If Mengmeng comes this time, it will be the time of reunion. If you don't come, just wait until you go back. See yourself in the college entrance examination, famous all over the world. Ye Ziye came to his senses and began to continue making alchemy. When he reaches the spiritual level, he still has to practice. Previously, in the 2nd stage, the reward given to him was a bunch of resources to match the 5 local skills. The number is so high that even if they have been practicing one skill for the past 3 months, it is impossible for him to use up even 1/10 of the resources of a skill. Of course, if he raises a few more weights, it will be faster. Bite. When the mobile phone received the notification sound of the message, Ye Ziye immediately became concerned. Use your mental power to open the phone and see the message clearly. Boom. There was a long-lost explosion, and Ye Ziye used his mental power to block all the dust. At the same time, he looked down at his night clothes. Entrance. Ye Mengmeng's face showed confusion. She probably didn't know the person standing on the stone. In this moment of confusion, Mou locked his target. To make sure it's correct, let's ask again. Do you know Ye Ziye? Mou looked at Ye Mengmeng, her voice neither loud nor quiet. But people on both sides can hear it clearly. At this moment, all the members who came to watch the newcomer retreated dozens of meters. Without him, Ye Ziye's perverted routine and madman-like fighting style. Especially when the blood mist disperses, forming a devilish appearance behind him. That scene makes people avoid it. You know Ye Ziye, are you here? Ye Mengmeng asked after hearing Ye Ziye become excited. Mou nodded, and then the surrounding boulder under his feet suddenly cracked. Several pieces of stone separated, and then the surface was smoothed visibly to the naked eye. He is here and specifically asked me to pay attention to whether you are here. As he said that, a few stones were placed on the ground and among the boulders, and a few steps were built. Come up first, the leaves should arrive soon. Ye Mengmeng hesitated for a moment, then walked up the steps and stood on the boulder. Mou rarely regained his energy and controlled the boulder to fly towards the inside of the training camp. At the same time, Mou, Ziye, Ye Mengmeng is here. Bai Shuang, curious. Long Aotian, where are you now? I want to see what kind of woman can control Ye Ziye. The rich second generation, brother Long, don't worry, let Ye Ziye leave first and then come back after us. Xiao, we'll be there soon. On the boulder. Ye Mengmeng looked at Mou, excuse me, do you know Ye Ziye's recent situation? There was a hint of worry in his words. I know, I've been staying in the alchemy room since I came back until now. Ah! As soon as Ye Mengmeng was surprised that Ye Ziye could make elixirs, Mou continued. Don't worry about Ye Ziye, there aren't many people here who can compete with him. Mou told the truth directly. Ye Mengmeng was stunned at first, is Ye Ziye so powerful? At this moment, a figure appeared in front. Ye Mengmeng saw the night clothes that were almost the same as in her memory. Then, thank you. After a simple thank you, Ye Mengmeng jumped down. Ye Ziye instantly appeared in front of the boulder and caught Mengmeng. Oh! Leave! A soft cry made Ye Ziye's smile shine through Ye Zingyi. Seeing this, Mou was quietly walking away. He didn't want to be a light bulb. But when I retreated to a house, I turned around and took a look. 3 guys with half of their heads exposed were looking at the leaves quietly. Didn't you say we would come back later? After they met? The 3 of them also noticed Mou. A huge stone stopped here with a person on it. This was too conspicuous. Long Washuan leaned out directly and grabbed the boulder with one hand. A trace of energy and blood climbed up the boulder, and then silently, the boulder and Mou were pulled over. After Mou stopped, Long Washuan made a silent gesture. Then he invited Mou to watch together. But the leaves also have spiritual power, so doing this is really superficial work. After some thinking, the number of heads protruding from the wall became 4. Several people watched the 2 people talking and laughing with each other, and then walked in the same direction together. At the same time, a notification tone on Qianduoduo's cell phone attracted the attention of several people. Qianduoduo quickly opened his phone. He wanted to see who was so good at picking the time. As a result, he fell silent. Under the eyes of several people, Qianduoduo turned over his phone. I saw Xiao, a map of the training camp, with annotations. I'm not familiar with this place. Several people were silent at the same time. Can anyone really like this kind of person? Been here for almost 4 months. It's not a big place, but I don't know the way. Fortunately, Qianduoduo really made a few maps for these newcomers. Send the data in the phone to Ye Ziye. Okay, hurry up and follow. Long Washuan noticed that he was already a little far away, so he called for others to follow. Training camp has arrived. After Mou left, many newcomers breathed a sigh of relief at first, and then a few approached the old people. I was about to ask the person just now, but I was asked about Ye Mengmeng first. After a while, I found out that these people were not clear either. An old man said just now. There are 9 people in the training camp who are far superior to the others, and among them the 2.5 monsters are the most terrifying. The one just now is one of the 9, and that Ye Ziye is even more of a monster. That's not on the same level as us. A few more people said a lot of things. The newcomers were stunned for a moment. If they didn't know where this place was and the strength of these people, they would be able to defeat most of them. Some of them may have already wanted to take action, because this is really shocking. According to what these old people said, if you don't count those 9 people, Any one of the 2.5 monsters can destroy everyone else alone. If these people can leapfrog and fight ordinary people, those 9 people can leapfrog and fight them. In short, although these newcomers listened carefully, few of them really thought it was so outrageous. But actually, it's really like this. This is the conclusion they, a group of old people, came to after being dissatisfied time and time again. They were convinced. The difference in strength is not just a tiny bit, but the level is even worse. Not on the same level at all. Chapter 64, A Monster of a Different Level. Soon. Time passed and the newbies were walking around in the training camp. It finally made the training camp no longer seem empty. You can see 1 or 2 people here and there. But after everyone settled down, some people couldn't help but want to test the gap between themselves and others. The competition field is undoubtedly one of the best choices. In the audience, Ziye and Ye Mengmeng sat together and watched the battle between the 2 newcomers. Ye Mengmeng watched with fascination. This kind of duel happened to be a little higher than her level, but it was not incomprehensible. This kind of battle is the most enjoyable to watch. But the leaves. 2 guys who have been tempered 5 times can just punch together. However, I didn't feel bored at all. Just watch quietly like this. After practicing for a long time, it's good to take a break while watching the battle. Behind and to the left of them, 4 people were already following them. It was the other 4 in the squad. Along the way, it can be said that I was half full. The loving looks of Ziye and Ye Mengmeng made Long Wushuan feel in a trance. No. Is this still the same Ziye who fought against him? At that time, the beating was almost to death, but you still wanted to continue beating the leaves? Qian Duoduo also couldn't believe it. This was so different from before. Mou, on the other hand, showed nothing except the suspicious look in his eyes. Among the 4 people, Lang Rushuan, who had always had the weakest sense of presence, was the quickest to accept the changes in the leaves. I feel a little happy inside, because this can at least prove it. You can still get along well with the leaves, but you need some specific opportunities. In short, the battle on the competition stage ended quickly. 1 person was carried down, but the condition of the other person was not very good either. But with the level of medical treatment here, we will be able to move around in full swing tomorrow. Then there were many people competing with each other, but when a newcomer defeated the old man, he raised his head and scanned the auditorium, finally locking on Ziye. In the eyes of the old man, this move was seeking death. Don't say anything else, just look at the loving atmosphere between the 2 Ziye, and they are looking for trouble at this time. 100 lives are not enough. I want to challenge you. A voice resounded above the competition stage. Wu Tianming felt everyone's gaze, and he just wanted to test how far he was from the top. At the same time, take a look at how strong one of the so-called monsters is. As for why I chose Ziye instead of Long Wushuan, it was because he didn't know which one was Long Wushuan at all, that is, Ziye's night clothes were too conspicuous. The entire training camp is unique. Ziye's eyes returned to indifference, as if someone usually challenged him. Then he might be happy, even if the opponent is weak, he will still attack a few times. But, I have no such interest now. Ziye, you go first. Ye Mengmeng said and patted Ziye gently. Ziye responded, jumped directly from the audience seat, and used his mental power in the air to send himself to the stage. As long as the spiritual master reaches 2 stars, he can fly in the sky, although the leaves have not yet arrived. But its spiritual power has already surpassed the ordinary 1-star 9th level by an unknown number of times. Short flights are still doable. When Mou saw Ziye flying using his mental power, he was stunned for a moment, and then felt it carefully. I thought Ziye had also broken through to 2 stars. Fortunately, this guy still has a bit of anthropomorphism. However, this mental power can still fly successfully with the same control level as a 3-year-old child. Mou didn't know what to say for a moment. On stage, Ziye looked at the guy who challenged him and tempered his body 7 times. This level is among the 32 old people. Not everyone can achieve it. But compared to him, I'm not interested in fighting with you now. Let's get it done as soon as possible. Ziye just stood there, and even the people in the audience were trembling in their hearts. Please enlighten me. Wu Tianming held a long stick in his hand and his expression remained unchanged as he finished speaking. He took the lead to attack Ziye, but Ziye did not dodge or dodge. When the old people saw this, they looked very familiar. The next moment, the leaves moved a few steps forward and behind them. Wu Tianming was falling downwards, unable to survive even a single move. If you want to fight next time, remember to choose a good time. Ziye didn't even look back and went straight off the competition stage. And those newcomers realized that those words were true. Just like Long Wushuan said. They are the gods at the top of the mountain, and the others are just people trying to get up the mountain. Ziye, you are so strong now. Ye Mengmeng exclaimed. Ziye felt warm in his heart, that's it, he has enough strength to get the people you care about. It's okay. That night, Ziye called out Long Wushuan and the others who had been following them, and formally introduced Ye Mengmeng. Then we went to the restaurant to have a big meal together. Lang Rushuan changed her previous social fear and took the initiative to say a few words to Ye Mengmeng. Although there are only a few sentences, in the eyes of others, it is already a progress worthy of happiness. Finally, in the eyes of several people, Ziye and Ye Mengmeng left together. Long Wushuan looked at Zi's figure disappearing from the door of the restaurant. We have really become 2 people. Mou nodded in agreement, just because Ziye didn't have time to practice today. I'm afraid it's more than the previous month combined. Brother Long, didn't you find one for you at home? Qian Duoduo asked at this time. When Long Wushuan heard this, he sighed and said. The elders at home said that they should have a child to play with before graduating from college. This is quite in line with the character of the Long family. Qian Duoduo thought to himself, originally he was just curious. After all, Long Wushuan obviously had no intention of doing this, and he didn't expect this to happen. Those old guys thought very well. Long Wushuan had already made a plan in his heart not to go back when the time came. Anyway, let him find a girlfriend, he might as well die. Mou yawned out of boredom. He had never thought about these things at all. The family has no intention of making arrangements for the time being. But few people noticed that Lang Rushuan was sitting quietly, her face was slightly red, and she no longer knew where she was thinking. After Ziye sent Ye Mengmeng back to the room, he returned to the alchemy room. Alchemy, the best mortal level 5000/10,000. Earn 5000 experience points within 10 days, and then improve your spiritual realm first. Soon. Ziye is now getting closer and closer to fulfilling his promise. 10 days flew by. During this period, some people challenged the top 9, but none of them won. Each of the 9 people is a genius far beyond the others. And the effect of immersing yourself wholeheartedly in the alchemy leaves is also remarkable. Alchemy, lower spiritual level 0/100,000. After Ziye realized the benefits of skill upgrading, he is now. You can easily refine ordinary low-grade spiritual elixirs, and simple middle-grade spiritual elixirs are no problem. Chapter 65 2 stars. Ziye dove into the training room to move his body before practicing. Then, he waved his hand. Dozens of resources appeared all around, and the leaves immediately activated the Starlight Soul Ascension technique. For a time, a large number of resources emitted a little bit of starlight. Within the body of the leaf, the starlight that had not been completely absorbed also began to flicker. The spiritual experience has also increased rapidly, and the Starlight Soul Ascension technique was originally a low-grade one. 100 points of experience can be added in 1 minute, which is several times faster with the support of resources. Seclusion for 7 consecutive days. An invisible wave rose around the leaves, like a heavy stream of water lapping at the surroundings. Some equipment in the training room was completely deformed at the moment it was photographed, and was obviously unusable. And when it hits the wall, it actually makes the sound of waves hitting the cliff. A spiritual master with 2 stars and 1 level. In this regard, Ziye's only feeling is that he can perceive everything around him more clearly. This is also his usual place, but he can also prepare a telekinetic weapon. It doesn't need to be very strong, as long as you can ensure that you have the ability to fight against the air. But this requires you to exercise your mental control level first. It is divided into 4 major levels: subtle, extreme, subtle, and subtle. His current level is not even subtle. Mou, on the other hand, was already at the subtle level when they first met. Now, I'm afraid it has reached a higher level, reaching the micro level. The realm was broken through, but Ziye did not stop practicing. The spirit can be upgraded immediately, after the realm is improved. Gaining experience is like turning on an accelerator, in just 2 hours. Spirit, 10,000/100 million for the best spiritual level. Taking advantage of the benefits of skill breakthrough, the Starlight Soul Ascension method took advantage of the situation to reach the level of Xiao Cheng. Having achieved quite a breakthrough, Ziye also plans to go out for a walk. On the spaceship, the chief instructor arranged his clothes, and when he was done, he took out a men's perfume and sprayed it on the 2 of them. After doing all this, he walked up to a secret room. When the door behind him closed, after dozens of scans, a shadow appeared in front of him, a strong old man in military uniform. "See War Master." A standard military salute. The old man's calm voice sounded in the secret room. "Xiaolu, among this group of children, there are a few who can take on big responsibilities." The chief instructor thought quickly and said, "Long Wushuan of the Long family, Su Chongkong of the Su family, and Ziye, the 3rd disciple of Do Wang, are all monsters, but they are still far behind." 3. The old man was calm and looked at him. The chief instructor showed no fear and faced the old man's gaze. "Xiaolu, do you know the true meaning of Dashi? Another week of settlement. Ziye now has more than 10,000 points and nothing else, and the number of available points has reached an absurd level. After making sure that nothing else is needed for the time being, leaf it lightly with your finger." A special psychic weapon of the highest spiritual level was chosen. Knife case. It is usually a weapon box half a man's height, containing 49 flying knives of various shapes. If you can operate it skillfully, you can deal with most emergencies. Beside Ye Mengmeng was carefully selecting resources. Every choice requires careful consideration. The reason for selection is not because there are not enough points, but because there are too many. The lowest spiritual level resources correspond to the Qi and Blood realm, and the body refining realm requires a lot of time to digest. This leads to the fact that the qualifications in the training camp can only be regarded as average. The resources redeemed last time have not been used up, so it is time to redeem them again. Ye Mengmeng looked at the redemption options and began to think about the types of resources she would need in the future. After selecting, he looked at the ring Ye gave him in his hand and the resources inside. Looking happy. "Meng, let's go for a walk together." "Okay." The 2 walked side by side. Ziye practiced at least 7 or 8 days at a time, but at most a month. This resulted in the fact that even though they were in the same training camp, the 2 of them still didn't meet much. Just as Long Wushuan was about to greet Ziye for a discussion, he saw the 2 holding hands and walking together. "Hey, Mou, Captain." Even the title changed all of a sudden. "Just turn the gun head around, there's nothing you can do." Now there are only 3 players in the entire training camp who can fight with him. One is invisible and the other is not easy to disturb. So, Mou's weird giant sword appeared instantly, and then ran away on the sword. Long Huashuan was left with a bored look on his face. When the sun sets, the two of them also walked near the competition stage without knowing it. Ziye, you are already very powerful. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Meng Meng held Ziye's hand slightly harder. She had heard from other places about the intensity of Ziye's cultivation. She also asked Ziye and got a positive answer. Practice 24 hours a day without taking a break for several days. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ziye felt Meng Meng's concern. He wanted to say that he could completely hold on, and with the blessing of 3 skills, there would be no problem at all. My power is not enough. Ziye said softly, he still needs stronger power. Meng Meng heard the powerlessness in the words. What will you do if someone hits me? The moment Meng Meng said it, Ziye's mental power made him understand. This is not a simple inquiry, but something that happened. Who? Ziye said one word extremely calmly. Of course it's you. This is the only time I was seriously injured. Meng Meng pointed back at Ziye. This made him speechless for a moment, and he didn't know what to say. He had indeed struck hard at that time. At this time, a soft touch came from the body. Meng Meng hugged Ziye directly, I'm not blaming you. I am also powerful, so don't put so much pressure on yourself. At that time, you were beaten even worse by me. Ziye was stunned for a moment, and then hugged him. In the setting sun, 2 figures hugged each other. Night. Ziye returned to the training room and started a new round of training. First, he took out a lot of poisonous things and ate them all without any explanation. Then, without waiting for the toxin to take effect, start the exercise immediately. Running it in the body in a special way, this process is extremely simple for the leaves. Because there is essentially no difference between this method and burning blood cultivation. As for this practice, Ziye has made it possible to hang up automatically 24 hours a day. The only thing that needs attention is that the toxins are not fully absorbed during the cultivation process. But here at Ziye, this is not a problem at all. After stabilizing the operation of the skills in the body, Ziye immediately took out the knife box. Boom! The knife box hit the ground with a heavy sound. Ziye first put his own spiritual mark on it based on the methods of the exercises. Then, under the stimulation of mental power, a hidden compartment popped up on the side of the knife box. Inside is a slender flying knife. Ziye immediately began to operate. Chapter 66 Ruins. More than 10 days have passed, and everyone in the training camp has been practicing hard. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little wrong. Especially in the competition arena, there can sometimes be more than 10 or 20 games a day. There were also a few people who challenged Ziye. For those who picked the right time, Ziye would end the battle after several moves. You can also guide them by the way. Ziye opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of poisonous mist, and the dark purple mist gradually dissipated in front of his eyes. Just this one, if you don't clean it up. This training room cannot be opened to the general body training realm within a month. This technique is really simple. Ziye said faithfully. There is no need to comprehend or practice on your own. All you need to do is take some highly toxic substances regularly. Of course, this is just Ziye's own feeling. In fact, this physical technique is extremely dangerous. Otherwise, there would be no special guide to the Great Sun breathing method, which has purifying and detoxifying effects. Ziye looked at his progress these days. Name, Ziye. Age 18. Qualifications, low level earth level, blood soul body, top level spiritual level. Realm, 4th level of Qi and Blood Realm, 2 stars and 1 level. Equipment, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal level, night clothes, low-grade spiritual level, wolf-shaped mask, low-grade spiritual level, knife box, high-grade spiritual level. Skills, beginner's Qingling sword technique, lower level of spirit level, Xiao Keng's great sun breathing technique, middle level of earth level, Xiao Cheng Zhenyang fist technique, lower level of earth level, Xiao Keng's dragon transformation body technique, lower level of earth level, Xiao Cheng 10,000 poisons body tempering technique, lower grade earth level, Xiao Cheng starlight soul ascension technique, lower grade earth level. Skills, breathing, low grade earth level 200,000/1 billion, boxing, high grade spiritual level 700,000/10 million, body skills, high grade spiritual level 100,000/10 million, fighting, high grade spiritual level 120,000/10 million, physical fitness, the best spiritual level is 30,000/100 million, spirit, the best spiritual level is 200,000/100 million. While I was watching, a message suddenly came from my watch. After opening the leaf, I found that it was about the last trial. It's only been a month, is it too early? The 2 previous times were notified until the last few days. Ziye looked at it carefully and understood after reading it. This time the trial is to break into a ruins. It is expected to usually take a month to complete. Ruins? Ziye broke through once, that is when he cooperated with the exalted immortal. Only that one time. Ziye didn't know much about the ruins. In the past, there was very little information about the ruins in books or on the internet. It's as if they suddenly appeared all over the world during a certain period of time. If it were other leaves, they might not care about it, but it is related to resources and reputation. Think about the gains from the previous 2 times. If you need skills, give skills, and if you don't have resources, give resources. And being at the forefront among a bunch of geniuses will naturally lead to fame. Turn on your phone. Xiao, which of you knows about this ruins? Long Aotian, Xiao Qian, it's your turn to take action. MOU, at dot. Bai Shuang, dot. Rich second generation, find a place to chat. The 5 members of the team gathered in Qian Duoduo's room. Xiao Qian, is there something wrong with this ruins? Long Washuan asked doubtfully while sitting on the sofa. When they talked before, they usually talked while eating in a restaurant, or they sent messages directly on their mobile phones. No, I called you here just because I am sorting out some things, just for you. I didn't find much information about the ruins this time. I only know that everyone's scene after entering is completely random. Qian Duoduo directly took out 5 space props and handed them to them respectively, including 2 leaves. Ziye looked at the things in his hands and was about to say something. Ziye, this is a gift from me, don't speak foreign words. Qian Duoduo said in advance. Ziye nodded and put the things away. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo smiled and continued. Here are some things I have prepared that may be useful. I hope they will be useful. Xiao Qian, we don't have to worry about it as long as you are here. Long Washuan said happily. Mou and Lang Rushuan also thanked them, thank you. There was only one sound, because Lang Rushuan's voice was too small and was muffled. They are all from the same team, I continued. With family support, Qian Duoduo knows a lot of information. This site is very special. The place and time it appears are random, and the rewards are excellent. As he spoke, some information was projected among several people. Earth-level treasures, heaven-level skills, mysterious inheritance, etc. Even Long Washuan was surprised for a moment. The tests of different realms of this site are also different, so people with high realms who have to work hard to pass the level may not gain as much in the end as those in the body refining realm. It can be said to be a paradise for geniuses. Qian Duoduo then explained a few more test types that appear most frequently. And some suggestions. In the end, Long Wushuan became more and more interested in this site. Xiao Qian, where is this ruins now? Qian Duoduo looked towards the door this time, and everyone looked at it together first. Subsequently, this Mou said uncertainly. Qian Duoduo nodded, yes, it's because of the excellent environment here and the ruins are about to begin. Qian Duoduo said that he himself had never thought that the entrance to the ruins would appear deep in the valley. The environment here is only due to the energy leaking from the entrance. This energy is pulled by equipment covering the entire valley, ultimately forming a fairyland-like environment here. Yezi's eyes lit up. He originally thought that a few months would not be enough to upgrade his breathing skills. But if this is the case, then there is another possibility. Okay, that's about it. Next, everyone should prepare and find ways to make up for some disadvantages. Qian Duoduo said, there has been a case where a person was very strong in other areas, but his body skills were not very good, but he was unlucky and came back with regrets when he encountered the body skills. Don't worry, as long as it's related to fighting, I'll have no problem. Long Wushuan said confidently, but just like what he said, if it has nothing to do with fighting, then there will be problems. After chatting with each other for a while, several people left one after another. Qian Duoduo picked up his phone again, and various messages popped up on it, basically from other people asking if there was any inside information. After this month, Qian Duoduo has basically turned himself into a task-guiding NPC. Almost everyone has met him, and this situation is exactly what he hopes for. After all, as a businessman, only by building good relationships can you make a fortune. But if someone deliberately causes trouble or does something unfair, then he has to let the other party try his own methods. Chapter 67 Test. A few nights later. The entire training camp was as quiet as usual, but it was only for a few minutes. Most of the room was lit up, and people walked in one after another. In the training room, Ziye tidied up his night clothes. Even if the Lingji night clothes were not cleaned for several months, they would not look too dirty. In the battle room, Long Wushuan waved his spear, and what was attached to it was no longer a prototype, but the complete spear intention. In the alchemy room, Lang Rushuan quickly finished refining the elixir and glanced at the exit. It took only a few minutes. Outside, Mou knocked on the door. The sound was a bit loud, and being woken up in the middle of the night made him not in a good mood. On the path, Qian Duoduo stood here waiting, followed by Long Wushuan, Mou, and Lang Rushuan. And finally Ziye and Yameng Meng. When a few people came to an open space deep in the training camp, they saw a ground about 3 meters above the ground. A little white light gradually spreads. Those who came earlier took a few steps back to make way for their position. 6 people were standing in the best place at this moment. At the residence, a bloody sword rose into the sky. Su Chengkong's body was surrounded by murderous intent, and the blade of the green sword in his hand was as red as blood. Not long after, 100 people arrived, and no one was absent. In the air, the chief instructor suddenly appeared. He didn't speak, he just stood up and looked down, with a malicious smile on his face. Mou's face changed slightly, and she released her mental power, "Get closer." As soon as the words came out, everyone suddenly felt a shock. This is not an earthquake. Ziye and Long Wushuan also took action instantly, using their energy, blood, and will. At this second, invisible fluctuations swept around like a subsequent explosion. Several people pushed forward with all their strength, and the next moment, they all left 2 deep marks on the ground. Compared to others, this is pretty good. Out of 100 people, 70 or 80 were immediately thrown away. Ziyu was pushed far away before he stabilized his body, and the 4 people who came with him came together. They all stopped nearby, and their qualifications exceeded some of the 27 people who came initially. It can be said that he is a real genius, not the 68 people who were selected by chance. Others ranked in the dozen or so were able to hold their own and not be blown away. Wu Tianming forcibly looked up and found that he was actually at the end. If he had made a slight mistake just now, he would have been directly thrown away. In front of them, there was a distance. The two brothers Tianling and Tianling joined forces and used their spiritual magic to stabilize their bodies. But it was also pushed far away. Looking hard, I found that Wang Xia, who had always been ranked lower than them, was standing in front. Tian was shocked. With this aura, the Wang family destroyed an empty spirit body and created a holy soul. Wang Xia didn't pay attention to the Tian family brothers, because there were also people in front of her. Su Chongkong didn't make any extra moves, he just swung his sword once. In front of him was a bloody sword energy that lingered for a long time, withstanding the waves of impact. The chief instructor stood steadily in the air. This time, the impact did not get close to him and just dispersed. After the light reached the extreme point, it silently changed into a vortex. Pure energy almost turned into substance and washed out. This is the first benefit of this site, when it is opened. The energy that has been accumulated for a long time is the best resource for improving one's realm. Ziye and others are in the best position and are the first to absorb the most concentrated energy flow. After that, there are Su Chongkong, Wang Xia, and the Tian family brothers. After a few minutes, as soon as Ye's qi and blood rise, she reaches the 5th level of qi and blood. Everyone else has also absorbed the benefits and made progress. The entrance to the ruins is open, let's go. Long Washuan shouted, and the three of them moved forward at the same time in perfect agreement. The test of the ruins has just begun. Therefore, they have to go in now even if they have to withstand the impact. Although the impact was weaker at this time, not everyone could withstand it. When they reached a few steps before the entrance, the impact they faced was so great that they could not move forward another step. The three of them looked at each other, and Ziye and Long Washuan were very decisive. They grabbed Ye Mengmeng and Qian Duoduo behind them respectively. Mou hesitated for a moment, and a hand from behind pulled the corner of his clothes. "Get ready," Mou said immediately. It was not difficult for the three of them to rush in directly, but it was not possible for the other three. So you have to find the right opportunity. There is a gap between each wave of attack. As long as you seize the opportunity, you can rush in with someone. One hand reached back and grabbed Lang Rushuan. Superior. Ziye threw a punch, and blood mist burst out of his fist. Long Washuan stabbed out with his arm as if it were a gun. Mou also used a secret spiritual method that no one had ever seen before. Su Chongkong had just finished digesting the energy, and at first glance he saw several people entering the ruins. The sword intent was released, and he also walked towards the entrance. Ziye came back to her senses and found herself in a room. There is nothing around, I am observing the surroundings. A great era is about to begin, and the core test is open. An old man's voice sounded, but Ziye couldn't tell where it came from. Great world? Of course Ziye had heard about this rumor. But I have always thought of it as a description of an era in which many geniuses emerged. Dashi, is there any other meaning? Ziye didn't know, he just felt it. This trip to the ruins will not end easily. After the previous sound stopped, there was silence for a long time. Ziye also took advantage of this time to start searching the surroundings. I found that the seemingly ordinary material was actually extremely hard. It also cuts off the mental power. Ziye also paid attention to her breathing experience, which was twice as fast as in the training room. Just when Ziye was searching in vain, the voice rang out again. 100 personnel are full, the first round of test, the energy impact is over. 4 people received first-class evaluations, 6 people received second-class evaluations, 16 people received third-class evaluations, and the remaining people received no evaluations. Your evaluation is first class. When Ziye saw the number of people, she thought about it and knew who they were. There are 3 of us, myself, Long Wushuan, and Mou. The other one should be Su Chong Kong. Ziye said to himself. 6 second-class ones, the remaining 5 of the first 9, plus Meng Meng are about the same. Ziye didn't know about the remaining 3rd-level evaluations, nor would she care about them. No comment, 5 kilograms of qi and blood essence will be given. 3rd-class evaluation, reward, 10 kilograms of qi and blood essence, and 1 drop of Tongxian spiritual liquid. 2nd-class evaluation, reward, 15 kilograms of qi and blood essence, 1 unit of soul essence, and 3 drops of Tongxian spiritual fluid. 1st-class evaluation, reward, 30 kilograms of qi and blood essence, 5 units of soul essence, and 1 drop of immortal spiritual liquid. 35 red and blue boxes and a small white bottle appeared out of thin air in front of Ziye. 3 days later, the 2nd round of tests will begin. Ziye first put all the things into the ring, leaving only a red box. The moment he got it in his hand, information about the source of qi and blood entered Ziye's mind. So that's how it is. Ziye said as she opened the box. The blood-red jade inside is the so-called source of qi and blood. Take it in your hand and immediately mobilize your qi and blood to start absorbing it. This thing can enhance the essence of qi and blood, and is an excellent treasure. But the upper limit that each person can absorb is different. Chapter 68 Tianjiao Level. The leaves absorb the 2 sources of essence very quickly, but the improvement can only be said to be good. The effects and skills are a bit repetitive. He said, stimulating the blood again. A trace of blood rises from the finger, which looks like jade when illuminated by light, with a semi-transparent purple-black color. Mental strength has also increased, but it has not yet reached a qualitative change. Take out the remaining small bottle and pour it directly into your mouth. After entering the entrance of fairy spirit heavenly liquid, the leaves instantly feel the effect. Meditate and absorb. Previously, it took less than half a day to absorb the source of essence, but it took more than a day to absorb just 1 drop of fairy liquid. Ziye opened his eyes, and now his qualifications have improved a bit, almost reaching the limit of a low-grade person. As long as one of the 3 skills is upgraded to another level, or there are other opportunities, you can reach the middle level of the earth level. Ziye was not idle for the rest of the day, spending it practicing as usual. The 2nd round of tests, the qualification test, is about to begin. As the voice fell, a crystal-like seed suddenly appeared in the room, like an exquisite handicraft. The leaves caught the seeds and were examining them carefully. Please prove your qualifications. There is no limit on the method. The time is 7 days. Prove. Ziye's mind moved, and he released his fist in an instant, blowing strong winds in the room. His current boxing intention has taken many steps forward and is much stronger than before. The crystal seeds gradually floated up in the fist, and after a few seconds the seeds sprouted. Then, it begins to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters, half a meter. When growth is slow, the leaves are on the palms. It is already a sapling about 1 meter tall, but its branches and leaves are a little sparse. The tree is 1 meter tall, has genius-level qualifications and can obtain a 2nd-class rating. A trace of blood rose from the palm of the leaf and merged into the crystal tree. Since the fist intention can be used, there is no reason why the physical constitution cannot be used. The crystal sapling grows again after inhaling qi and blood. But this time it is not mainly about growing taller, but it is becoming stronger and stronger, and there are more branches and leaves. Ziye did not stop, and then released his mental power. With the combined efforts of the 2, the crystal tree grew to 1.5 meters, and it looked much healthier than ordinary trees. The tree is 1.5 meters tall, has an understanding of the artistic conception, has a solid foundation, has a special physique, is a spiritual master, has genius-level qualifications, and can obtain a 1st-class rating. Already waiting, same as the last round. But Ziye feels that he still has room for improvement. Then he gently placed the small crystal tree on the ground, and the leaves practiced directly next to it. Breathing, boxing, and body movements are all practiced. The small crystal tree also seemed to sense something and began to grow at a slow speed. Long Washuan took the seeds and directly released his fighting spirit and gun spirit. The tree seeds sprouted quickly, and soon they were close to 1 meter tall. That's all? Long Washuan directly popped out a drop of blood, which contained fighting intent. After absorbing the blood, the crystal tree grew much faster. The tree is 1.6 meters tall. It has dual artistic conception, special physique, deep foundation, and a talent level of genius. It can obtain a first-class rating. That's about right. Long Washuan heard Tianyu level soon, which was normal. Another place. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The seed in front of Su Chongkong almost grew into a stick. There are no branches or leaves, only one main trunk growing to 2 meters high. The tree grows to 2 meters tall. It has its own path, its own way of swordsmanship, and its qualifications are at the level of genius. It can obtain a first-class rating. After hearing the first-class rating, Su Chongkong didn't care and continued to practice his sword intent. Look at the others. The small crystal tree next to Mou continues to grow at a slow speed. That should be fine. As he spoke, Mou calmed down and began to understand the inheritance in his mind. It was only after he obtained it that he realized that this was actually the inheritance of the Soul King. Although it is only a small part, it is enough. Including the previous spiritual magic, as well as the unique spiritual method that will be created. All have a great relationship with these inheritances. Lang Rushuan took out the alchemy furnace and started refining the elixir next to the small tree. And it is still a middle-grade elixir in the spiritual realm. After these few months of enlightenment, she is already a middle-level spiritual alchemist, the grandson of the alchemy king who is also in the training camp. Now they are still only at the lower level of the spiritual level. Qianduoduo also started to draw talismans, and he also reached the middle level of the spiritual level. Soon several talismans were drawn and the crystal tree began to grow. This relieved him. Although I don't know what is going on now and the true meaning of that great world. But at least the situation wasn't bad enough, even when I first entered here. I got a lot of good things. The Tian family brothers were forcibly separated and their overall ability was greatly reduced due to their inability to cooperate. Wang Xia performed very well, and the growth of crystal tree was the first except for the 4 leaves. But others are not so good, and it takes a lot of effort to get the seeds to germinate. Outside. After all 100 people entered the ruins underwent earth-shaking changes in an instant. In the golden flash, everything that came close was destroyed. The chief instructor was frightened when he saw it. Fortunately, he had been vaccinated in advance and was able to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible. Standing on a room in the distance, it's really scary, but it doesn't require me to keep guard. After saying one sentence, the chief instructor took a long time before speaking again. Dashi. Time passes. Last 2 days. Ziye found that the crystal tree grew slower and slower during practice, so he turned his attention to the alchemy furnace given by Qianduoduo in the ring. This should also be a kind of qualification. I tried making it for a while and found it effective. Continue. He started refining furnaces of middle-level spiritual elixirs. His current level was already on the same level as Lang Rushuan and Qianduoduo. Their skills are also the only ones in the entire training camp that are among the 3 spiritual levels. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and an old voice came. Ziye came to his senses, and the crystal tree beside him had grown to 3.8 meters. He has grown up. The second round of tests, the qualification test is over. There are 5 people rated first class, 5 people rated second class, 18 people rated third class, and the remaining people have no rating. Your rating is first class. Distribute rewards, Tianyu and tree fruit. After the voice fell, one could only see the meridians emerging from the crystal tree. All energy begins to pass through these meridians and is transmitted to the canopy. Just look at a small bag starting to protrude from a branch. Subsequently, a crystal fruit gradually took shape. The crystal tree also becomes transparent, and when the fruit is fully formed, it disappears completely. There is a hint of dark purple inside the fruit, and it also exudes fist power. The moment you get the fruit, Zize's body felt like he wanted to eat it. The ones you cultivate yourself are indeed the best for you. The leaves eat the fruit directly, he has a premonition. This time his qualifications can usher in a big improvement. Others also took their own fruits. Level 69 Destiny. Deep inside the ruins, a stone statue with many broken parts began to emit spiritual power. After a moment, the statue spoke alone. 5 Tianyu level people, the great generation of this civilization, are qualified. After the leaf absorbed the fruit, the whole body began a round of transformation. His body emitted a blood mist of its own accord, and the nightgown on his body changed color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then most of it dissipated like ashes. His boxing skills also began to grow rapidly, reaching a certain limit. Hu! Ziye let out a breath. This time his aptitude was upgraded to the middle level of Earth rank, and his physique also reached the lower level of Earth rank. The gains in boxing skills, and experience are even greater. After that, the sound stopped, and Ziye was not in a hurry. He took out the knife box and started practicing. Because of his Earth level qualifications and skills, he reached the subtle level with almost no effort. At the same time, the number of operable flying knives was increased to 12. Judging from its combat power, it can easily strangle lives below the 7th level of Qi and blood. The third round of test, the test of fate. When this round is over, those who have not been rated in 3 rounds of tests will be automatically eliminated. As the sound rang out, the 4 walls of the room began to change. Finally, 4 light gates appeared. Fate. Ziye didn't believe in fate or something like that, or rather, he didn't care. Fate says he will die? Then he will fight. Fate says he will win? He will be like this too. Ziye walked directly towards the light door in front of him and entered. It was a room that was no different from the previous one, except for an extra humanoid puppet. The next second, I noticed the appearance of leaves. The puppet started automatically and attacked Ziye. Various weapons popped out from the 4 arms, cooperating with each other to block all escape routes. Bang! Ziye dodged easily and kicked him away. The puppet crashed into the wall and stopped moving. Looking around the room, 4 more light doors opened. The leaves continue to move in a straight line. In the new room, dozens of poisonous mists were mixed together. Each one of them is at the spiritual level, and when combined, ordinary people in the Qi and blood realm won't even have a chance to take medicine. The leaves directly use the breathing method to actively absorb these toxins. In just a moment, the last trace of toxin was absorbed. The light gate had already been opened. Ziye entered again, but this time unexpectedly there was nothing. Strangeness. Walk to the wall and put your hand on it. This time, my fate was being tested. Could it be that my luck was too bad and I was doomed to failure? My fate is normal, so I can give it the 3rd rating. 3rd rating? The leaves take a breath one moment and the next. A straight punch hit the wall, bang! It made a huge noise, but it had no effect. Disobeying orders by force is considered the 3rd level. The leaf moved its body, was it resisting orders with force? The next moment. Fist intention, burning blood, flying knife. Boom boom boom. Dozens or hundreds of punches, and 12 flying knives attacking continuously. With every attack, Ziye felt the same position and fought him with the same strength. Interesting. The leaves' attacks became more and more fierce. The wall in front of me began to shake, and small pieces of gravel popped out from time to time, turning into dust in the blink of an eye. Tianyu entered a new room with a broken knife stuck in the middle. Just as I was about to take action, I heard a series of soft voices. I was alert at first, but nothing happened. So he walked over, holding the broken knife in one hand. Lucky luck, can be rated as second. Another room. Wu Tianming sat cross-legged on the ground, with a stone tablet in front of him. The words written on it were not human words, but he could see something. The destiny is strong and can be rated first. There is also Long Wushuan, who is fighting. A skill book flew directly from another room. Unparalleled destiny, should be rated first. Mou silently understood his own path. Destiny has its ups and downs, so it should be rated first. Su Chongkong walked quietly, there was nothing in the dozen or so rooms. The fate is unknown. It is rated first for now. Qian Duoduo packed up the treasures in front of him, and several rooms were filled with treasures. Blessed fate, it should be rated second. Lang Rushuan picked up several mysterious prescriptions. Fate alone, it should be rated second. This time, many people who had no ratings before have obtained ratings one after another. Almost everyone had their own opportunity, and their pace naturally stopped. But this round of testing has never ended. Don't you admit it? There seemed to be a flash of memories in the stone statue's eyes. He also ignored Yezi's actions. The things in the room were meant to be sent out. It would be better if they were all taken away. But normally, it is the fate of nothingness that determines ownership. If it succeeds, maybe this civilization can survive. The stone statue began to pay attention to this man with an ordinary fate. Ziye doesn't know these things and doesn't care. I saw that the fists that had easily smashed the vicious beasts in the Qi and Blood realm were already filled with blood. Disobeying orders with force can be rated third. Disobeying orders with force can be rated third. The voice kept ringing, it's really annoying. Ziye said indifferently. Burn soul, burn blood with full power. The dark purple energy and blood turned into a demon behind him, and the energy and blood dripped to the ground. There was a sound, and it actually began to corrode the ground. One punch. Boom. Centered on the fist, the wall began to shatter inch by inch. In the end, it's still strength. Ziye said, retracting his scarred fist, and stepped into the portal that appeared. Using force to defy destiny can be rated as the second level. Go into the new room, there are some treasures inside, just put them away. Ziye still didn't stop. Punch after punch, walking into new rooms. Long Wushuan stood in the center of the room and took out his spear again. He was originally comprehending the technique, but his intuition told him. Something is coming. Staring at a wall, only seeing the next second. Boom! The gravel flew in, and the invisible spirit turned into a bottle barrier to block it all. A figure walked through the dust, with most of his body exposed. There were countless wounds of various sizes on it, and the face was covered with a mask, making it impossible to see the face. Especially behind him, the energy and blood that turned into a demon would make most people lose the courage to fight just by looking at it. Leaves. A trace of surprise flashed across Long Wushuan's face. Determining destiny with force can be ranked first. Wushuan. Ziye exited the state first, but he didn't expect such a coincidence to bump into Long Wushuan. What's going on with you? Using force to decide one's destiny sounds more powerful than my fate of Wushuan. Long Wushuan also reacted and asked excitedly. Hey, I just wanted to try it. Ziye threw a few pills into his mouth, and then told what happened. So I fought all the way here. The more Long Wushuan listened, the brighter his eyes became. He didn't know how many rooms there were here. Even if most of them are empty, once you encounter a good one, you will make a profit. Ziye, I have an idea. Chapter 70 Break through the test. Fight to the death. Long Huashuan's dozens of attacks hit one point, causing a loud noise. The wall was penetrated, and Long Huashuan couldn't wait to walk in. Nothing good. There was only one middle-grade spiritual mirror in the room, and Ziye followed him at this time. You can rest in a while, and I'll come up. Long Huashuan looked back and saw Ziye, who had recovered a lot. Your physique is even more abnormal than mine. After the last battle in the martial arts arena, he didn't expect Ziye to recover within a few days. Faster than him. Seeing it with my own eyes this time, I was even more shocked. It's not bad. Ziye said carelessly. His resilience was not due to his physical constitution. Long Huashuan suddenly thought of something. Ziye, if you have a chance, come to my house, and I will take you to the old man to get a holy marrow fruit. What is that? Ziye asked, but heard Long Huashuan say to find someone to ask for it. You will understand that it is definitely an extremely precious treasure. It's a good thing. I ate one when I broke through the Qi and Blood realm, and my quality of life evolved directly. Long Huashuan exuded a trace of aura, and his inner will was so strong that even Ziye was frightened. It's too expensive. Ziye said decisively. Hey, that thing can only be effective if you use it. Anyway, the old man won't give it to you, so you can wait until I become the head of the family to get it for you. The two chatted and fought, but in the end Ziye did not accept Long Huashuan's kindness. During this period, most of the rooms were empty, and some had various dangers. But compared with the two of them, the danger is not that dangerous. Another wall was broken, and this time there was one more person in the room. Be ready to take action at any time, but when you see someone coming. The man was full of questions. Why were these two monsters? When Long Huashuan saw the man staying where he was about to walk over. Everything is here. The man decisively handed over his harvest, although he didn't know what was going on now. No, I won't steal your things. Long Huashuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay, take the things back, we're just borrowing away. Ziye walked past the two people, and then the person who was originally standing in the middle suddenly felt like he was in hell without realizing it. A demon turned its back to him, but he didn't even have the courage to escape. At this time, Long Huashuan put a hand on his shoulder. He protected him with fighting spirit, and did not withdraw his hand until Ziye entered the next room. Okay, do whatever you need to do. After the two of them fought all the way and met many people during the process. Little money. Long Huashuan smiled and rushed over. Qianduoduo noticed the scene behind the two people and immediately accepted this method. After a few people chatted for a few words. You can't do this with small money, why don't you try it too? Long Huashuan learned that Qianduoduo was only ranked second, and was very dissatisfied with this. Brother Long, among the 100 people who came in, apart from the two of you, only Su Chongkong has a chance, and Mou probably can't. Qianduoduo said helplessly. Don't say he's not good at fighting, even if he is good at it, he can't compare to these two monsters. Then we have to forget it. We have met a lot of people along the way. What do you think? Long Huashuan also knew that his thinking was too simple. Qianduoduo said without even thinking, of course I will follow the team. After that, Ziye and Long Huashuan took a rest for a while. Every time they break the wall, they need to try their best. And there are backlashes. If they didn't have a lot of good things in their hands, they wouldn't be able to hold on long ago. But the harvest is also huge. In addition to the people they know, there are also a lot of people they don't know. It was just right now, so I took out everything. Qianduoduo began to organize. The stuff is pretty good and has several floors. Qianduoduo took out the earth-level treasures, 5 in total. 2 skills, 2 weapons, and 1 metal material. Ziye asked for all the skills, but Long Huashuan gave them all to Qianduoduo without even looking at them. He knew that Qianduoduo would definitely give him a price that satisfied him. Although he doesn't care about this. You guys. Mou looked at Qian Duoduo, who was standing at the end among the three of them, unconsciously. Qian Duoduo waved his hand, it's not me. Even if I have this idea, I can't implement it. Mou was right when he thought about the attack just now. It's simply not something a normal person can do. The team found another person. The remaining Lang Rushuan was found not long after. Gradually, someone followed a few people from a distance. From 1 or 2, to dozens. They looked at the 6 people in front of them from a distance, especially the 2 monsters. Is this something a human can do? Everyone couldn't help but think of this moment. They are Tianyu, Tian, and Tianling who received the first rating in this round. I also suddenly felt that the first rating seemed to be just like that. At the stone statue. When I saw the last treasure, it was taken away. I also plan to end this round of testing, which has been a while. The previous 2 rounds lasted only 10 days, but the third round has now been almost half a month. This is Ziye and the others who are more lucky, in the eyes of the stone statue. The total number of rooms they walked through was only 1/10 of the total. The next second. Everyone can hear that old voice. The third round of tests, the test of fate is over. All the treasures have their own owners. 8 people are rated first class, 10 are rated second class, 15 are rated third class, and the remaining people have no rating. The total number of people who have received ratings in the 3 rounds is 56. The voice fell, and all the people in the room who had not received ratings were thrown out. 1 day later, the final test, the inheritance test begins. Outside. The chief instructor is waiting outside. He doesn't wait all the time. But it's been 25 days. No one came out, so something was obviously wrong. Just as the chief instructor was thinking about countermeasures, the vortex in the golden light changed. Then, under the gaze of the chief instructor, one person was thrown out, followed by another, and when all 44 people were thrown out, the chief instructor found one and said directly, "Tell me, what happened inside?" Oh. The man first told the first 2 rounds of the test, but when it came time to talk about the third round, but he fell silent. Something happened. When the chief instructor heard about the type of test, he was half relieved but then became worried again. The man shook his head, I don't know how to describe those 2 monsters. After knowing everything that happened in the ruins, the chief instructor was surprised at first, but then felt that it was completely normal. What a monster! Then, it flew directly towards the sky. 4 people outside, the watch also received some points and distributed some resources. Although they were eliminated, there were not many geniuses outside. It's just that genius here is just the foundation. Chapter 71 The Final Test. Within the ruins, Ziye and Long Wushuan consumed a lot of money. They took a lot of healing and recovery treasures and could not recover in a short time. In a room on the side, I don't know how many treasures were piled together, and Qian Duoduo started to pack them up from a corner. A high-grade spiritual elixir, well preserved, not bad. A low-grade weapon from the ground level, a good thing. If Ziye needs the low-grade skills from the ground level, he will also take them out. He is not like Long Wushuan, who regards money as useless, or like Ziye, who is completely uninterested in unnecessary things. From his businessman's perspective, each of these items is an excellent treasure. There is one heaven-level treasure that is valuable but not marketable. After paying the price at the previous price, you can easily make a big profit by selling it back. Qian Duoduo quickly calculated the price. Mou hit hockey while blocking Su Chongkong. Su Chongkong looked at the person in front of him and said, I will not take the opportunity to take action. I know, but in your current state, it won't work. Mou had already noticed Su Chongkong. Especially when it follows behind, it feels like the sword intent may explode at any time. Even if you know that as long as Su Chongkong is not crazy, he will not do anything to harm others. But, what if? Mou stared at Su Chongkong. He didn't know how to cultivate this killing sword intent. All he knew was that the other person had fundamentally changed since he first met him. Okay, go back, you don't really want to fight two monsters together. After Su Chongkong was silent for a while, he turned around and left. Mou also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party suddenly made a move, the sword he had been keeping would be unsheathed. I'm afraid I have to lose something. Looking back, except for Long Wushuan and the other three people, Lang Rushuan and Ye Mengmeng chatted, and sure enough, people of the same sex always have more topics to talk about than those of the opposite sex. For a long time. After Qian Duoduo finished packing his things, he walked up to the two of them with a huge list in his hand. 2 customers, here's the list of items, as well. Halfway through his very serious speech, he was interrupted by both of them. Xiao Qian, you are making me dizzy just talking about this. I believe you, just give me the number. Qian Duoduo immediately handed over a bunch of exercises, and Yezi's eyes lit up and he collected them all. A 50-50 split. These exercises account for 30% of the total value. How will you settle the rest? Energy stone. Long Wushuan thought of the old man at home, but he didn't care. Same. Yezi's demand for energy stones is almost unlimited, as long as there are enough energy stones. The speed of breathing upgrade is absolutely sky-breaking. Okay, I don't have that much on hand right now. I'll pay the bill as soon as I get out. Qian Duoduo calculated in his mind that the remaining items were worth more than 1,000 high-grade energy stones. Generally, it is impossible for an individual in the true martial realm to have such assets. By the way, here's what you see. Qian Duoduo took out the most precious heaven-level treasure, which must be counted separately. Even if it is the realm of heaven and human beings, or a big family and a big force. Not that every family has it. Even the appearance of low-grade heavenly treasures can cause at least one continent to shake. After Ziye noticed that it was a weapon, he didn't care. I don't need it. Long Wushuan had an idea. Ziye, why don't you give me this weapon first, and I'll take this to ask my old man for something. Ziye understood that Long Wushuan was still thinking about the holy marrow fruit for himself. However, this value is half of the heaven-level treasure. Ziye stopped thinking about this. He didn't know the value of heavenly steps. It seems that after returning home, I have to take some time to study. He was originally a top student, but after coming out, he became a top student. I don't know this, I don't know that. The writing is incomplete. Can. Ziye did not refuse this time. Don't worry, I will never let you lose. There is still more than half of the day left. Seeing that nothing happened for the time being, Qian Duoduo greeted a few people and set up 2 tables in several rooms. Even Su Chongkong sat at the same table, and he didn't know how Qian Duoduo did it. The only problem is that no one dares to sit at the same table with him. Those who are capable either don't want to stand out, or they are. It's a small amount of money, but you still think carefully. It's just okay. Time passes. When everyone is full, many people choose to take a rest or simply catch up on their sleep. Qian Duoduo started cleaning up with the 2 of them, and Ziye went to help when he had nothing to do. Ziye, you'd better rest for a while. By the way, do your clothes still fit? It fits well. The night clothes are so torn that they cannot be worn. Now Ziye is wearing a set of dark clothes, which Duoduo asked for in change. At the same time, Ziye became more and more convinced. At first, Qian Duoduo said that he had taken some things as backup, but I was afraid that they were not the inventory of the entire Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. After getting along for so long, we really have everything we need. Ziye, someone in my family wants to befriend you. Duo mentioned something that should have been mentioned a long time ago. Do you want to make friends? Ziye said calmly, without stopping the movements of his hands. Duo immediately changed his tone and said, Ziye, I want to apologize to you in advance. What's wrong? Ziye looked at Duo strangely. Duo sighed and said, you also know that in the Chamber of Commerce, there are many things going on. When there are too many things, someone will always take the opportunity to put some thought into it. With Do Wang here, no one will want to provoke you, but there will always be a few fools. Ziye nodded after hearing this, I understand. Soon, several people finished cleaning up. Ziye continued to practice. Duo also took a rare break, and there was nothing he wanted to do here. After a few hours of rest, all 56 people returned to their best condition to face the final test. Brother, this time we are together, we will definitely be no worse than others. Tianling reunited with his brother and his fighting spirit was high. Yet, Tian was relatively calm, but the subtle movements also showed his inner feelings. Wang Xi waited quietly, acting as if she didn't want to approach strangers. She only received a 3rd rating this round, well below expectations. At this time, an old voice came. The final test, the inheritance test begins. All of you will have the power to choose different inheritances based on the total number of ratings. The inheritance may fail, but if it succeeds and is deeply compatible, you will receive special rewards. At the same time as the sound sounded, dozens of marks merged into the crowd. The brightness of the imprint that each person incorporates is different. Those who received the 3rd rating only once were so weak that they were difficult to identify. It can be clearly seen only after receiving several 3rd places or a 2nd level mark. And like Long Wushuan, Ziye, Su Chongkong, and Mou, there are 3 people who have achieved the 1st rating. Anything with a bright mark can be used as a flashlight. Then, portals appeared on the wall next to everyone. Mou made a fuss and walked into a portal with the 5 people behind him. Chapter 72 The Hall of Inheritance. After everyone felt dizzy, Ziye lay flat on his back and opened his eyes, only to see Long Wushuan leaning over him and watching here curiously. Everyone else is around too. The next moment, he controlled his body to stand up. Only then did he realize that they seemed to be in absolute darkness. Only the mark is glowing. At this time, I only saw a stream of light passing by from a distance. Originally, according to the direction, it was absolutely impossible to interact with them. But in the next moment, it turned at a 90-degree right angle. It flew towards their position and stopped when it got close. Only then did a few people see clearly that it was a book. Which of you wants to try this? Mou turned around and asked, but no one was interested. I'm not interested. Long Wushuan felt that this book was not suitable for him. And the level of its inheritance is also a bit low. Neither do I. Seeing that everyone was not interested, Mou said. Okay, let's take a walk first. This place is very strange, although it is full of dark nothingness. But it doesn't make people feel uneasy. Instead, it makes people feel calm. I don't know how long I've been gone. There was only a long cry in the distance, and a strange bird made of ice flew towards me. The light emanating from it far exceeds the previous books. The strange birds flew around them several times and chirped many times to no avail. Just fly somewhere else. Several people continued to move forward and walked some distance. The darkness in the nothingness gradually worsened, but the few people were still unharmed. The light remains. Meng stopped and looked away. Mou was the first to react, and when he looked over there, there was indeed a stream of light. The stream of light flew closer, and the moment Meng stretched out her hand to make contact, her whole body was covered in light. After confirming that there was no danger, Mou said, "Okay, let's go. There shouldn't be any trouble in this place where half of the inheritance is interrupted." "Yes." Ziye responded, glanced at Ye Mengmeng again, and then continued to move forward. It was as if they had walked to the inner area, the inheritance that they had only seen for a long time. Looking to the side here, you can spot one after a while. And when they discovered their heritage, they all gathered around them, showing their hope of being chosen. The 5 people are like 5 bright lights, constantly attracting inheritance. Not long after, there were already hundreds of inheritors surrounding him. Even the inheritance that appeared was somewhat inadequate for a few people. At this time, there was a person who was emitting a weak light and was searching hard for inheritance. Why? An accidental glance is a scene that will never be forgotten in a lifetime. Among dozens or hundreds of inheritances, the 5 people moved forward firmly without any influence. This. I wanted to shout for a moment, is this a human being? The inheritance that I couldn't find, was not even qualified to be chosen around them. Mou glanced to one side, unimpressed. Then stopped caring. The 5 people continued walking, and the darkness continued to intensify. Only when the light of those inheritances is not enough to follow will they retreat. When even the marks of Qianduoduo and Lang Rushuan are no longer so bright. Let's not go too deep, let's find 2 suitable inheritances first. No one objected to Mou's words. Lang Rushuan grabbed Qianduoduo and said, Xiao Qian, what do you want? You name it, as long as it's here, I'll find it for you. Qianduoduo thought about it in his mind and said, it would be better if it is related to money, or something related to Taoism. What about you? Mou asked Lang Rushuan, who had been walking behind him. Dan Dao. The voice was not loud, but it was already much better than before. Lang Rushuan's social anxiety has gradually improved over the long period of getting along with her. Okay, let's look for it first. Lang Rushuan and Ziye looked in one direction respectively, and the light they emitted was still considerable. Leave a black jade in the middle, as long as you pay attention to it, there will be no problem. Suddenly the search range was 3 times larger, very quickly. Lang Rushuan made a discovery over there and called a few people to come. All I saw was a gold bead, which at first glance was a symbol of wealth. Xiao Qian, how about this? Lang Rushuan said happily. He is also sincerely happy to help his friends from childhood to adulthood find a good inheritance. Very good. Qianduoduo couldn't walk the first time he saw it. After a simple thank you, I started to accept the inheritance directly. Later, I was also very lucky and quickly found an inheritance in the shape of an alchemy furnace. Watching Lang Rushuan also start the inheritance. The 3 of them continued to go deeper to find their inheritance. The darkness became heavier and heavier, like thick black water. After walking for a long time, the 3 of them stopped at the same time. A large hall appeared in front of you. In front of the huge door of the main hall, a person was about to push the door open and enter. When Su Chongkong noticed the arrival, he slowly opened the door without any change. Then walked in directly. Let's go in too. There was a hint of excitement in Lang Rushuan's words, obviously if the situation allowed. He was very willing to try his hand at Su Chongkong. There's no rush, it's just the 3 of you anyway. Mou said helplessly. With that said, several people walked into the hall. The scene inside was much simpler than they thought, except for a dozen statues of the same size. There is nothing left. Ziye saw at a glance that Su Chongkong was already standing in front of a statue. The statue was also holding a long sword, but it looked like a wandering swordsman. There is no feeling like an ordinary swordsman is invincible, just like a passerby. Su Chongkong's killing sword intent spread around him, gradually wrapping around the statue. We are also opening an election. Lang Rushuan said the first moment he came in. He determined his target and saw that it was a statue wearing some kind of military uniform. The military uniform was different from anything he knew, but that didn't matter. Because of this military power, People can understand at a single glance that this is definitely a general who leads an army. Walking to the statue, Long Wushuan felt the fighting spirit in it, as well as the same military power as the old man. The next moment, the military power suddenly increased. Long Wushuan looked relaxed. This is not much different from the old man's. After he did something wrong at home, the old man would always show up on time to teach him what he had done wrong. He clearly remembered that within a year. Because of the old man's teaching, he spent half of the whole year in bed. Every time you take action, military power is essential. Judging from the number of times he has received teaching, his resistance is not high anymore. Instead, fill it up directly. After saying that, he pressed one hand towards the statue. The fighting spirit soared into the sky, and the military power of the statue stagnated for a moment. Then, a stream of light rushed into Long Wushuan's body, and his whole aura changed. Apparently it was a success. Mou said hello and began to choose the inheritance that suited him. Ziye was not in a hurry and began to spin around in the hall. Chapter 73 Civilization. Stand in front of a statue. There was a deep sadness in Mou's eyes, and she reached out to touch the statue. He felt that this hall was full of regret, sadness, and death. After this trip is over, the so-called Great World should have begun. Mou knew something, but he never said it. The hidden Mo clan. The most daring thief in the world. The statue seemed to be echoing, and Mou felt that those stone eyes without a trace of aura were looking at him. Ziye has already turned around, and in the middle, he saw that Mou had also begun to accept the inheritance. My own path has been determined, and I will walk on it with my own fists, and all those who use weapons will be eliminated directly. But this hall is only large, with only 11 statues in total. 3 have been selected, even if they are added together, none of them use fists. This made Ziye sigh inwardly. He had carefully sensed it, and none of them had the intention of fisting. It seems that my luck is really not very good, he said helplessly. 5 of the 8 statues use weapons, except for the rear. A Dan Dao, a Chi Dao, and a person. The Chi Dao will not be of much direct help to oneself. This has already been determined when choosing skills to practice. So if there were only these 2, he would definitely choose Dan Dao without hesitation. The leaves stopped in front of the statue. This statue was different from the others. It doesn't have any intention, and it won't make people feel anything else. It's just like a real stone. Ziye glanced around, although it didn't say that he could only choose one inheritance. But you have to pay attention after all. Do you want to try it? Even if he has a panel, he can't get it even if he inherits it. At most, it just slows down the speed of getting stronger, and the cost of failure is much smaller. Moreover, this harvest has exceeded expectations. Ziye then pressed it up with one hand, but there was no reaction. Even if you fail, you should have some reaction. Ziye, who did not believe in evil, directly released his fist intention, but there was still no movement. All intentions dissipated immediately after touching the statue. There are only a few conditions that an inheritance needs to be tested normally. As soon as Ziye gathered some purple-black energy and blood in his palm, he saw a ball of light flying out of the statue. This group of light is very faint, inferior to those of the lowest marks. In Ziye's eyes, a human figure that was different from ordinary people, with a square gap on his forehead gradually formed. When it finally stabilized, the whole thing was not clear, and only some obvious features could be seen. You chose my inheritance. A sentence full of doubt. It seems that this person did not expect this situation to happen. Well, so what is your inheritance? After hearing Ziye's affirmative answer, the man fell silent. What secret skills have you practiced? The next second, after feeling Ziye's gaze. What I set up at the beginning can only be activated if it is a secret technique of a sufficient level, and it has to be performed in front of me. By the way, you can understand my name as a star. Xing said the name vaguely, which made Ziye feel a little strange. But it was only for a moment, and then I thought about the conditions for activating the inheritance. Is it a sufficient level of secret technique? There are many secret techniques that he has cultivated to the realm of transformation, and these are integrated into his physique. Therefore, the qi and blood that he showed was considered a secret technique. After Ziye figured it out, he also named the two main ones. What I practice is burning blood and burning souls. It comes with my physique. As he said that, the leaves opened fully for a few seconds before retracting. Yes, the combat power of several small levels has increased all at once, and because of the lack of quality, if you use it carefully, the side effects are not unacceptable. Xing saw through the two secret arts at a glance, but then paused for a moment. About my inheritance, it's just a secret method of unknown grade, and a requirement. Ziye frowned slightly, but continued to listen. That was probably the 23rd stellar cycle that the evil god officially invaded. That day, the last star died at the hands of the evil god, and my civilization officially entered the countdown to death. Originally, we could still rely on our trump cards to support it for a while, but the evil god is eyeing this ruins. This ruins has been here since the beginning of the evil god's sight, helping us fight against the evil god. It has saved several civilizations before. We have been defeated, and we cannot let this flame of hope go out. Xing's words contained a lot of information, and Ziye didn't know where to start asking for a while. That day, the only 3 half-step stars left in the civilization attacked at the same time, but they were still defeated. So, the entire civilization made a choice together, using me as a carrier at the expense of civilization, and this was how we saved this place. Within the star, an ordinary piece of paper flew out. You, me. Ziye no longer cares about inheritance. He knew about the evil god, but he didn't know that it was so terrifying. Moreover, the person in front of him who was somewhat different from himself turned out to be an alien from another civilization. Xing also discovered the abnormality of Ziye. It seems that the upper levels of your civilization did not announce the news. This is also very common. Whenever the heritage site tells the civilization leadership about the information, only a few of them choose to publish it. Ziye nodded. He let himself not think about those things now. It seems that it should be like this. Then this is a secret technique of unknown grade. When I took the paper that was handed to me, there was not a word on it, which was in line with the mysterious characteristics. Yes, this secret technique is very easy to learn, and its effect is simpler. You can exchange the price for strength. You will understand when you go back and try it. Ziye put the paper away casually. What's that request? The star points to its own statue first. Originally, only the stars were qualified to leave a legacy here, but because a civilization protected this place with their lives, I was about to die at the last moment. I was saved, and I also have the qualifications to inherit, and at the same time, because I am essentially a useless person. In short, there is a stone statue in charge of this site, and he said that he can use a request to redeem the inheritance. When Xing spoke, he was both relaxed and helpless. Also, would you like to hear the end of this story? There is nothing he can do now, the only thing he can do is to continue talking about civilized things. His civilization is dead, but he will definitely fight the evil god until the last moment. Even young children will not cry because of evil gods. Everyone is fighting with all their strength. 32 stars, 2510 sky, and the earth counted by thousands. And the trillions of people on dozens of planets. The body of the star is dissipating, and after all, it is just a trace of remaining consciousness. When it comes to it, a star powerhouse blocks the entrance of the evil god's invasion. One person, one knife, one star reincarnation. The sound then stopped, the last survivor of the star civilization. Dead. Number 74 Secret Technique. Ziye didn't say a word for a long time. In silence, Long Wushuan walked towards him. His inheritance went smoothly and he got a lot of benefits easily. He swallowed the words that were on his lips and asked, "What's wrong?" Ziye breathed a sigh of relief. "Wushuan, evil god, do you know? I heard the old man say it, but I only heard a few sentences." Long Wushuan said seriously. "Oh." An evil look flashed across Ziye's eyes. "Wushuan, please wait here, Captain, I have something to take care of." "Don't worry, leave it to me." Long Wushuan agreed directly without asking any questions. The leaves then moved in one direction, starting from just now. In his perception, a direction appeared. In a corner of the main hall, a road appeared silently. The footsteps gradually approached, in the eyes of the stone statue. A man wearing black uniforms and a wolf head mask came out. "You're here." The old stone statue said the same voice as before. Ziye responded and then went straight to the topic. "I want something that can speed up my practice." He now has an absurd amount of mortal and spiritual level skills, as well as earth level skills. Even if you have the qualifications and skills for these things, it is not something you can achieve in a short time if you want to practice to the transformation state. The stone statue seemed to think for a moment, as if a light flashed in his eyes. "No, the last useful treasure was used 12 civilizations ago. Is there any other method, as long as it is effective?" Ziye took a step forward and asked without giving up. This time, the stone statue was silent for a while. "Yes, but the side effects are unbearable. He will cause irreversible damage to your soul." "Then this is it," Ziye said decisively. The stone statue seemed to be stunned for a moment, but when it felt that something was wrong with Ziye's expression. "Your heart should be firm, otherwise you won't be able to go far." Concerned persuasion, but in vain. "Sorry, at least until now, I haven't felt that I was wrong." After a while, the stone statue seemed to give up. A person's path can only be changed by himself, no matter what others say, it is useless. This secret method is given to you. You can tell me another one. I want secret techniques, as many as I want. There was a far longer silence than before, as the stone statue carefully observed the leaves. "This is exactly how to get out of the way. I have never seen your physique before. It is very strong and comprehensive. Even if you use those 2 secret techniques excessively, you can still recover." Obviously, the stone statue's soul, which had lived for who knows how long, could easily see a lot. But, everything has its limits. Ziye was unusually calm. "I know, but the power that is enough for a moment is worth everything, isn't it? The panel can restore him, but it doesn't resurrect him. If you use the secret method too much, you will die. Your road should not go all the way to the dark." The stone statue wanted to continue, but Ziye asked, "Is the evil god thing true?" The stone statue paused for a moment. "Really?" Without waiting for anything else, Ziye asked the second question directly. "What level is the star?" The stone statue did not answer immediately, but looked at Ziye, who also looked at him. "There is no half step above heaven and man." One sentence. "How big is our civilization?" The third question followed. "Not one in the true sense." The tone of the statue changed. "So, I have several options?" Ziye asked back. "The invasion of the evil god is not the same. You still have time to grow." This is all the statue said. Afterwards, a ball of light flew out. "Here is the secret method I can give you." Ziye used his mental power to hold up the ball of light, and saw it directly merge into his body. Closing his eyes and exploring, Ziye found that the ball of light stopped in his mind. As long as you use your mental power, you can check the information in it. When the leaf left his mind, the statue continued, "This is the secret book. Take a look at it first." Ziye used his mental power to take a quick look. This secret method can't even be considered a martial arts method. Because it is just some methods and effects, nothing else. Ziye quickly understood this technique. Dividing the soul into multiple parts that are independent of each other but connected, practicing the exercises in this way is equivalent to having several more people gain insights together. Ziye could point out several flaws in this almost ridiculous practice. First of all, this technique talks about splitting the soul, and this alone makes the danger level soar. Moreover, it is not easy to comprehend the skills, although the separated soul can comprehend them independently. But the soul is incomplete, and those fragmented souls will either die immediately or become almost idiots. Wait, there are various other problems. Ziye could see that the creator of this secret method had tried his best to perfect it. But it's still far from being usable. Seeing the change in Ziye's expression, the statue thought he would give up. Can. Okay. The two words Ziye said lightly made the stone statue lose its composure for the first time. Didn't you see? After much thought, this is the only possibility that would lead people to give a positive answer to this practice. Of course I did. Ziye didn't care what the statue thought, he naturally had his own plans. Since he has been practicing more and more techniques, he has understood. A little bit of hard practice is an effective but slow method. There are also better ways to increase skills and experience. But asceticism is still possible, so if the soul is divided into several parts, let them comprehend the skills day and night, although their split souls should be at the same level as idiots. But will the blessing of skills take so much care? As for the dangers and possible accidents in between, as long as they don't result in immediate death, they are acceptable. As for the possibility of immediate death, this is a struggle in itself and there are always risks. So, in Ziye's opinion, this is worth a try. I have seen many geniuses, some of whom are called crazy, but none of them is like you. I don't see hatred in your eyes, but how can protection and justice be so extreme? There was a hint of emotion in the old man's voice, and then he stopped. Just practice here. I can help you a little, but only a little. The statue said that he could only provide limited help and would not and could not make desperate sacrifices. Just like the ruins now, they have the ability to forcibly block the invasion of evil gods. He could have directly saved several civilizations, but he never did. Because, apart from the people and civilization in front of us, there are many more civilizations waiting for this little spark of hope. This has been his code of conduct since his creation. It is deep in the lowest level of consciousness. Ziye nodded and started practicing directly. Chapter 75 The Final Competition. In training camp, there was a fluctuation in the entrance that lasted for a month, and then dissipated after 4 people popped out. These 4 people just stood there, and the dozens of people who were originally gathered in the distance were silent at the same time. Finally came out. Long Washuan shouted to the sky. He could have come out long ago. But in order to wait for the leaves, I kept putting it off. Mou on the side also suddenly became lazy after seeing Ziye. On the other hand, Ziye, who was attracted by the 2 people, showed no reaction. He is still a little uncomfortable with the 2 separate souls that are constantly generating information. Ziye took a few deep breaths and his idea came true. If you use your mental power to look into his mind, you will find that 2 humanoid mental bodies are constantly practicing exercises. Just as he expected, it was blessed with skills. Even if the soul is incomplete, the speed of practicing skills is far faster than that of ordinary people. And just like burning blood, it also has the experience of automatically gaining spirit. Just when the 3 of them saw Qian Duo in front of the crowd, they were about to walk over. Su Chongkong blocked them. Want to fight? Long Washuan asked. If possible, he would actually think about dealing with these things for a while. Su Chongkong shook his head, not now, but in the end I will challenge you. Good. Long Washuan agreed, and Su Chongkong turned around and left without saying a word. Qian Duo came over at this time. Xiao Qian, how about that inheritance? Very good. Qian Duo smiled. Everyone, I have prepared a big meal. Let's go over there and eat and chat. Good. In the room with a lot of money. A large number of rare delicacies were placed on the table, and Ziye was stunned to recognize a few things that had been considered extinct. For a time, the room was filled with joy. Brother Long, what do you think of Su Chong Kong? Seeing that they were almost done eating, Qian Duo took the opportunity to ask. Long Washuan did not answer directly, but thought for a while. He is very strong. That sword gives me a dangerous feeling. I think it's about 30 to 70. I'm 70% and he's 30%. Qian Duo was secretly shocked. In the beginning, Su Changkong's strength was beaten by Long Washuan. After that, I gained some strength to resist the second time, and this third time I actually had a chance of winning. It's a pity that when the fight is over, no matter who wins, they won't be able to fight Ziye again. Long Washuan felt regretful. After all, he lost once before. I definitely want to win it back. As he said that, he looked at Ziye and found that he was still in a dazed state. If it hadn't been for Zi's explanation many times, he would have been forced to go back to rest. Qian Duo then thought of another thing. Which university are you going to go to next? Of course Shenyu is great, and there are no other places where I can practice my skills. Long Washuan said wildly, but he did have the capital. Under the Unity Realm, except for the 1.5 monsters left in the training camp, who can have a chance to defeat him? Well, that's right. The lazy voice affirmed. After that, everyone chatted and time passed quickly. It's time to leave. Brother Long, and Ziye, this is your energy stone. Qian Duo handed over 2 space props. Ziye took his own, and he is feeling better now. Okay, then Meng and I will leave first. After the 2 people walked out of the room, they walked around for a while before parting ways. Returned to the familiar training room. Ziye first checked his own panel. Name, Ziye. Age 18. Qualifications, intermediate level of Earth level, blood soul body, low level of Earth level. Realm, 5th level of Qi and Blood Realm, 2 stars and 1 level. Equipment, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal level, dark spirit clothing, middle-grade spiritual level, wolf-shaped mask, low-grade spiritual level, knife box, high-grade spiritual level. Skills, beginner's Qingling sword technique, lower level of spirit level, Xiaokeng's great sun breathing technique, middle level of earth level, Xiaocheng Zhenyang fist technique, lower level of earth level, Xiaokeng's dragon transformation body technique, lower level of earth level, Xiaocheng 10,000 poisons body tempering technique, lower grade earth level, Xiaocheng starlight soul ascension technique, lower grade earth level. Skills, breathing, low earth level 360 million/1 billion, boxing, high spiritual level 3.7 million/10 million, body skills, high spiritual level 1.1 million/10 million, fighting, high spiritual level 120,000/10 million, physique, top spiritual level 12 million/100 million, spirit, top spiritual level 11.2 million/100 million, alchemy, low spiritual level 4500/100,000. Huge progress. This trip to the ruins, not counting other experiences and skills alone, was worth tens of millions. Just as he was about to continue practicing, there was sudden movement from his watch. It's a video call. After it's connected, the chief instructor was directly projected. Little guy, I won't say too much, just tell me what you want. This was not the first time, so the chief instructor was too lazy to say anything more. Because talking to this kind of monster would put him in a bad mood. I want to know about the great world and the evil god. Ziye said something he didn't expect. After the chief instructor looked surprised for a moment, he said in a very serious manner. When the time comes, you don't have to worry now. We will take care of everything. The words are full of firmness, but in fact you can find it if you are careful. No matter when, the chief instructor appears in front of him in whatever state he is. There is a small seal on the chest that is not eye-catching and not known to the world. Not a speck of dust will settle on it. Ziye finally gave up asking, "Energy stone?" It would have been better if it had been this way. The chief instructor replied simply as usual and hung up. The chief instructor stretched out on his chair, and Ziye was the last one. What these little guys want is okay and not difficult to get. After saying that, start the operation. What most people want is available in the training camp, so they can just send it to them. As for Ziye, after the video hung up, first, he took out the space props that Duo gave him and explored it. 300 high-grade energy stones. Although Ziye had already expected a lot, Qian Duo's serious look at the time couldn't be fake. But when I actually saw it, I was still shocked. This wave of evacuating a round of ruins can be regarded as a wave of sudden wealth. Immediately, Ziye will start using these energy stones to improve his breathing level. He doesn't plan to use them all, because the training camp is about to end. After I get out, money will be used for almost everything, big or small. So he planned to keep some as a spare, and later exchange a few change for more money. This will prevent you from being unable to do anything after you go back. After making the plan, Ziye also started practicing directly, and he was going to finish it in one breath. Except for a few people on his mobile phone, no one can contact him now. Time passes, the last period of training camp. Something big or small happened, and the duel between Su Chongkong and Long Wushuan. Undoubtedly the most attractive thing. Chapter 76 One Sword. It's daylight. On the fighting stage. Long Wushuan stood on the stage and inserted his spear on the stage as before. The fighting spirit and spear intent shot straight into the sky, and the clouds on the horizon seemed to be scattered when they floated over. There were 98 people in the audience. 5 people, Ziye, Mou, Qian Duo, Lang Rushuan, and Ye Meng, sat at the front. But there is no one behind, so it can be regarded as occupying one side. Opposite, the Tianyu brothers and Wang Xia formed 3 corners. After the 3 parties, there were the other 90 geniuses. Each of these geniuses is expected to be able to temper his body 7 times and then break through his energy and blood to achieve fame. But here, genius is just the qualification to enter. Especially the monster that is almost out of reach for them to even look up at, just because of their current intentions. It has extinguished the flames in the hearts of countless people. The entire competition stage was spent in silence, minute by minute. Suddenly, fighting spirit flowed through Long Wu's eyes, and he pulled out a spear with one hand. He turned around and fired a shot towards the sky. Then there was a sound of drawing a sword that reached everyone's ears from the residence. Everyone looked up to the sky. I saw. The spear intent swept toward the sky, and on the other side, a bloody sword intent came through the air. Boom! Multiple roaring sounds were connected into one, and they hit the bottom with substantial pressure. In the auditorium, the fist power soars to the sky, the spirit is protected, and hundreds of treasures appear again. Despite withstanding the impact, more than 40 people were still unstable. And this is just the beginning. Su Chongkong was already standing in mid-air, and the killing sword intent behind him seemed to fill the sky. He was walking towards the competition stage with the blood sword in hand. Mental power. This was something that no one expected. Su Chongkong had awakened his spiritual power and had reached the 2-star level. That's interesting. Under heavy pressure, Long Wushuan laughed as if he was ignoring it. When Su Chongkong stepped into the competition stage, the two disappeared together. Only a few people could see 2 vague figures colliding with their weapons. Bang! A huge semicircular pit exploded directly in the middle of the arena. At the lowest point of the pit, you could actually see dirt and gravel. After Long Wushuan's move, he felt his hand was sore from the shock. The head-on collision between the spear and the blood sword ended in this result. Disadvantage? Isn't this good? Fight forever. Fight to the death. Ha ha ha, this is fighting. Long Wushuan's momentum surged, and this moment was in his eyes. Su Chongkong held a long sword in one hand, and the killing intent of the sword seemed to be like a desperate situation of life and death. Those eyes filled with murderous intent were nothing more than anything else. There is only one victory and the way of swordsmanship can be re-established. Su Chongkong's body collapsed with countless cracks. The body of the sword is destroyed. Understanding the sword's heart is useless. Killing sword intent, explode. The spear and blood sword attacked each other again. Not good. In the audience, Ziye and Mou ran to the side at the same time. Just listen. There was a splitting sound that exploded in the sky, and two aftermath waves, one on the left and one on the right, shattered the competition platform. Attacked towards the auditorium. The strange giant sword resisted the aftermath, and Mou felt as if he had resisted a whole world. Rise! The spiritual secret law was revealed, and in an instant, the aftermath turned and rushed towards the sky. Immediately, Mou's body collapsed with several traces of blood. At the same time, Ziye burned his blood and soul with all his strength, throwing the aftermath into the sky with his hands. The two aftermath waves carried a large number of fragments and exploded into a firework in the sky. People in the audience had already begun to flee when the aftermath rushed out. At this time, I was looking at it, and there were less than 10 left. As for the competition stage, there is no competition stage. There was just a frenzied attack between two figures. Aftershocks rushed all around, and every time even a piece of the auditorium was destroyed. Long Wushuan passed by with one move, only to see a sword light break through the defense and hit his chest. The little bits of blood that were spilled were swept into the sky the next second. Long Wushuan did not retreat but advanced, and his fighting spirit reached its limit again. War. The spear came out at one point and made a bloody hole. War. Su Chongkong struck with his sword again, and the two of them were wrestling for a moment. War. The fighting spirit breaks through again and reaches the level of true martial arts. The people who had already escaped were just trying to catch their breath. I just felt a shock in my heart, which was pressing down on me that day. Dozens of people fell directly to the ground, unable to even move their bodies. Is this a human? This question suddenly arises in my mind. I don't know how many moves were made. When the two stopped, no part of their bodies was intact. Bloody people would say it's an understatement, because in some places there are only bones left. Ha ha ha, so happy. Long Wushuan spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, but his laughter remained the same. Su Chongkong showed no expression, just looking at Long Wushuan. He has already done this, can he still fight like this? If you can withstand this sword, I will consider myself to be your inferior for the rest of my life. He has no way out and can only spend his whole life fighting for an opportunity. However, I have no regrets. This is his path, the path he chose. Even feel lucky, if there is no Long Wushuan, no leaves. There is no name for the 2.5 monsters that those people say. There is no way he could become as strong as he is now. It is precisely because there is someone in front of him that he can chase after him wholeheartedly. No, it's just a battle. According to what you say, should I still recognize Ziye as my boss? Long Wushuan retorted half-jokingly. But the spear in his hand was tightly held. A moment. The two of them clashed again. A moment. Another battle between guns and swords. A moment. The gun passes, the sword breaks. Victory or defeat is empty. Long Wushuan withdrew his spear, and Su Chongkong stared blankly at the broken sword in his hand. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Su Changkong's laughter came out for the first time. Bang! His body fell down weakly, but he was still defeated. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. The last thought flashed through his mind, and he passed out completely. Long Wushuan glanced around, but he couldn't see anything about the competition stage or the auditorium. There was only land that seemed to have been bombed dozens of times. The time soon came to leave. After that battle, Su Changkong was picked up early, and Long Wushuan was still in a coma. When I left, I still didn't wake up. Finally, someone from the military came and took Long Wushuan away. So far, 2.5 monsters with only 1 leaf left. Training camp entrance. Ziye stood at the front, followed by Ye Mengmeng and the team. Later, Tianyu brothers, Wang Xia and so on. Ziye saw the arrival of the spaceship that took him and Ye Mengmeng away, and turned back to look at everyone. Ziye, see you in the college entrance examination. Mou suddenly became energetic. Well, you are the only one left, Captain. Ziye said with a half smile. Ziye, we will wait for you at Tianyu University, but you must come. Qian Duoduo said from the side. He and others will be sent out directly, if Long Wushuan recovers quickly. I will definitely participate, but it is unlikely. Lang Rushuan then whispered something to Ye Mengmeng, and then, goodbye. The sound is not loud, just normal volume. Ziye did not answer in a hurry, but stretched out his hand to press the mask on his face. In the eyes of everyone, he took off his mask. He revealed a face that could only be called ordinary. The most wonderful expression appeared on Mou's face. Qian Duoduo was stunned for a moment, and Lang Rushuan was even more stunned. The crowd behind could not stop moving. Ziye didn't care, and just said softly, "Goodbye, everyone." Chapter 77 Registration. Tianyu High School. The principal stood on the playground with all the teachers and students. Since he took office, Principal Li has never been so expectant and waiting for his students. But this time it's different. From his school, 2 students entered the final number 1 training camp which gathered all the geniuses. The people there are all candidates who will take the college entrance examination this time. In other words, a training camp of 100 people would be ranked last. They are also 2 geniuses whose overall college entrance examination rankings can be in the top 100. What is the concept? It's dozens of blocks away from all the schools in the surrounding cities. He scanned the entire playground, always paying attention to whether there was any problem, even the slightest. The students who were waiting were also talking to each other. How long do you think we have to wait? It's already been 2 hours. Who knows? Anyway, there is no escape. All we can do is wait. Who do you think is the remaining person? I said, there's someone in my class who hasn't been here recently. What's wrong? I don't know the details, but I suddenly lost faith. They already knew who they were waiting for, but there were only 2 geniuses in total. They only knew that one of them was Ye Mengmeng, and they didn't know who the rest was. Stop talking and wait quietly. The only one who had a guess was Tang Yuan, who was standing in front of the class and leading the team. Behind the principal, Teacher Du felt helpless as he watched the principal looking around. Really, this unstable look hasn't changed after so many years. Teacher Du looked up at the distant horizon. Xiao yet. After so much time, what surprise will you bring me? A black dot appeared on the horizon and quickly grew larger. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Most of the students didn't have time to react before they found that the sun in the sky was blocked. A gap appeared under the spacecraft in everyone's eyes. Walking to the exit, Ziye took out the knife box with one hand. I saw 24 different flying knives constantly popping out from various places in the cassette. Come, let's go down together. Ziye stretched out her hand. The 2 hands are held together, and the next second, Everyone saw that the two people were standing on a disc made of flying knives. Leave! Someone who was in the same class with Ziye shouted in disbelief. That's impossible. Isn't he dead? Yes. Several people spoke one after another. In the air, Ziye is now radiating his mental power, and his perception of the surroundings has reached an outrageous level. Of course I heard clearly what the people below said. The leaves died? How come he doesn't know it himself? In fact, all of this can be traced back to the time when the panel was first obtained. At that time, due to various reasons, news about his accident had already begun to spread within the school. Afterwards, he embarked on a journey to hell for the Tianyu lotus and disappeared from the eyes of his classmates. Some people asked the teacher but didn't get a positive answer, so the rumor became unstoppable. When Ziye came to say goodbye to Teacher Du before leaving, she was seen by someone. I don't know how it got passed on, and it ended up being like this. Ziye was just surprised for a moment, and then she didn't care about it anymore. Principal Li greeted the two with a smile on his face. Hello, Principal. ×2. We at Tianyu High School are so blessed to have you too. The principal was worthy of his status as a seasoned man and he started with a long speech. At the same time, I still hope that Ziye and the other person can say a few words to each other. The microphone was handed to Ziye. Xiao Yat, don't be nervous. Just tell me how you have acquired your current strength. How did you become so strong? Asked the principal. Ziye thought about it for a moment. He was not good at this kind of thing, so he said casually. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm gifted. After saying that, the principal took the microphone very smoothly. Of course, he didn't expect Ziye's speaking skills to be very high. As long as Ziye could say one or a few similar sentences, it would be enough. Anyway, he is very experienced and can handle whatever Ziye says. This is his specialty. After a while, the principal asked Teacher Du to take the two away first. Come on, I'll take you to register first. Teacher Du had a smile on his face and said as he looked at the two people walking side by side. But this smile is a bit like that of a villain in a TV drama, and a wise villain strategist at that. Yet. Ziye agreed. Under the guidance of Teacher Du, the two completed the registration in a short time. After registering, Meng will go back to see her family first. Before leaving, look at the leaves. The meaning was very clear, but Ziye declined. Meng, can you wait a little longer? Ziye said gently. Yet. Meng responded softly, and was then taken away. Ziye watched Meng leave, and he refused to go with her. Of course he wasn't afraid, it was just his first time meeting his parents and he still had a lot of necessary preparations to make. This included the gift he asked Jian Duoduo to prepare for him. As well as an identity, Chang Ran is qualified to be the disciple of Do Wang, but he still wants to achieve something on his own. In the office, Teacher Du pulled out a chair from the side. Come on, great genius, take a seat. Teacher, you should just call me normal. Ziye faced Teacher Du's teasing and the expression on his face that looked like he was waiting for a good show. I'm a little embarrassed too. I recall the look that Teacher Du gave me at that time. The bullet from the past hit him right now. Okay, I'm not in a position to talk about your affairs, and I won't ask. Teacher Du said, although the school atmosphere is more open now. But they are a group of high school students, some of whom are not even adults yet. Therefore, love affairs are naturally prohibited. But he knew that Ziye and Meng were both adults now. Ziye came because he had information in his hands, and Meng came because there would be a large-scale birthday party at his home for every birthday. So it can be said that the entire school knows about Meng's birthday. Then, Teacher Du asked about the training camp. We met a lot of geniuses in this training camp. Teacher Du said with emotion. I was considered a genius at first, but there were always people better than me. In the end, someone crossed the border and beat me up. I was too embarrassed to face anyone at that time. The meaning of these words was very clear, which was to tell Ziye not to care too much about the temporary victory or defeat. In Teacher Du's eyes, even if Ziye has her own opportunities, she still has Do Wang as her master. But his foundation and previous strength were far from those of a true genius from a big family. During these few months, he had heard of a genius from another continent. The genius that the Suan Do Wang family has been promoting is said to be a young girl. By the way, what's your ranking in the training camp? Teacher Du felt that he had laid enough groundwork, so he asked. Oh, second. Ziye said lightly. Originally he had a chance to be first, but the match against Long Wushuan widened the gap to an outrageous level. If he wants to catch up, there is only a slight chance unless he beats all the remaining 97 people in the training camp. Chapter 78 College Entrance Examination. No, that's not right. The smile on Teacher Du's face froze for a moment, and then he asked, a positive number. Ziye nodded and replied in a positive tone, a positive number. Holding his head with one hand, Teacher Du felt a little dizzy. Is this reasonable? 1 year of training camp shattered the power accumulated by many families over the past century. Do you really think that the foundation of those forces is just air? When it comes to transcendence, transcend. After a long time, Teacher Du finally came to his senses and asked, what's your predicted score for the college entrance examination this time? The college entrance examination is different from the training camp. The assessment methods of the two are very different, so the rankings cannot be interchanged. But it's not the same. After all, it's the gathering of the strongest geniuses. What I want is to strive for first place and be sure of it. Ziye said decisively. Then the number 1 in the training camp, you have to be careful when dealing with it. Teacher Du wanted to say something else, but Ziye explained. No need, he had a fight with another one, and he probably won't participate unless something unexpected happens. Halfway through, Ziye added. At least 4 of the top 9 people will not participate. Teacher Du paused for a moment, but then he understood. It's normal. After all, the various martial arts universities are begging them to go. After chatting for a long time, Ziye respected this teacher from the bottom of his heart and cared for all students. Although the other party particularly likes his student, he will not ignore others because of it. For example, when he asked the teacher to check something, Teacher Du was also on vacation. Use your own break time to check, so that these things will not affect other students. When the leaves left, it was almost noon. In the orphanage, a meal that was much richer than before was also prepared. Back at the entrance of the orphanage, several children saw Ziye and immediately surrounded him. Ziye was joking and telling some old-fashioned jokes, not far away. One person hurriedly passed on the message. Underground competition. Chen Feng received the news of Ziye's return and saw the young man in the photo. Still can't believe it. My original salty life is because of this person. The salary and benefits were directly raised to the highest level, and I received up to 27 promotion reports in one day. I had senior executives who I had no contact with before to contact me all day long. Hey, it's a troublesome thing. Chen Feng sighed. Recently, the superiors have given another batch of resources, but he has been living a life of nothing. I also want to reach a higher realm again. After all, in this small town, the Unity realm is not too conspicuous and is completely sufficient. But it doesn't work now. A mission has been issued, and he now feels that his Unity state is no better than paper. In addition, he is qualified, and he was also a respectable new generation in the past. It was only because of some accidents that he lost the motivation to continue competing. Sir, don't you want to meet me? Morawine's man asked. Since we want to protect it, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it is better to talk in person. Morrowind thought for a moment and rejected this suggestion. There is no need to meet, just let those people be smarter. Even if Ziye notices our people, he will not give him a chance to say a word. After saying that, he dealt with some recent matters. There are traces of cultists, and there are some other things. You should take a few people there. Chen Feng said casually. The subordinates nodded in agreement, exuding a trace of aura inadvertently. It was actually the realm of unity, which made Chen Feng take a sip of the tea on the table easily. This is not the first time. Ever since the cult incident, traces of cult members can always be found near the city. Each time, at least a few Qi and Blood Realm warriors must be dispatched, and there must also be a leader who is at the 4th level of Qi and Blood Realm or above. In other words, the higher UPS transferred a lot of people to him from other places. So that he won't take action just because of a small matter. Orphanage. Time soon came to night, and Ziye sat on the bed in the room, comprehending the skills bit by bit. He has become accustomed to using cultivation to replace sleep. The last time I slept was when I fainted after a fight with Long Wushuan. Scan the panel. Now my breathing, physique, and spirit have all been automatically controlled. But the efficiency still cannot satisfy Ziye. In terms of physical and mental fitness alone, with nearly 200 million experience points it would take him at least half a year to practice in seclusion all day long. Only then can it be upgraded to the lower level of the Earth rank, and this is still based on the premise of having a large amount of resources. But there is no way around it, the level 1 increases tenfold. You may feel that this level is okay, but the next level will be terribly slow. There's not much I can do to change my breathing and spirit. The only thing left is my physique. Ziye took out the jade tablet and began to look for ways to increase experience gain. Soon, a lower grade spiritual technique caught his attention. The whale swallowing technique. This exercise allows one to eat excessive amounts of food, which is then stored in the body. There will be no problem if you eat it for as short as 7 or 8 days or as long as a month at a time. Ziye stared at the technique and was thinking. Of course, he was not interested in this method of resisting hunger, but he had an idea. In addition to martial arts, various treasures can significantly improve physical experience. Ultimately, it's energy. Beneficial energy that can be absorbed and utilized. With an idea in mind, Ziye immediately searched through the manual skills he had and found dozens of similar mortal and spiritual level manual skills. I realized it at 3 times the efficiency and achieved enlightenment before daybreak. These skills were also of the type that acted on the physical body, so Ziye could feel that his physical condition had undergone some changes again. Ziye directly took out a body-refining pill that she had made herself and swallowed it in one gulp. After just a few minutes, a weak warm current flowed out. No, the effect is too bad. Ziye said after feeling it carefully. He has now determined that this is feasible, but it requires at least a top-grade spiritual level technique as a foundation. But is there? This kind of practice is not mainstream, and there are definitely not many of them. And I don't think there will be any of very high quality. Ziye was thinking of a solution when suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. Since there is no suitable method, I will create one myself. The number of techniques he has cultivated to the highest level so far is estimated to be tens of thousands, although most of them are of the ordinary level. However, with such a large number of them accumulated, his understanding of the technique has already reached a unique level. Ziye did what she thought and began to practice the exercises in her mind. Just like a computer, after repeating the practice countless times, Ziye began to create, and at this moment, he was completely immersed in his mind. 3 figures formed a circle and communicated with each other through their minds as if they were discussing the Tao. A few days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day of the college entrance examination. Inside the room, a ray of sunlight shone through the window onto Ziye's outstretched hand. Ziye knew that she had successfully taken the first step in creating a technique. As long as it is perfected, it will become a new practice. But, there is something more important now. Chapter 79 Dawn. Early morning. The intelligent program, Dawn, has been sealed for nearly a year, and all were checked soberly 7 days ago. They were transported from various top-secret bases to every examination room. Ziye looked up and saw a futuristic sci-fi device falling from the sky. It's coming, we have to hurry up. He was walking slowly, but in the next second his mental power was released, and there was a gap between his whole body and the ground. The whole person flew forward at a very fast speed in an instant, which he learned when he watched Mou train. The school gate. Principal Li is waiting here. He was originally supposed to be in charge of the overall situation and deal with emergencies. But now, an emergency? A student from my own school is expected to be number 1. This is the most special and unexpected situation. If it hadn't been for Teacher Du's dissuasion, he would have taken someone to pick up Ziye from the orphanage. Classmate Yat, you are here. Did anything happen on the way? No, Principal, are you okay here? Facing Zizi's inquiry, the principal waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay, come on, hurry up and get your exam number. As he spoke, he urged Ziye to a classroom in the school that was closed all year round. At the classroom door, students went in one after another in an orderly manner to receive their exam numbers, and it was Li Ming inside. Every year for the college entrance examination, Li Ming automatically arranges exam numbers and tests results, and no one can interfere with the full intelligence. If anyone has any objections to their scores or other issues, they can apply, and someone will come to conduct the test at that time. It's just that this kind of thing is rare, since Dawn appeared. In more than 10 years, there have been only 3 cases of errors, and 2 of them were due to force majeure. So no one can interfere in the college entrance examination. Of course there are always some fools who want to try. To this end, during every college entrance examination, there will be several special teams waiting for orders at any time. Their locations and personnel information are all confidential. But one thing is, whoever dares to do something that is not in compliance with the rules, they will appear in the next second. Ziye walked to the end of the line and started queuing. He glanced ahead and didn't see Meng Meng. They should have already gone to prepare for the exam, after all, they are the last batch at this moment. Thinking that the speed of receiving the test number was very fast, he arrived in a short time. Walking into the classroom, the appearance of the future technology placed in the center of the classroom made Ziye unable to take his eyes away. The personnel are confirmed, Ziye, the identity number is. In the room, Dawn retrieved all of Zizi's information in an instant. After countless comparisons, it was confirmed that it was correct. This is your exam number. A blue transparent card with a leaf shape flew out, and the string of numbers on the card was particularly eye-catching. Number 95,398,227. This is not the number of people, but compiled based on information. After getting the exam number, Ziye walked out of another door. The principal was already waiting here, and then led Ziye to the previous playground. On the playground, everyone who had received their test numbers lined up in an orderly manner, and Ziye also saw Meng Meng and Tianyu in again. Suandu. The head of the Wang family stood in the air, and behind him was the principal of the school below. Scanning the group of people below, more than half of these people will join their Wang family and other affiliated forces. It can be said that the top geniuses below will all be our own from now on. But at this time, his attention was no longer on those people, but on his daughter. The capital of the Holy Soul. The head of the Wang family felt hot in his heart. God bless the Wang family. It took a huge price to come back from the training camp this time, and I finally woke up. When he grows up, the Wang family will have another king-level strongman. There are only so many kings on the entire planet, and within a few decades of his leadership, the Wang family has gained 2 more geniuses who may enter that field. It's a bit far to talk about this now, and the head of the Wang family returned to the present. But the one who ranks first in the college entrance examination must belong to their Wang family. In a mountain range, Mou yawned boredly, surrounded by several nominal brothers and sisters. These are the new generation of geniuses of the Mo family, all of whom have already entered the Qi and Blood realm. Moreover, the older generation also allowed them to participate in this round of college entrance examination for the first time. In the past, they either taught directly within the family or were recommended to certain schools. No one knows they exist. A person came over at this time, and the feeling of being uniformly pleasing made Mou a little irritated. "Brother," the head of the family asked me to send a message, saying that if there are some obstacles to the first place this time, the family is willing to show great sincerity. "I see." Mou answered indifferently, without thinking about it at all. "Is it just him who wins the first place? Unless all those monsters don't play, he still has a chance. But don't think about it, Ziye alone is enough to crush all other geniuses to death. As for paying the price..." Mou didn't think that the resources his family was willing to pay could compare to Meng's status in Ziye's heart. If you say you are famous all over the world, then you must be famous all over the world. It is completely impossible to tell Ziye about these things. The first is impossible, and the second is, otherwise those guys will bother me again. Mou made a plan in his heart. The first thing was that he couldn't get it, and the second thing was that it was easy. If it is difficult for him to be the second player, then he can only let Ziye take action. If you go crazy this time, you will die in the Unity realm. As the time arrives, the college entrance examination begins. For all exam locations, a huge virtual ranking appears. The results of the top 10,000 people will be recorded in real time. Just a few minutes. Names began to appear one by one, and then quickly rose or fell, or were simply dropped off the list. A real-time list that every parent in the world can view on their phone or TV. Hope to find the person you want to see. 10 minutes later, the list was already full. And suddenly a name shot directly to the first place. Ziye scored 500 points in the strength test. At this moment, in a remote and backward small town, everyone in the city burst into joyful exclamations at the same time. This is Ziye's home, and Tianyu is also the hope here. As long as a genius appears anywhere, not only the city where the genius is located will receive a large amount of investment. In other words, a genius is enough for everyone in a city to live a good life. The next second, I saw 2 names rushing to Ziye in an instant and pushing him to third place. The first place, Sky, scored 500 points in the strength test. The second place, Tianling, scored 500 points in the strength test. The third place, Ziye, scored 500 points in the strength test. Ziye, who was looking at his ranking with joy, had already expected this scene. In the past, it took 1 or 2 years to get a perfect score, but now I'm afraid it's 20 or 30 a year. Especially those monsters. Ziye now only feels that the 500-point standard is too low. They can all get 500 points. Those 2.5 monsters were really forced to be on the same level as them. Chapter 80 Full marks appear frequently. Ziye watched Meng begin the strength test, and then looked at the list. After 3 months in the training camp, although my strength has greatly improved, it is still a little short of the perfect score. After a few minutes, number 45, Meng, scored 475 in the strength test. Just as he expected. When Meng saw her results, she felt relieved. Her strength is still a bit weak, but fortunately she has bonus points for awakening spiritual power, otherwise she would only have 450. The reactions of other students and teachers were very different from the 2 of them. All the candidates in the entire playground who had finished the exam couldn't stop exclaiming one after another. 475 points, this is already a score that they can hardly even look up to. If they can get 300 points, they are already burning a lot of incense. If you can get 400 points, the family tree can be opened on a single page. The dining room was set up in the hotel for 3 days and 3 nights. The school teachers, especially Yeming Meng's head teacher. The corners of my mouth were grinning almost to the base of my ears. Of course I was the most excited. Not to mention Yeming Meng's parents, who had already begun planning a citywide celebration. If it weren't for the ban on setting off fireworks during the college entrance examination, the sky above the entire city would have been so dark that you couldn't even see the sky. By the time the leaves were arranged, it was already approaching noon. There are also many more acquaintances on the list, and the one currently on top is Mou. Next is Wang Xia, and after that are the brothers from the Tian family. The competition between these 3 people was fierce during training camp. Ziye heard Qian Duoduo say that no one of these brothers could beat Wang Xia, but together they could definitely beat both Wang Xia. Withdrawing his gaze, Ziye moved his body to prepare for the test of strength. Please choose a total of 5 levels of difficulty, 1 is the lowest and 5 is the highest. Level 5 difficulty. Ziye clenched his fist and said affirmatively. This is also a part of the test. Only by clearly knowing your own strength level can you get high scores. As the choice is made, several dedicated combat robots follow the program and are ready to take action at any time. Start! The moment the sound fell, the leaves disappeared in place so fast that the robot didn't even have time to react. There was already a series of blows, making it difficult for people to hear what was happening before and after. All the robots flew in all directions and fell to the ground. 5th level of Qi and Blood Realm, 2-star and 1 level mental strength, excellent combat skills, excellent skills. Dozens of test criteria began to be comprehensively evaluated. Ziye, 500 points in the strength test. There was no surprise in the score. This test was so difficult that Ziye couldn't even move his body. I'm afraid there will be a lot of perfect scores in this round. We can only widen the gap during the extra point game. Ziye is not only talking about this strength test, but also the next one. Others didn't say it, but he was impressed by the ranking of someone he saw in the training camp. King Dan's grandson also scored 500 points in the strength test, and his skills were even better. Ziye ignored the sounds and fiery gazes around him. Go to a special venue. If it is a paper exam that tests those knowledge, you will have to wait and do it together later. But if you want to make alchemy or something like that, just go directly. You are not afraid of missing questions. Even if the question tells you, you should be able to solve it or not. Temporary alchemy room. Ziye sat in front of the alchemy furnace, thinking about what elixir he wanted to make. There is absolutely no problem in refining the middle level spirit level at your current level, but if you want to stabilize others, you have to choose one with a higher difficulty level. I want to refine the spirit fusion pill. Ziye said calmly. Fusion spirit pill is used to help break through the unity realm after the Qi and blood realm is completed. It can be regarded as the most difficult elixir in the middle level of the spiritual level. The reason why it can only be considered is that it is not difficult to simply refine it, but what is difficult is the quality. Melting spirit pill needs to continuously decompose and fuse the materials, and it will be a bad product at a time. 3 times is a low-grade pill, and its difficulty is similar to that of ordinary pills of the same level. 6 times in the middle, it is already more difficult than most pills of the same level. 9 times of high level, this level is already the most difficult of its kind, even worse than some high-level spiritual levels. The best level requires a full 18 attempts, which is extremely difficult. Ziye feels that as long as he can melt the chain to produce a top grade one, he will be basically stable. As for the top grade ones, he thinks he doesn't have that ability yet. The application is approved and it is expected to be delivered in 10 minutes. The materials used in the skills are all provided by the official. Of course, this does not mean that you can just try your hand at spiritual level materials. Each person has only 3 chances, and at the same time he must apply for a rating. Only after your application is approved will you be eligible to use those things. This qualification is quite simple. You can go to the official certification as an alchemist or something else. Furthermore, it is enough to have some other records as evidence. Ziye has this, and the elixir he made during the training camp is the best proof. It can definitely prove that he has reached the middle level of spiritual level. Very quickly, the materials were delivered on time 10 minutes later. The leaves adjust their condition slightly and then start refining. And outside, in another examination room, King Han skillfully completed the last step, and the elixir was ready. Open the lower grade elixirs of the alchemy furnace spirit level. There are 10 pills in total, 7 of which are high grade and 3 of which are low grade. King Han, 500 points in skill test. A high score of 1000 points in the next second directly propelled him to the top of the list. Ha ha ha, 1000 points, let's see who can be higher than me. Although King Han knew about the extra points that would come later, even though his own points were among the best, they were definitely not the first. But that was what happened later. Now he has suppressed all those genius monsters. After walking out of the alchemy room, dozens of younger brothers immediately surrounded him. He praised him crazily, but these were nothing compared to taking a look at the list. When he saw Ziye, Mou, and other genius monsters were under him, he has decided that he must be number 1 before the extra point game. Except for Ziye, who seems to be able to make elixirs, everyone else here has to take the exam. He admitted that Ziye was much stronger than him, but when it came to alchemy, he really didn't believe that Ziye could also reach the spiritual level. No matter how talented they are, refining alchemy cannot be achieved overnight. As for getting 500 points on the exam, stop joking. There is another proficiency test every 1 or 2 years, and the last cultural test was 50 years ago. But just at this time, in just the blink of an eye, he saw himself slipping to second place. The first place, Ziye, scored 500 points in the strength test and 500 points in the skill test. This. King Han's body couldn't stop trembling, and he pointed at the name above him on the list. Is this really human? His mentality was a bit broken. He originally thought that he was just not good at fighting and his route was different, so he could accept it calmly no matter how big the gap was. But now, the opponent is still no weaker or even stronger than him in the field he is best at. King Han now feels that he is no better than others. But Ziye didn't know anything about it. On the contrary, I was a little dissatisfied when I looked at the elixirs in the elixir. There were several middle-grade and low-grade pills, but not one high-grade pill. Chapter 81, Extra Point Game. There are too many geniuses this time. There are more than 30 perfect scores in one category, and 2 have perfect scores in both categories. Looking at the rankings, a man wearing glasses and looking like a frail scholar said. He held up his glasses with his fingers and continued to speak. You two, what do you think about this situation? This is the business of the 3 of us. No one should be lazy. He glanced at the 2 people and saw one of them spreading his hands. Don't look at me, I'm a military commander, and I have to avoid suspicion. As he said that, the man with an indifferent expression looked at the remaining chief instructor. Instructor Li, how is my junior brother doing at your place? Has he been bullied? My master doesn't care about his peers, but I will. Come and tell me quickly. The chief instructor said helplessly, your junior brother is even more perverted than you were back then. Compared with him, I become an ordinary person. Of course, it doesn't matter who the senior brother is. Tian Xiangju said proudly. Does it have anything to do with you? The chief instructor said bluntly. It doesn't matter. I am Xiangju and he is Ziye. Do you know this is fate? You still believe in fate? Ask someone who doesn't know that you didn't kill yourself because of one word at that time. Seeing that the topic had gone too far, the man with glasses stopped the two of them from exchanging words. So, you two don't want to contribute, right? Seeing that he couldn't hold on any longer, Xiang Zhu put his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. I can't help it. After all, he is my junior brother. Just in case. I've been taking care of those people for more than half a year, and I can't bear it if you think I'm the only one. The chief instructor also excused himself. Do you want him to do X2 work, just because he is a public enemy who only knows how to block other people's processes? Okay, okay. The man with glasses couldn't help but clapped his hands, an iron-blooded instructor, a ruthless swordsman. Both of them felt that something was wrong at the same time, so they just listened to him continue. It seems that it is necessary to react with Marshal Long and Lord Do Wang. But then again, as a senior brother, you should be more strict in management. Xiang Zhu finished speaking instantly, but the chief instructor was also serious. Don't play this trick, everything else is easy to talk about. That's right. The man with glasses had a scary smile. These two guys really thought they were here for a vacation. By the way, we just got news that someone from the Mo family wants to contact your junior brother. With a simple word, Tian Xiangzhu's playful expression disappeared instantly. Okay, okay, you are truly worthy of the Mo family. 3 words filled with murderous intent. Tian Xiangzhu only thinks that these guys are very lucky, if they make further moves. It's not for him to handle it, he dares to play with fire. The master can really break up half of the Mo family. After speaking, he stood up and left directly. The man with glasses looked at the chief instructor again. I'll leave the extra points to you. You should have experience. The chief instructor reluctantly accepted the arrangement and stayed idle in the training camp for too long. I became busy all of a sudden, and I really felt a little uncomfortable. The man with glasses who stayed behind showed a successful smile. Leaning back in the chair, a casual novel and a drink appeared in his hand. Of course he is the one who wants to take a vacation. Mou was walking to his room. He was going to take a cultural exam. I don't know how long the strength test will take yet. If you're idle, you'll be idle. It's better to catch up on some sleep. Just as I entered the room, I passed by the table and wanted to drink a glass of water. Just look at a figure, and I don't know when it will appear in the sky. Take a closer look. Wearing the clothes of hell. Moreover, he had seen it in the information sent to him by his family, and it seemed that he was also Do Wang's apprentice. In silence, Mou closed the window. Not surprisingly, he should have guessed what was going on. Hey, things are getting troublesome. Mou no longer wanted to sleep and began to practice spiritual power. When the exam was about to start, he walked out of the room. Everything looked the same as before, except that the previous message came again. Brother, you decide this time. I see. Mou said calmly, not surprised by this kind of thing. The cultural test lasts for 2 hours, and the scores are obtained very quickly. After collecting the papers, the candidates didn't even leave the classroom before the scores were released. And Ye Mengmeng, whom Ye Ziye cares about, also achieved very good results. At this time, the first 10,000 candidates received a message at the same time. Whether to participate in the extra point match is extremely dangerous, so please consider carefully. A very high one made the person who was eager to try stop his hand. But Ye Ziye was indifferent and made a calm and decisive choice. The selection has been completed and can be cancelled at any time. The points will not be reduced after this cancellation. Even the score is not reduced. It seems that the score is very big this time. I thought, in the past, if I wanted to cancel after making a selection, I would be deducted points. At this time, Ye Mengmeng also came over. Be careful, don't get into trouble. She didn't intend to go, because there had never been such a prompt in the previous extra point game. She was also afraid that something would happen to Ziye, but she knew that this was Ziye's choice. Well, don't worry, it won't happen. Ziye held Ming Meng's hand, and the two of them walked on campus like this. Farewell to Ye Meng Meng, walking alone on the road. Many people on the road recognized Ziye, and many took out their mobile phones to take pictures. There were also various media personnel and people from various admissions offices surrounding us. Ziye didn't pay much attention to this group and ran out when he found an opportunity. But there were still many people following him. Only when I walked to the entrance of the orphanage, all the passers-by and the media disappeared at some point. It's good. It saves you trouble. Ziye said thank you to a corner. Enter the orphanage. What was inside was a celebration that had already been prepared, but it wasn't that great. There was a burst of laughter. Ziye looked at the home where he had stayed for more than 10 years. At this time, a naughty child poured a glass of wine into his glass. Smile calmly. Before. The dean will pour a glass of strong wine for everyone who wants to walk out of here. He raised his head and drank it all in one gulp, his eyes filled with the twinkling stars in the sky. Familiar voices echoed in my ears. How wonderful, but one person is missing. Outside the room. Ziye came with a person behind him. Take this. A very ordinary standard long sword was handed over. The man took it but didn't know the meaning. He just listened to Ziye's words. If something serious happens, then this sword will be destroyed. In this way, no matter where I am or what I am doing, I will come back immediately. Ziye noticed that there was no change on the panel, which he had experimented with. Unless you give up on your own initiative, or you are broken to a certain extent. Otherwise, it will be displayed on the panel anyway. This is the last piece of insurance for the home when Ziye is about to travel far away. Brother Ye, I understand. He held the sword very seriously. Well, we should make good use of the resources sent every month. Strength is the most important thing. The sound of the leaves is not loud, but it is extremely firm. Chapter 82, Solitary Island. 558. The man with glasses checked the number of people who chose to participate. A little less than he expected, but about the same. Now that everything has been chosen, let's get started. The voice just fell. Dozens of spaceships set off at the same time. Suandu. Wang Xie looked at the rankings, especially the two simple words number 1. Monster. But this time, I'm going to try it. I made up my mind that she might not be the first. But we can't even lack the courage to challenge for first place. Stepping out, hundreds of people neatly lined up behind him followed closely. During the extra point game, they will all listen to Wang Xie's orders. But only Wang Xie clearly knew the terror of the monster. They are said to be hundreds of geniuses, but this time they are not even cannon fodder. Sitting on the spaceship, looking at the city getting smaller. But in a corner that she didn't notice. A man wearing a mask stood on a rooftop and watched the scene quietly. It was louder than what I made at that time. I saw that the man carrying a sword on his back had an extraordinary temperament, but there was no trace of the aura of a swordsman. He turned to look at the list again, his eyes locked on those two words. Leaf, leaflet, leaf. 3 names, speaking with smiles. In that case, I'll see you in college. Ziye was sitting alone in his seat, looking at him with his eyes closed and concentrating. But actually he was discussing the truth in his mind. When I felt that the speed of the spacecraft slowed down, I opened my eyes. It's still a little bit behind, but he can make up for it. It just takes a little more time. The spaceship stopped and Ziye stood up. He knew that the live broadcast had started outside. The extra point game will be completed under everyone's watch, and this is also the best opportunity to gain fame. Get out of the ship. Ziye saw the isolated island in the distance at first sight, and what they stood at their feet was a sea platform. And there is a passage between the two. Looking elsewhere, I found that many people had already arrived, most of them forming small groups. And when the leader among these people saw him, they were all stunned for a moment, and then they all bowed their heads and retreated to the edge. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" A younger brother didn't notice the change in the atmosphere. As soon as he finished speaking, someone covered his mouth and pulled him away. "Do you know who that person is? That monster in the first place." Seeing his boss lower his voice, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "So what if we are number one? There are so many of us." The younger brother said, unconvinced. "Could it be that with so many of them we couldn't defeat him?" "No, you don't understand." There was a trace of sadness in the sentence. He was one of the first few dozen people in the training camp. He is also a witness to all Ziye's battles, which cannot be dealt with by dozens or hundreds of ordinary geniuses. Not all at the same level. The entire scene was filled with a strange atmosphere, and even the people watching the live broadcast noticed something was wrong. The camera also cuts to the leaves at this time. "This is number one. It looks very ordinary." "Yes, if it weren't for official certification, I wouldn't believe it." "Why do everyone else seem to be afraid of him? Do they know him? Are you out of touch with the times? Did you know that in this year's training camp, all the geniuses here have definitely been to the training camp?" At this time, there was only a sound of footsteps. Hundreds of people walked to the opposite side of Ziye, and the leader was Wang Xia. For a moment, no one acted rashly. "I'll go, what's going on? It's such a big opening. Want to cause trouble? I like to see it. This is what a genius looks like, so beautiful that you feel inferior." Other side. Tianling looked at his brother. "Brother, what should we do?" Sky took a deep breath and raised his arms for the others to follow. The two brothers led 20 of their men to the opposite side of Ziye. Tian looked at that ordinary face. If he hadn't seen it before, who would have thought that it was the monster? The actions of the three people were like a beginning. A small team, or an individual like Wu Tianming. Everyone is a genius. They continued to gather, and there were already more than half of the people opposite Ziye. Is this person guilty of public outrage? I don't know. I just know that this person is afraid that he will be eliminated first. The leader of the Mahist team in the crowd was naturally Mou. Mou yawned and stopped a few people behind him who wanted to go up and cause trouble. "Brother, don't you know that person?" asked a man who had no impression but was indeed his cousin. Mou said boredly, "Just stay quiet and don't steal the limelight." As he spoke, he glanced at the people opposite Ziye again and shook his head. "This group of people are just delivering food. Clearwater City." Yamengmeng and Tang Yuan were in the room when they saw so many people. Tang Yuan asked worriedly, "Is Ziye really okay?" She thinks she understands men's thoughts better. Understand that at some point, men will always ignore the consequences for the sake of temporary handsomeness. Not to mention that this time, there is a cute girlfriend who will meet his parents after it is over, looking at him. Although Yamengmeng was a little worried, she knew that she was in the training camp. One of the 2.5 monsters represents something. It's okay, he is very strong. Tang Yuan looked at the cute little cabbage on the side. He didn't know how strong Ziye was. All she knew was that when she went upstairs, she saw Uncle Ye choosing the appropriate weapon. He glanced at the live broadcast again. Ziye faced hundreds of people without any emotion. His eyes only stopped for a moment on Wang Xia, Tianling, Wu Tianming, etc. All 558 people have arrived. After a mechanical sound, the next step is to talk about the rules. What can be expected is that if the rules are to hunt each other, or otherwise require direct combat, then, these 200 or 300 people will be there at the beginning. All take action, come and fight to the death with Ziye. Only in this way will they have a chance of victory. Otherwise, all that is waiting for them is to be eliminated one by one. The rules for this extra point game are as follows. 1. The order of departure is randomly selected. The range of activities is limited to isolated islands and 1 kilometer offshore. Those who exceed the limit will be eliminated. 2. There are score props scattered all over the island. They cannot be snatched. The one that touches them first will be effective. 3rd, at the end of the game, 10 pillars will rise in the center of the island. Each person can only occupy one. If they occupy it until the end of the game, a lot of points will be added. 4. The points and props for exiting midway will be reset to 0, and the points and props for being eliminated will be reset to 0. 4 rules determined the format of this extra point match, which also made most people breathe a sigh of relief. At least it's not the worst outcome. Only Ziye was a little disappointed. This was a little different from what he expected. At this time, the mechanical sound sounded again. Next, randomly select the starting order. At the same time, a series of constantly changing numbers appeared in front of everyone. Number 1. After Ziye saw it, an idea appeared in his mind. Chapter 83 Blocking the Door. Everyone's order is public, so when you see the number in front of Ziye, everyone who was originally relieved became nervous again. Tian didn't even look at his ranking, but stared at Ziye from beginning to end. After confirming the situation, raise your hand to let the people behind you disperse. Brother, what should we do next? Tian did not answer immediately, but quickly scanned everyone's rankings. Let's take a step and see. While speaking, his eyes were fixed on Mou on the side. This person is very strange. He didn't stand by Ziye just now. Even if he thought that Ziye himself could deal with them all, there shouldn't be any movement at all. It's too weird. Tian sees people and things very accurately. After playing with Mou in the training camp, he already understood what kind of person he was. Wang Xia felt that it didn't matter, she just wanted to challenge this monster. It was other members of the training camp who saw Ziye go out first. His face looked so ugly that it looked like it was dripping. Ziye didn't pay attention to the actions and conversations of several people, and one person walked straight away. The weak fist intention was released, those people at the front. Suddenly, it was like seeing a huge terror, except for Wang Xia and the Tian family brothers. They all couldn't stop scattering around, making way for a path. Under everyone's gaze, Ziye got stuck 1 kilometer away from the island and stopped. Then, he turned around and faced everyone. I'm trying to block the family. It's so crazy. I just walked out of the siege, and now I'm seeking death again. A few hundred ahead. That's what I saw. The live broadcast room was filled with excitement, but the scene was unexpectedly quiet. Among the crowd, a person walked out. He is the second one, just an ordinary genius. I haven't even been to the 3rd phase of training camp. Walk to a nearby location and stop. Taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he unsheathed a long sword in his hand. Please advise. After saying that, the figure shot out. Bang! The long sword stopped a palm away from Ziye, and the man looked dazed. Ziye's palms were half open and half closed, and he slapped his chest with the back of his hand. What's this? He was still conscious and didn't feel any pain in his body, but he couldn't move a finger. Get some sleep first. Ziye's voice sounded, and the man immediately lost consciousness. Reach out to hold it and gently place it on the ground. What the hell is this? What happened? I'm in the Qi and Blood realm and I can't even see clearly what's going on. This man is crazy, but he has the capital to be crazy. Thankfully I gave up. This was just looking for abuse. Then came the 3rd, 4th, 10th. There are 9 people in total, one of whom has broken through the Qi and Blood realm and entered the number 1 training camp. But it is still the same move, there is no difference. Tian sighed, it's really the same monster. He said it and understood. If they don't do something, they will be eliminated one by one. Everyone, although I don't want to admit it, that monster is not something any of us can deal with. This time, no one had any doubts. They couldn't see Ziye's movements at all, and they could only see people walking out suddenly falling down. The nature of this extra point match has changed since the monster drew the first one. So we should cooperate and rush out in order. Live broadcast room. Let me go, there are so many talented people in this college entrance examination, but they were stepped on by one person. It's a big occasion, I've prepared all the snacks. That's right, all my TV series have been suspended. The people around MOU saw that their leader still looked listless. Brother, what do you think? MOU gave him a bored look, follow them, but climb down as soon as you get out. Ah! He called out in confusion. That's all. You can do whatever you want, but if you are eliminated then it will only be your fault. That's not right. Even if you do what I say, you may still be eliminated. It's troublesome. MOU changed his mind mid-sentence, but he was willing to let Ziye use himself to shine. But with these people, he couldn't completely ignore them. Tian's organizational ability is very strong, and Ziye is indeed a super-level existence. So hundreds of people were organized into a team that could sprint out quickly. MOU also walked to his position, when Tian came over. What happened to that monster? He still couldn't figure out the reason. This was not like that monster who had 24 hours a day and wished he could practice for 25 hours. Don't ask, I won't take action anyway, you can do whatever you want. He took 2 steps back into the crowd. Seeing MOU like this, Tian also understood that there was no chance of starting from here. Ziye just watched the changes in the crowd without making any movement. Except for Long Wushuan and Su Chongkong, no one else could make him feel pressured. Thinking this way, he also silently wrote down the people who were with MOU. Soon, hundreds of people were seen moving in order, and the distance between them and Ziye was quickly closing. Just watch a person step out and enter the 1 kilometer range. If his speed did not slow down, he would run directly into the island. He didn't even think about confronting Ziye. Just be quick and let the monster be attracted to the people behind you. The man's consciousness also stopped abruptly, and at the same time his body rolled forward several times unabated. No one saw clearly how Ziye did it, and it was useless to think about it now. There are hundreds of them together, but they can always rush through a few. At this moment, almost everyone hopes that they are the lucky ones. Available in the live broadcast room. All the spectators saw a dozen people flying into the sky at the same time. And without exception, they lost consciousness in this situation. It lasted for several minutes. Only then did I see a man holding a flaming red pill furnace and smashing it towards Ziye. It was King Han. He wanted to see how Ziye would respond to his full blow. At this time, Ziye finally became interested. It was already a burning and painful feeling in the air. In response, Ziye waved his fist seriously for the first time. True Yang boxing. In the eyes of others, Ben's feeling was doubled as if he was being burned. I saw that Ziye's fist was like a blazing sun, constantly releasing heat. Boom! The collision between the alchemy furnace and the fist caused waves of heat that were unbearable for several people close by. King Han only held on for a second, and then the hand holding the alchemy furnace was shaken away. The alchemy furnace was also hit directly backward, and it was the first one to hit. Just himself. King Han didn't even have a chance to say a word before he was directly eliminated. At this moment, Ziye didn't even take back his fist. 2 people, one on the left and one on the right, attacked at the same time, blocking all life in an instant. Chapter 84 One person dominates the heroes. Faced with the cooperation between Tian and Tianling, Ziye also wanted to try his level. He punched the sky while dodging the attack from the heavenly spirit. These two are definitely top talents, but there is a huge gap between their physical strength and combat level. Just his serious speed alone far surpassed the other party. But the next development was different from what was expected. Sky's attack has not changed, but the situation now is that before the attack hits, he would be knocked back by Ziye's punch, and then eliminated because he was beyond 1 kilometer. Ziye's body shape changed instantly, giving up the attack and at the same time dodging attacks that were difficult to see with the naked eye in a strange way. At this time, the attack from the sky came and struck with a stick. Behind him, there was also a long knife slashing at him, and the danger was far higher than at first. However, the two hands were like phantoms, grabbing two weapons one after the other. Under the sunlight, tiny white lights appeared out of thin air all around him. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room discovered it. Is that a needle? A needle-type telepathic weapon? It seems that's why it was like that just now. No, how did he find out? If I had just killed him. In the eyes of civilians, it was an incredible scene. But it was a stone in Ziye's heart. He thought that his skills could offset the negative effects of splitting his soul. But he was still too naive. This time, it was the same with alchemy before. Normally not found yet. The mental power should be as powerful as the physical body, but now it is difficult to even find a few telepathic weapons. During the brief battle between Ziye and the Tian brothers, several people had already ran out. No matter who you are, you have to leave first this time. Ziye exerted force fiercely, knocking the two men back a short distance in the direction they came from. Then, he opened his palm and threw it backward. The heavy weapon box appeared instantly and was then thrown into the air. Kaka. With continuous sounds, 24 flying knives came out. Even if the mental power is not as good as the physical body, it can be achieved by just a few ordinary geniuses who are not even in the chi and blood realm. He also left without any ability to resist. What a monster, but don't underestimate me. A female voice reached Ziye's ears. He looked at Wang Xie who had walked out and exuded mental fluctuations far beyond ordinary people. The royal family of Suandu. Ziye whispered, thinking of the banished immortal. Within the controllable range, start gently. Wang Xie's mental power, as well as the Tian family brothers, plus dealing with other people who are still rushing out. Under normal circumstances, he would still have full confidence in solving it, but it might not be pretty. This is not what he wants. It's time to get serious. Burning blood. Qi and blood dispersed, filling this passage almost in the blink of an eye. The translucent purple-black color changes the color of the supposedly bright sunlight here. The three people as the main combat force also understood at this moment. That was just a warm-up, the monster in front of him didn't even use his energy and blood before. Before they could take action, several people in the body refining realm fell down without making any movement. It's poisonous, back away. Someone quickly reacted. But those who have not yet come out can retreat, but those who have already started retreating mean giving up. Tian found that he was also affected and looked at Tianling. Behind the two of them, Wang Xie stood in the air and pointed. The empty mental power turned into a bullet and flew out. When it's about to hit, bang! A flying knife was knocked away, but it also blocked the move. The other 23 flying knives were all attacking her at this moment. On the ground, the sky spirit cooperated with the attack again, and the blood was attached to Ziye's fist. With one punch, the long stick in the sky still flew out backwards, and the energy and blood in his body surged backwards. Tianling Mansion continued to attack, lightly touching the flying skies back with one hand. The next moment, Tian turned around, stabilized his body, and stabbed him with a stick. Attack with a stick and a knife at the same time. In the sky, Wang Xie had already knocked away all the flying knives, and now there was nothing blocking the gap between the two of them. Boom! The two figures flew out at the same time, fell to the ground and rolled several times. As soon as the sky stopped, he controlled his energy and blood and spurted out a mouthful of black blood. When it is spread on the ground, wisps of white smoke really come out. He looked up at Ziye again, standing there confronting Wang Xie. Strong winds blew in all directions, and the battle at this time had turned into a collision of spiritual powers. Is this the true culmination? It's really inhumane. Who can beat this kind of person? Normal, he is a monster, the others are just geniuses. Monster. On the surface of the leaves, the wind is light and the clouds are calm, but in fact it is not. This kind of mental power, if you want to do it handsomely, you can't control the strength. Do your best. Seeing that the opponent had been suppressed by herself, Wang Xie still only used her mental power and did not fight seriously at all. A fire of anger rose in my heart. How long do you want to continue acting? Ziye sighed inwardly, be careful. Burn the soul. The knife box shook violently again, crack, click, click. Another 24 flying knives popped out. The last one. Ziye silently recited a sentence in his heart, and the main body of the knife box began to change. Crack. A large and generous knife appeared. 49 flying knives circled around Ziye. His mind moved. The mental power is released, and the mental power far beyond the previous one directly breaks through the suppression. The flying knives also flew into the sky, leaving behind streaks of sound in the sky. Wang Xie's mind felt like it was hit by a giant hammer, she was so strong. I had this thought in my mind, but it only took a moment for me to come back to my senses. Her soul has become extraordinary. You don't even need telepathy weapons, just a thought can kill people in the same realm. The spiritual power of Tongjing is not weaker than anyone else. See the situation clearly at one glance and the next moment. Hundreds of attacks are launched, each of which can hit at the best time. This kind of control energized Mou, who had been watching the show. Worthy of being a holy soul. Just picked the wrong opponent. Just like reflecting his thoughts, even the attack is infinitely subtle. However, faced with a mental shock like a waterfall flowing backwards, all tricks are useless. Wang Xie watched the flying knife getting closer and closer to her. No, there is no way I can lose mentally. This time she wanted to recognize the gap between the two, and it was okay to lose. Maybe it's normal to fail miserably. However, that was due to Zizi's abnormal force. Mental power, impossible. Wang Xie attacked desperately, and in the end she only had this one thought left. Then, several flying knives passed by. Although Ziye tried his best, he still left several deep wounds. However, there was already a treatment robot on standby nearby. A small drone picked it up in midair and took it for treatment. After Ziye saw this, he recalled the flying knife. Turning around and looking at the people who had not yet come out, there were still a few hundred people left. But no one dared to take another step forward. Many people looked at Mou, wanting an attitude from the second strongest person. Look what I'm doing. I'm ready to go home for dinner. After Mou finished speaking, he turned around and went back. He still thought it through. It's not necessary, it's just a matter of ranking. No points are added, that is, they are all added. As for the leaves, he is already number 1, whether he is added to the list or not is the same. Chapter 85 First. Ziye defeated 557 geniuses alone, and when the last one gave up, just turn around and walk into the island. Dozens and hundreds of ferocious beasts all passed by with one punch, and they stepped on the knife blade and went up to the sky and into the sea without stopping. Even the fierce beasts with energy and blood cannot hold him back for a second. He walked smoothly and wonderfully to the end, and landed on the stone pillar with a jump. Fuxi is an island that has been raided several times. 66666. What is Invincible? This is Invincible. Who can compare with this kind of person in his generation? This extra point game has become his own exhibition game, Ziye thought in his heart. This time, he tried everything he could think of, and his reputation was enough. What a shame, it would have been nice to have a main course. Ziye sighed in his heart. He originally thought that there would be at least something close to the Unity realm. What a pity! When the time comes to the end, another second comes. The college entrance examination is over. All scores begin final calculation. The first place, Ziye, scored 500 points in the strength test, 500 points in the skill test, and an additional 610 points. Second place, Qinghan, scored 500 points in the strength test and 500 points in the skill test. The third place, Mou, scored 500 points in the strength test and 498 points in the cultural test. Fourth place, Sky, scored 500 points in the strength test and 495 points in the cultural test. Fifth place, Hao Tianming, scored 500 points in the strength test and 488 points in the cultural test. Good. Ziye said lightly, don't think of the extra point game as that simple. Get lots of points easily. There is such a project just to give those top talents a chance to compete. Just like him and Qinghan, both of them had perfect scores in both categories. But no matter from which point you look at it, he is stronger. Look this time, except for the other 9 pillars, he has found all the points. But this is only 610 points. Averagely divided, each person only has a little more than 1 point. In the past, many people were eliminated after getting points. In the end, 200 people were considered too much. Tianyu High School. On the playground, the live broadcast of the extra point game was projected. Almost all the students and teachers were sitting here when the rankings were decided. 1610. The highest ever. Principal Li, a master of the Unity realm, felt a little dizzy. The huge achievement is a slap in the face. That city lord, go down and let me be the one. He can't even speak a word now and has been the principal for half his life. I thought that was just the way I was. Results, results. What will my future look like? Of course, go out and make a name for yourself. That old witch is dead? No way. I'm back. There's nothing good out there. Besides, as long as you have the ability, you can't make a name for yourself. Hey, why are you talking about those things when you are old? There must be someone here, right? The principal was unsteady on his feet as if he was drunk, and he always looked like a veteran. The dream spoken by a young man in his heart was shattered into pieces. Several teachers went to help the principal up, but Teacher Du on the side did not move. But when he was being helped down, Old Man Li was still saying childish words. Hey, Old Man Li! After that sound, Teacher Du stopped talking. He just looked up quietly and saw the person who was younger than him. A student who is 10 times luckier, works 100 times harder, and is 1,000 times stronger. Whatever you think in your heart, just smile it off. In the room, Meng was filled with joy from the inside out. Yuan, Ziye did it. Yes, yes, he is the best. Tang Yuan thought of something interesting. This time, his name will be known to everyone, right? Yeah, that's right. Meng said without thinking. In that case, when will he come to see you, my little cabbage? Tang Yuan hugged Meng as if she was holding a cute doll. Ah, this. Meng thought of the promise made under the starry sky that day. Famous all over the world. Ha ha ha, Meng is the cutest, but it's a pity that she will soon be someone's girlfriend. Tang Yuan said half-jokingly. Meng was blushing and couldn't speak, although she and Ziye liked each other. But no one spoke those words. Seeing that the live broadcast had been shut down, Ziye let out a long sigh of relief. You are such a powerful monster. A voice came from the sky. Ziye saw the chief instructor and a stranger flying towards her. It's okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Zhu flew closer and began to look at Ziye. The more he looked at her, the brighter the light in his eyes became. Good boy, I am your second senior brother, my name is Tianyu. Ziye was originally wondering why the man looked so strange, and she probably didn't know him. Second brother. I am the third disciple of Do Wang, which means I have two senior brothers or sisters. He hadn't heard his master say that either. I didn't expect to see one at this time. Hello, second brother. Ziye greeted hurriedly. It's okay, we are all family. Besides, the master should have said that these troubles would not be necessary if there were no outsiders. Just by looking at their style of doing things, you can tell they are from the same lineage. Junior brother, tell me about your situation. If you need any help, just tell me directly. Seeing that this senior brother was so enthusiastic, Ziye thought that he should continue. I'm afraid I'll have to stay here for dinner today. Normally he wouldn't mind, and getting to know his senior brother was also a good thing. But, it's really not possible now. Brother, I have something to do. I have to go back first. Oh, what's the matter? Xiang Zhu asked directly. If he could explain it, he would just do it. He was so pleased with his junior fellow apprentice that he had a lot to say. Ziye, who was always straightforward, was unusually silent for a moment. At the same time, his expression changed in a direction he had never seen before. Before Tianyu could react, the chief instructor beside him understood. Okay, you can go back on my spaceship. The chief instructor called over the spaceship that Ziye had taken. Brother, I will apologize properly next time. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he used the flying knife as a step and jumped into the spaceship in 2 steps. Then, the spacecraft disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Ah? What's wrong? Tianyu looked at the chief instructor suspiciously. He didn't even know what Ziye was talking about, and he was sent away. You can't even understand a child's mind. The chief instructor didn't know what to say to this guy who was slow to react to certain things. No, I've told you so many times. I am just a military commander. After hearing these words, the chief instructor wanted to teach this guy who was as famous as himself a lesson. Let me be frank. You, my junior brother, are going to find someone you like. Ah? When did this happen? He already has a girlfriend. Tianyu went over directly. He had never found anyone he liked, so was this junior fellow so amazing? The chief instructor pushed him away with disdain. I don't know the exact time, but we were already in love when we met at the training camp. You knew it a long time ago? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't even prepare a gift. I've been busy here. Besides, it's normal for children to fall in love. Why are you so excited? Chapter 86 A Lifetime. On the spaceship, Ziye rummaged through the ring and found a mirror, and began to carefully look at the impossibly dirty things on his body. Because he had long imitated Mou, and had a faint layer of spiritual power on his body, can block all dust from approaching. But knowing that it won't happen, Ziye doesn't do something now. He felt uneasy in his heart. Even when he fought with Long Wushuan to death, he didn't feel this way. The phone suddenly rang. Rich second generation, Ziye, how does it feel to be the number one? This time, some guys in my family were shocked. Ziye, it's okay. How are you preparing those things? Rich second generation, it has been prepared for a long time. Someone will deliver it to you when you go back. Ziye, thank you. The rich second generation, it's okay. By the way, I won't disturb you this time. Shenyu will meet again. Ziye, yet. Putting away the phone, Ziye felt a stone in his heart fall to the ground. He knew very little about Ye Mingmeng's parents, although he had some good things on his hands. But I don't know if they like it or not, but if you have a lot of money, prepare it. With his character, there must be no problem. Time passed quickly. Ziye directly stopped the spaceship in front of Ye Mingmeng's home and flew down. Immediately, someone came over and handed several gifts to Ziye. In the room, when Ye Mingmeng saw the spaceship, she guessed that Ziye was coming. "Yu Yan, come with me." Halfway through, she was held speechless by Tang Yuan. "Meng, don't worry, Auntie told me to support you." "Mom, she wants to." "Of course I want to see what kind of pig it is and keep an eye on my own baby cabbage." "Okay, now just wait quietly." In the hall, Father Yi's face was gloomy and scary, and he suddenly didn't notice that his home was stolen. There was no chance before, but now the people are finally here. And he came with a purpose. He really wanted to entertain the thief well. "Okay, don't look like you want to kill someone," Mother Ye advised from the side. "But how old is Meng now? That guy is so awesome," Yi's father said in a low voice, but full of resentment. "That's not what I said. Didn't you ask me? If you really think about it, Meng is still a few months older." Of course Yi's father knew, he only found out about this after he personally asked Zi's class teacher. "No, what the hell are you from?" Mother Ye glanced at him and said, "Of course I am on the side of the child. Don't you hate my father the most? How come he has become exactly the same again?" Father Ye stopped talking again. This was not a topic he wanted to talk about. Because at Zi's age, let alone boyfriend and girlfriend. They are both married couples, but they just had children later. If this is too much to say, just in case. A few drops of cold sweat broke out on Father Yi's forehead. "People are coming, please pay attention." After saying that, Ziye walked in under the leadership of a housekeeper. After bringing the person here, the housekeeper will leave directly, and the next thing has nothing to do with him. "Come, sit down first." Mother Ye was very open-minded. Since Meng liked her, it would be fine as long as there were no big problems with this person. Ziye first took out two beautifully wrapped gifts, uncle and aunt, a little gift. The movements seem smooth, but that's just the surface. Ziye was already nervous. He could fight to the death with the ferocious beast and heal his wounds without changing his expression. You can also endure the pain of cultivation and become stronger in seclusion, but this time is different. Father Yi's gloomy gaze swept over him, and a natural invisible suppression made him swallow secretly. "Sit down first." Ziye then put the gifts away and sat down. 1610 points, first in the college entrance examination. As soon as you go out on the street today, I don't know how many people will try to fawn over you. Can you always be nice to Meng? After thinking for a long time, he said with a sigh. Father Ye understands that the most important thing is that his daughter likes her, and he doesn't need to use his children to set up any strings. However, Zi's achievements and background have already put him beyond his reach. Such a person's future achievements are beyond his imagination. Just talking about him, there were many people around him when he was a child, including all kinds of people. Of course, there are not a few women who have ideas among them, and he can always stick to his heart. But what about the leaves? Their identities are completely different now, and no matter what Ziye really does in the future, his weight will be of no use at all. It's a good match, no matter which side it is, it's valid. Zi's heart was firm for a moment. I will definitely do it, and I will be kind to Meng. I will always be like this for the rest of my life. Father Ye was silent as the clock ticked by. Do you really like Meng? Instead of just being a ray of light in the dark. Although Meng didn't make it clear, I guess I guessed it right. Father Ye said calmly. As he spoke, Yezi's thoughts returned to that ward. It used to be true, but not anymore. Ziye did not completely deny it, but it was only once. Love is the most unreasonable thing in the world. If you really like it, that's enough. He raised his head and looked at Father Ye, speaking word by word. Ziye, like Ye Meng Meng. I do now, will do so in the future, and will always do so. He is not good at saying these words, but his sincerity can reflect the sun and the moon. Mother Ye gently pushed Father Ye. Okay, haven't you seen it yet? Father Ye didn't answer, he just closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he no longer felt the same pressure as before. Remember to be aware of the impact. After saying that, he picked up the gift and turned around and walked towards the door. I'm going out for a walk. I shouldn't be in a hurry for dinner tonight. Don't be in a hurry. Ziye showed a happy face and said repeatedly. Mu also stood up and picked up her gift as well. Meng Meng is on the second floor. I'm going to comfort someone. After that, he went to chase Father Ye. Ziye saw that his uncle and aunt had left, and he was the only one left in the hall. He walked up quickly without dragging him. He stopped in front of a door printed with several types of flowers, all of which he recognized. These are Meng Meng's favorite types. Knock gently. The door opened and Tang Yuan saw it was Ziye and quickly walked out to give up her position. Go quickly, some people can't wait any longer. Tang Yuan looked like she was waiting for a good show. Ziye walked into the room and a bouquet of flowers appeared out of thin air in her hand. At a glance, he could see the person in his heart in the middle of the room. After a few steps, he knelt on one knee and held up a bouquet of flowers. Ye Meng Meng, Ziye, like you and want to protect you for the rest of my life and walk through all the wonderful things in the world with you. Are you willing? Yezi's voice even trembled a little. In his eyes, the beloved smiled, like the most beautiful smile in the world. I do. Ziye immediately took out a beautiful small box and opened it. It's a ring with a pure crystal flower on it. Ye Meng Meng stretched out his hand, and Ziye put it on for him. After putting it on, Ye Meng Meng hugged him directly. Leave. Ziye also hugged the beauty in his arms tightly. The two looked at each other and approached each other. Chapter 87 Leaving. 2 months after the college entrance examination. It is the most relaxing time for Ziye, but it is only relative. On average, he still spends more than 90% of his time practicing every day. The so-called relaxation is just to let him have some free time to spend time with Meng Meng. After finishing the day's practice, Ziye opened the panel as usual. Name, Ziye. Age 18. Qualifications, intermediate level of Earth level, blood soul body, low level of Earth level. Realm, 6th level of Qi and blood realm, 3rd level of 2 stars. Equipment, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal level, dark spirit clothing, middle-grade spiritual level, wolf-shaped mask, low-grade spiritual level, knife box, high-grade spiritual level. Skills, beginner's Qingling sword technique, lower level of spirit level, Dachen's great sun breathing technique, middle level of earth level, Xiaocheng Zhenyang fist technique, lower level of earth level, Xiaocheng transformation dragon body technique, lower level of earth level, Dachen the 10,000 poisons body tempering technique, lower grade on the earth level, the Dachen starlight soul ascension technique, lower grade on the earth level, the first level of fighting god art. High grade on the heavenly level. Skills, breathing, low grade earth level 750 million/1 billion, boxing, high grade spiritual level 7.3 million/10 million, body skills, high grade spiritual level 3 million/10 million, fighting, high grade spiritual level 580,000/10 million, physique, top spiritual level 25 million/100 million, spirit, top spiritual level 20.5 million/100 million, alchemy, medium spiritual level 10,000/1 million. There is growth in everything. Ziye made a mental calculation. At the current rate, all skills will be upgraded one after another within a year. The realm of martial arts is similar, even if he devotes all his energy to the technique. You can still break through to the first level in 2 or 3 months without any special promotion. Perfection of qi and blood is easily achieved. The energy will be a little late, but there is no need to worry. Ziye's eyes finally stopped at the alchemy path. This skill was the only one he specifically planned to improve. Because this was the last way he could think of that would not slow down his ability to become stronger and still earn resources. He can become stronger at the current speed mainly because of the resources obtained from the training camp. Whether it is energy stones or others, they are all needed. Silently calculated the current situation. There are still resources left in the training camp, and a message has been sent from Hell to provide resources, as well as various rewards from the official Tianyu University. Although the latter two have not yet been implemented, it is definitely a large amount of resources that can be imagined. Looking at it this way, he is not lacking at all now, but with the gradual completion of his self-created skills. Immediately, his upgrade speed will increase by several levels. On the contrary, his demand for resources will increase by several orders of magnitude. I hope there is enough time. Ziye said, his current strength is too weak. If you follow what the stars said when you received the inheritance. The stars are above heaven and humans, so the sky represents heaven and humans, and the earth represents true martial arts. In other words, at least the real combat power can be used. Take a long sigh, strength is still strength. The night went away in a blink of an eye, when it felt like it was almost time. Ziye quit practicing and got up. Today is the day for him to go to college. The orphanage in the early morning was no different from usual, when Ziye locked the door of the cabin himself. After having one last meal with the others, he walked out of the orphanage in peace. A person outside who had been waiting here for a long time opened the car door enthusiastically when he saw Ziye coming out. I looked back again and then got in the car. With Hell watching over him and the long sword left behind, he could leave with peace of mind. Tianyu High School. The principal is giving a speech to a new group of students, and you don't need to think about what he is talking about. Ziye also arrived at the school gate at this time. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Ye Mengmeng, Tang Yuan and Yi's father and mother. Ziye, you're here. Ye Mengmeng ran towards Ziye excitedly. I came out a little late and kept you waiting for a long time. It's okay, it's still early. Ye Mengmeng said happily. In 2 months, since they established their relationship has heated up rapidly. Seeing all this, Father Ye felt like the sky was falling even though he had expected it. The whole person's originally good spirit was completely gone. His eyes only felt dark and he had to take 2 steps back. At this time, a hand supported him from behind. Okay, how old are you, and still like this? Ye Mu said from the side. I'm here to send my daughter to college this time, why don't I take the opportunity to take a closer look? I know, but I just don't feel so happy. Father Ye said it word by word. Be happy. Mother Ye reminded Ziye when she saw them coming. Hello, uncle and aunt. Well, good, very good. Father Ye responded as best he could. Ziye, this time you go to college, you two must take care of each other and avoid conflicts. Mother Ye said with concern, saying that they were taking care of each other. In fact, let Ziye take more care of Mengmeng, after all, it will last 2 months. Ziye's behavior and manner of doing things are so hard to find fault with. With him here, I can rest assured. Aunt, I understand. Ziye said affirmatively. Don't worry, Mom, there won't be any conflicts. Seeing this, Ye Mu also nodded with satisfaction. But at this moment, Tang Yuan only felt like she had been fed 2 mouthfuls of dog food. You two are really in love. Ye Mengmeng blushed slightly, but she thought of something. Yuan, are you really not going to come with us? Forget it, the more advanced the better for some things, suitability is the most important. Tang Yuan stepped forward and pinched Mengmeng's face with both hands. Most of the sadness in my heart about separation also disappeared immediately. Although her grades are not bad, they are far from qualified to enter Shenyu. Both Ye Ziye and Ye Mengmeng understood this, but as long as she said it, the admissions office of Shenyu University will not recommend that you accept the first one and also accept one more. Okay, you guys hurry up and get ready. The principal asked all the freshmen to watch you leave. Tang Yuan smiled and arranged Ye Mengmeng's clothes. Yeah, I got it. At this time, Yi's father pulled Ye Ziye aside. I won't say too much, just remember what you said. Ye Ziye nodded solemnly, I will do it. That's all I have to say. Principal Li cleared his throat, and then came the main event. All classmates and teachers stand up. With an order, just look in the direction that everyone can see. A spaceship flew from a distance. When it stopped, the wind caused by it made many students unable to open their eyes. At this time, under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes, a man and a woman gradually flew up. Teacher Du watched quietly, and suddenly Ye Ziye turned to look at him. The two of them smiled in unison. Tang Yuan stood outside the school. She did not go in. She only came this time to see the two of them off. Looking up, he found Ye Mengmeng waving towards him. He couldn't help but smile in response. When the two disappeared from everyone's sight, the spacecraft also left. A legend spreads in Qingshui City. Chapter 88 Shenyu University. In the ocean. A hyper-realized island is constantly having spaceships coming in and out. Long Huashuan stood at the main entrance of Shenyu University, particularly eye-catching. Senior, is that person also a senior? Asked a freshman. The senior who led him shook his head, no, he is a freshman like you, and he was recommended and did not take the college entrance examination. Recommended, is he very strong? He still has status. The freshman asked in surprise, obviously he didn't expect that Shenyu University would recommend someone. The senior thought for a moment and found out that he had heard something from elsewhere recently. This person seems to have had a fierce battle with Ye Ziye. Even though he lost, it was just because he missed a move. The freshman couldn't believe that Ye Ziye had crushed all the geniuses of his peers. The second place in the college entrance examination was all solved by one move. But they are only 18 years old, and their strength is close to the unity level. Well, there's another theory. There are 2.5 monsters in the training camp, one with crazy boxing skills, one with unparalleled fighting spirit, and half a sword that cuts through the sky. The freshman swallowed uncontrollably. Hundreds of geniuses could not compare to a monster. But I didn't expect there was still 1.5. Okay, let's go quickly. The two left one after another. Long Huashuan smiled. Ye Ziye, I got something for you. Thinking about it, although I don't know why the old man agreed so happily. In the past, when others came to ask for it, they didn't even think about scraps. He was not sure at first. Forget it, it's a good thing anyway. At this time, a spaceship slowly stopped in the sky. This scene attracted people nearby to look at it. The spaceship is normal, but the position where it is parked is very wrong. Even if they come by airship, they still have to park the spacecraft at a special location. The exit of the spaceship opens. A man and a woman came out. The man's appearance is very ordinary, and his overall aura makes people subconsciously ignore him. The women are much better and are of the cute type. But everyone's eyes were on the man. It turns out to be this monster, so that's normal. Hey, the one next to you is holding hands. It seems to be called Ye Mengmeng. No, Ye Ziye said he has no relatives. Aren't they just boyfriend and girlfriend? Long Huashuan stepped forward, Ziye. Ziye also discovered Long Wushuan a long time ago. Wushuan, you have recovered. Asked with concern, Long Wushuan said with a smile, don't worry, although I'm not as perverted as you, my resilience is pretty strong. By the way, congratulations. Long Wushuan looked at the cordial atmosphere between the two and knew that their relationship was getting closer. Thank you. ×2. Come on, let's talk as we go. I'll take you to get your things. It will take a few hours for the others to arrive. Originally, the senior or teacher should have taken charge of Ziye, but Long Wushuan took this position. The three of them chatted and laughed, and also went to get their identity certificates and some freshman handbooks. After that, Long Wushuan took the two of them to the principal's office. Ziye, the principal told me that I have some rewards to tell you. Ziye nodded, then you two wait for me for a while, and I'll do it as soon as possible. It's okay to hurry up and take it slow. Anyway, everything has been fine in the past few days. Knocked on the door. Come in. Ziye opened the door and walked in, and immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting there. He looked about 30 or 40 years old. Hello, principal. Well, sit down. The principal said, handing over the document in his hand. It just so happens that here is your reward for ranking first in the college entrance examination. Take a look. Yeah. After Ziye took it, he took a breath just by looking at it. Simply because the rewards far exceeded expectations. He made a guess based on previous year's rewards and his own score. And for some reasons, I still have to guess too much. But now, there is still less guessing. How is it? The principal asked, looking at the stunned Ziye. Very good. Ziye said without hesitation. Don't be excited, there's still one more. The principal took out 3 things from the table. 2 rings and a card. This is what was on the document just now, and this is the result of the school's discussion. The principal picked up 2 rings, explained them and handed them to Ziye. Then, he picked up the card again. After Ziye put away the ring, he looked and found a 5 on the card. This is your authority level card. Generally, new students will receive it after the orientation activities in a few days. And they are basically level 1 cards. If you want to graduate here, in addition to the regular ones, your permission level must reach at least level 3. The principal paused for a moment before continuing. Authority levels are used for many purposes, including various school facilities, accommodation arrangements, etc. As for level 5 permissions, if you want, you can stay as a teacher after graduation. Ziye also understood that although this thing is not a real resource, but it's very useful. I see. The principal then handed the card to Ziye. Okay, I hope you have a wonderful college life. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Yes. The principal is outside. Long Wushuan curiously asked about the two of them, and Ye Mengmeng also said a lot. Ziye walked up to me, and then he was. Ye Mengmeng still blushed when she thought of that scene. Ziye walked out. I just have a lovely girlfriend. Long Wushuan patted Ziye's back with one hand and said. I didn't expect that you have another look. Ziye coughed twice and then changed the subject to another topic. Wushuan, do you have this? Taking out the permission card, Long Wushuan looked at it. This thing, I also gave it to you in advance, but it's 1 level lower than yours. Now that you have it, go ahead and choose a house. Long Wushuan then led the two of them to the residential area. The outside here is the temporary residence for new students, while the inside is based on grade. It is divided into houses of different levels of luxury. Not only does it look luxurious, the cultivation environment inside is better than the low-level ones. Several people walked around twice and finally chose the one with the largest size. Although it is large, the cultivation environment can only be considered average. So this one is still vacant, and no senior or teacher has chosen it. Ziye took out the permission card and put it gently on the door. The next second, the person who belongs here becomes him. Long Washuan said at this time that something happened suddenly, and he would wait until everyone arrived in the evening to get together again. After saying that, he didn't give the two of them a chance. He turned around and disappeared after taking a few steps. Ziye and Meng arranged the house together without saying anything. There are many rooms in this house, so the two of them chose the two closest ones. After the layout is completed, the hall and yard inside the house. Many flower seeds were planted. Meng was responsible for planting, and Ziye also helped water them. Time passed, and soon it was night. In a restaurant, 6 people sat around and toasted together. Chapter 89 Orientation Activities. The focus of the 6-person gathering was naturally on Ziye and Meng, who had made breakthrough progress. Ziye, congratulations! Duo was very enthusiastic, and Mou on the other side, although he couldn't tell it on the surface, was really happy for them. Congratulations! Meng was chatting with Lang Rushuan about something and had no intention of talking to a few grown men. At this time, Long Washuan held something out with a completely different and cautious attitude from before. This scene made Ziye and the other 3 people look out curiously. What is it that makes Long Washuan, who has always behaved carelessly, be so cautious? Long Washuan put a bottle of wine on the table. This is the coming-of-age gift that the old man gave me. Come, let's have a taste together. The bottle has a shark pattern made of light red gemstones. Duo could see how precious this wine was at a glance and couldn't help but take a breath. Brother Long, this wine is exclusively for sale. How many people have never heard of it? Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if it's for him or not, just give it to me and drink it. As he was about to start driving, Duo searched for space props. 6 exquisite noble wine glasses were brought out. After Long Washuan filled the cups individually, he distributed them to everyone. Come, let's have a drink together. Everyone raised their glasses at the same time and drank it all. Long Washuan put down the empty wine glass and thought about it for a while. Xiao Qian, is this really just for you? That's all I drink. There was some disappointment in the words. Duo also escaped from the aftertaste. This wine is specially provided to the military. The effect is of no use to us now, so I feel that it is almost boring. That's it. The reactions of several other people were similar, and none of them tasted the wonder in it. Duo thought of another thing at this time. Does everyone know about the welcome party? Ziye thought for a moment and said, I have heard of it. Is there anything going on with this welcome event? Duo's temperament changed at this time and he said very seriously. Everyone, this orientation party is actually for the seniors who are 1 or 2 years older than us to give us newcomers a head start. Oh! Long Washuan became interested instantly. The performance of this orientation party is related to our authority level. It can be said that it is the best opportunity for promotion before the deadline without any major accidents. After saying this, even Mou cheered up and said it directly. Just tell me how to do it. He has always been so straightforward, and others have long been used to it. If Mou slurs his words, then something big has happened. That's right. According to what I know, the orientation party is usually a hunt-and-hunt type. The seniors are the hunters and we are the prey. While speaking, he looked at Ziye and the others. However, there is no regulation that clearly states who is the hunter's prey. The rules only say that after the hunter catches the prey will be eliminated. After Duo finished speaking, Mou first stopped Long Washuan and then asked. For such an obvious rule, someone should have tried it a long time ago. Duo nodded in affirmation. Of course someone has tried it, but the last one was many years ago. Later, Duo began to explain the reasons in the eyes of several people. The senior's strength is first of all a big problem. Anyone who can come here is a genius. Even if you are not in the Qi and blood realm when you come, you will be almost there in a month or two. Therefore, the seniors who have practiced here for a year are at least at the 4th level of Qi and blood. In addition, there is something more troublesome. When a freshman does this, it is equivalent to slapping a senior in the face, and the consequences are needless to say. These two things are big troubles to others, but they are just like that to us. Qian Duoduo said, talking about strength. There are 2 monsters there, as well as the rest of their team. They also randomly beat a few ordinary seniors, and their strength has exceeded them all. As for the latter point, ordinary seniors do not have the ability to make things difficult for them, but if someone insists on asking someone from the older generation to cause trouble, quite literally, a few of their backgrounds combined together can create a tornado with just a breath. After hearing this, Long Wushuan immediately said, "That's it." Mou didn't object, just making some noise could make his family quieter. After it was over, several people left one after another. Before leaving, Long Wushuan also took out a jade box and handed it to Ziye. "Ziye, I got the stuff. It's absolutely good." Ziye put away the box. He was also looking forward to the chalcedony fruit that he had exchanged for half a heaven-level weapon. After putting it away, Long Wushuan came over and said again, "Ziye, please be careful not to let others eat it. Many people have died from eating this thing, especially." Halfway through, he glanced at Ye Mengmeng who was saying goodbye to Lang Rushuan. "With your physique and recovery power, there is no problem, but if it were her, she would die even if she ate even a little bit." Ziye nodded, "That's why you recommended this to me, right?" "Well, there are risks. As long as you survive it, the benefits will be greater." Long Wushuan did not deny that Ziye was the only person he had ever seen who had a more perverted physique than his own. He said some more precautions and then left. Inside the house, the two of them were sitting on the sofa, and some boring programs were playing on the TV. This is also Ziye's short rest time, and the 3 villains in his mind no longer discuss it. At this time, he coughed twice and said, "Meng Meng, I need to use the bathroom in a moment. You should go to bed early after taking a bath." Ziye was a little embarrassed to say it. After all, these words always have other meanings. But he was telling the truth, he really wanted to use it. In response, Ye Mengmeng got up and went to the bathroom. Ziye began to watch TV attentively, but the abnormal beating of his heart could not fool anyone. Not long after he felt it, he heard the sound of Ye Mengmeng returning to the room after washing. He turned up the volume of the TV 2 bars, because he might scream next. "Go into the bathroom and forcefully stop the distractions in your mind." Taking out the jade box, Ziye saw that it was just an ordinary fruit. There was no smell, but it made him swallow hard. The instinct in his body was urging him. "It's true." Before he finished speaking, Ziye took a long breath, quickly picked up the fruit and ate it in several bites. He didn't even taste anything the next moment. Crack! With a clear sound, the leaf fell directly to the ground. A wave of energy begins to flow through the body, everywhere it reaches. The meridians are broken and the bones are broken. When it flows through the arm, Ziye looks at the joints as if there is a bomb hidden inside. With a bang, blood flew out with half of the bones. And when the energy begins to flow to the heart, that is the real beginning. Ah! Ziye bit his arm, but the painful sound still came out. Chapter 90 Blood Soul Sky Poison. Even if he thought about it in advance, Ziye was temporarily occupied by pain. Ziye couldn't tell how much time had passed, but he felt that his body was almost exhausted. Even if you use skills, it will take years to recover. The first stage is completed. Ziye could only be thankful that although his body was almost down, his mental power could still be used. This saved him some trouble. The next second, countless poisonous things that could easily poison the Qi and blood realm appeared. There is a film on the surface of these things, and they are all large enough to be eaten in one bite. Chalcedony fruit. Destroy everything first, then rebuild it stronger. And the reshaping can be controlled to a certain extent, depending on the raw materials used for reshaping. Although the poison of his qi and blood is good, he thinks it is not enough. Moreover, his 10,000 poisons body tempering technique has been stuck in Dachan for a long time. Countless poisons were forced directly into the body through wounds. This step is no different from committing suicide for ordinary people. Even the resistant leaves felt the danger of life and death in an instant. Another burst of energy flows out, and all the poison in the body is exposed to the energy. Ziye opened his eyes to the maximum. Next, he wants to induce energy by himself. This is the level. No one can help him. He has to build a new physique for himself in pain. When it gets light outside, Ziye's heart beats completely differently from before, which is enough to easily poison the blood in the qi and blood realm. Began to flow through his body. Call out the panel and look. Qualifications: Earth level top grade, Blood Soul Heavenly Poison Body, Earth level top grade. The improvement is huge, the qualifications have been upgraded by 1 level, and the physical fitness has been upgraded by 2 levels. The leaves release a trace of blood, which makes people mistake it for purple jade at a glance. Very good. Regardless of his qualifications and physique, it is extremely difficult to upgrade. But if I want to upgrade, I'm afraid I can only rely on my own self-created skills that can be completed immediately. He stood up and found that the clothes he was wearing had been corroded by a little poison accidentally released and could no longer be worn. If you throw it out casually, it will definitely poison a few people. Ziye took out a set of ordinary clothes from the ring, which he bought during the 2 months of summer vacation. The top grade of the mortal level can tear him to pieces with just a touch. After changing it, I confirmed the time. 6:30 in the morning. Ziye felt bad for a moment. Before he could turn around, there was a knock on the door. Somewhat rushed. Use your mental power to gather the remaining poison and blood in the corner of the bathroom. Then he threw the ring in, then walked over and opened the door. Meng was standing at the door and saw Ziye's miserable appearance after the door opened. And the bathroom at the back, where something had obviously happened. Meng, I'm fine. You go and rest first, I'll clean up here. Meng didn't ask anything, because during the 2 months of getting along, she didn't ask anything. She asked Ziye why he put so much pressure on himself. He had obviously done well enough. But Ziye just said that it was not enough. This is for you. Ziye handed his permission card to Meng. This thing can be borrowed. But in some places, you can still only enter with your own permissions. After that, Ziye returned to his room. Starting to rest, the 3 people in the brain are forced to start functioning. The body is also starting to practice in an orderly manner. After his qualifications improved, Ziye discovered that the difficulty he faced when he created the technique was no longer a problem. One by one they were solved by themselves. With everything going smoothly, when the evening comes today, a strange book of exercises was also born. Ziye immediately started to practice. This technique is very simple to practice, and the level on the panel is only the lower level of the talent level. He had already been mentally prepared for this. This is not because the effect is weak or the creation failed. It's because he borrowed some spiritual magic when creating. He has skills, as long as the results meet expectations. A certain level of side effects is perfectly acceptable. After easily cultivating to the transformation state, Ziye took out a spiritual level resource from the ring. Then, qi and blood surged in his hands. Resources disappear into thin air like ice cubes melting. The leaves then recover their qi and blood. Seeing that the experience of physique suddenly increased, there was also sudden damage caused somewhere in the body. Ignoring the damage inside the body, he began to continuously take out resources. The leaf is like a giant beast devouring resources, and it will never be satisfied no matter how much it takes. Day and night alternate outside, and the leaves don't care. Just because one day's million-level experience alone is enough to make him not care about time. A few days passed. The freshmen of Tianyu University have almost arrived, and everywhere you look you can see people walking on the road looking curiously at the people around them. The seniors are beginning to look forward to the upcoming orientation meeting. Especially those who were chased miserably in the last term. It is necessary to let the junior students understand the dangers of society. On the school's official website, the seniors spoke without hesitation. Operation Umbrella Rib, begin. I scolded the last one, but I praise it this time. Hey, freshman, I'm here, senior. These words naturally made some freshmen dissatisfied and began to refute. In this regard, the seniors just said one thing. It looks exactly like me back then. Are you a genius? That's not the same as us. The same genius, with the difference of 1 year, is still in Tianyu University. Just because most of the freshmen didn't even have enough energy and blood to reach this point, the gap between them was doomed. Don't think of us as you, we still don't know what the outcome will be. That is, many of us have broken through to the Qi and Blood realm. Oh, but all of us are in the Qi and Blood realm. A member of the number 1 training camp said at this time. The Qi and Blood realm is very powerful. You probably don't know that there are 2.5 monsters, right? This sentence caused another discussion. I can't beat that number 1, but it's not like we don't have masters in this class. That's right. It's not just the Qi and Blood realm. I remember that Senior Lu is almost at the 1 realm. I wonder if he will participate. Yes, and not only sophomores, but also juniors will also participate. Come on, fresh and lovely juniors, tell me loudly how to lose. In Xinchen's temporary residence, Ziyu looked back at Qian Duoduo. He is the training camp member number 1 who just spoke. Is this really okay? After asking uncertainly, Qian Duoduo said relaxedly. Don't worry, all this is just foreshadowing. What he wants to do is simple, that is, let them show off their faces during the orientation activities. Then, relying on the relationships in the training camp, I started to recruit people. In Tianyu Dazhong, create a club. Qian Duoduo looked at the training camp members who had started arguing. Every one of the number 1 training camps has the value of attracting attention. The community created is nothing more than a springboard. By the way, sort out your current plans and send them to me. Ziyu is very fast because he once made a lot of money to buy resources with this technique. After receiving Qian Duoduo, he sent it backhand to the team group. Chapter 91 begins. Rich Second Generation, Document. Rich Second Generation, everyone, please see if there is anything that needs to be changed. After sending it out, Qian Duoduo continued to ask Zhou to pay more attention. He understood that some things did not have to be hidden, most of the time. When there is no conflict of interest and there is a certain relationship, the best way is to speak frankly. There are 5 people in the team, and Ziye will definitely not be interested in those people in the training camp. When it comes to the possible division of responsibilities in the future, one may just want to choose a sinecure. Long Washuan knew it best and was also not interested. There is no need to talk about Lang Rushuan, the socially anxious girl. Although she is better now than at the beginning, she is still far from being able to attract others. Only the last captain, Mou, might recruit a few people for his family, just to do some superficial work. After a while, there was news in the group. Mou, I don't care. Long Aotian, I support it. This will make college life more interesting. Xiao Ya, support. Bai Shuang, yes. Seeing that things were as he expected, Qian Duoduo also spoke in the group. Rich Second Generation, the strongest person at this orientation party is a sophomore who is at the unity level. Attached file. Rich second generation, this person is very powerful, so brother Long, I hope you can go and call someone. Long Aotian, don't worry, Xiao Qian, Ziye and I are here. Long Washuan replied as soon as he saw the first light, and then he looked at the second light. Long Aotian, who to call? Rich second generation, Su Chong Kong. Seeing that she had nothing to do, Ziye opened the message from the senior and took a look. Everything was normal before, but when he saw a record, he hesitated for a moment. Because he saw a technique. Coincidence. At the gate of Shenyu, there was a man wearing casual clothes and a pair of slippers. He was squatting beside the gate, eating a few buns and a cup of porridge. Some passers-by recognized him and said, "Hello, senior." "Okay, okay." With the bun in his mouth, he could hardly speak clearly. This scene shocked several freshmen who were rushing to the opening ceremony of the welcome party. But the seniors who are already in their sophomore year have long been accustomed to Lu Qi behavior. Lu Qi didn't care about the strange or surprised looks from the freshmen, he was used to it anyway. Having breakfast here while waiting for someone who is late. This is a habit he has maintained for a year. At this time, a man walked towards him. The moment Lu Qi noticed it, even if he had waited less than a second, he could guess that this person was asking him to host the welcome party. But I was still excited and watched it the same way as I had hundreds of times before. Senior Lu Qi, the opening ceremony is about to begin. I understand. He finished the rest in a few bites and handed the garbage to the visitor. Turn around and walk while waving your hands. Please help me throw it away. Not far away, I saw a big platform, and then the freshman below. He walked over without any hesitation, and no one in charge of security dared to stop him. He took a few steps onto the stage, and appeared in front of everyone in a casual outfit. Ziye looked at this senior Lu Qi, they looked alike, very alike. Just those few steps just now had made him more suspicious. The temperament is exactly the same. Beside him, Long Washuan was also looking at him, and he could hardly wait any longer. However, Su Chong Kong, who was one body position behind him, looked like he didn't care about anything. It was just that Long Washuan called him, and he came. Mou yawned out of boredom. This time, he was only responsible for protecting Qian Duoduo, Lang Rushuan, and Ye Meng Meng. He has no part in the fighting. After the senior on the stage said everything he wanted to say in the shortest possible time. Now, there is still half an hour before the orientation begins. One sentence shocked the freshmen below. Because the venue for this event is somewhere else and far away. Anyone who is still outside the designated venue at the end of the time will be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, watching the freshmen in the audience showing off their talents and rushing off, he also sent a message to the people over there. The time has been advanced to half an hour later. In fact, this was something he thought of temporarily, so even Qian Duoduo didn't know that this would happen. Let's go too. Mou summoned several flying swords and asked those who had not awakened their spiritual power to stand on them. Ziye summoned the flying knife, and Su Chong Kong just walked through the air. A few people flew directly, much faster than the others. In the middle of the process, Ziye turned back to look at Mou. This guy had indeed reached the micro level. Several people flew out of the university and then flew to one place for a while. Several large mountains with no modern traces, together with a grassland, lake, and so on. This is the place for the orientation event. They chose a place on the top of the mountain to drop off. Brother Long, and Ziye, you have to be careful this time. Qian Duoduo said. Even though Lu Qi on the stage just now didn't have any formal appearance, his strength was absolutely formidable. Don't worry, I'll remember it. Half an hour later. Most of the newcomers ran to the place, but many of them were exhausted. When the time comes. Juniors, here I come, senior. Ha ha ha, come on. Why don't you run away, Junior? Can't you run anymore? The seniors rushed towards the freshmen, but many of these were freshmen in the body refining realm. I already have no physical strength. Facing the seniors who were chasing after him, he had no strength to resist at all. A senior student rushed towards someone excitedly. He had a miserable life during the orientation activities last year. King Han looked at the people rushing towards him, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Do you really think anyone can hit him twice? An alchemy furnace fell directly to the ground, and then he picked it up with one hand and smashed it down. What? The senior hurriedly took out a big sword and faced it, but he didn't even use 30% of his strength. Boom! He was directly knocked away and looked at King Han unwillingly. Why is this so different from my time? Interesting, the alchemist didn't refine the elixir well, and he came to fight. A rough voice came, and only a tall figure was seen, holding a giant hammer in his hand. The realm of one body has also reached the 5th level of Qi and Blood realm. Boy, you are only at the 2nd level of Qi and Blood realm. Just admit defeat. King Han was not suppressed by the momentum and just said. But across 3 realms, do you think you are that kind of monster? Subsequently, the alchemy furnace and the giant hammer continued to collide. It's not just him. Hao Tianming, Zhou Yu, and others, with more than a dozen Qi and Blood realms, besieged several seniors. Now, most of the members in the training camp are in the Qi and Blood realm. Although it is generally only 1 or 2 levels, for those at the top. It's not like you can't fight across several small realms. They are both geniuses, but they are also divided into different levels. Tian Tian and Tian Ling cooperated with each other to knock several senior students off the field. Wang Xia's holy soul was so powerful that she directly suppressed the seniors who were targeting him. There are other scenes. It all shows that this time's orientation activity will not be the same as before. Chapter 92 Showing Power. In several societies, they watched the information and live broadcasts coming from time to time. This batch of newcomers is of surprisingly high quality. Well, in previous years there were at most a few who could resist, but this time there are so many. One person said in agreement that the freshmen of previous years had just entered school. It is enough to have a dozen or 20 Qi and Blood realms, and there are a large number of them. The number of body-quenching times did not reach 7. But this time, among the dozens of cross-border fights with seniors, none of them looked like they had been tempered 7 times or more. If we don't add some people temporarily, if this continues, it will affect the effect of recruiting people in the future. A senior in charge of recruiting new students said. The function of the orientation activities is to suppress these geniuses and let them know that there are people out there. There is also preparation for recruiting new members for all clubs in the future. If the suppression fails, people with high aspirations will definitely have some impact. Don't worry, there's still Lu Qi, right? One person said nonchalantly, that Lu Qi was always alone anyway. We won't compete with societies like these for people. We can't just let him shine. If all the freshmen imitate him, they will still be affected. That's right. At the orientation event, hundreds of seniors were basically locked in a tough fight. The training camp showed at this moment that there is a gap between geniuses. Especially when seeing the 3 top 9 holding the line, the power they unleashed is extraordinary. Wang Xia alone has eliminated more than a dozen seniors. With a cultivation level of the 3rd or 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, a senior in the same realm could only be crushed. Only when a few people at level 7 or above took action could they fight back and forth. In the past, I was the one who crossed the border to hit others. I didn't expect that. The senior looked at the freshman in front of him, who was not famous. That's because you haven't seen a real genius. After saying that, he will be eliminated with a few moves. But after doing all this, I still haven't breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a good thing to be too crazy. Hearing the sound so close was startling. What? The next second, a huge force directly knocked him away, hitting several big trees along the way and stopping. Lying on the ground, I looked up and saw a person walking towards me. 9th level of Qi and Blood Realm? Aren't you going to deal with the third of the 9 at your level? What the hell, I didn't see that you're a bit of a middle schooler. Someone come and make a comment. Forget it, just lie down for a while. Don't be complacent, we still have 6 people who haven't taken action yet. After the middle school boy finished speaking, he was knocked unconscious. And this scene is happening everywhere at the same time. The members of the training camp who were dealing with the enemy were faced with the sudden appearance of a large number of masters. With a gap of 7 or 8 levels, there was no chance of resistance. The situation was directly reversed. But the worst thing is not them, but the freshmen who have been hiding behind to watch the show. They are either in the body refining realm, or they are ordinary geniuses who broke through to the Qi and Blood realm without completing several body temperings. They are not qualified to fight with the seniors. Now that the people in front were broken, they could only run as hard as they could. A few seniors had just eliminated 2 freshmen and turned around to see a few people on the top of the mountain. That's right, let's go first. Why are you pulling me? There's someone there, damn. Run. After the battle just now, they no longer dare to look down on this new generation. Not to mention, I suddenly saw a guy called a monster. Mountain top. Qianduoduo saw that the time had come, if he waited any longer. But there are not many people who are sober. Brother Long, Ziye, please take care of you too. Long Washuan couldn't wait any longer and laughed loudly when he heard this. Don't worry, leave it to us. He jumped out and waved the spear in his hand. The gunfire alone was enough to knock away the few people who were running away. He scanned the entire battlefield from the air and locked onto one spot in an instant. Ziyu, who was struggling to hold on, was about to curse in his heart, although everything was going according to plan. Including the confrontation in the front, and the addition of these people later. But with so many guys above the 7th level coming all at once, wouldn't it be hard for the people in those clubs to play with them? Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Ziyu tried his best to adjust his state. If the 3 people opposite him weren't serious, he would have lied down so many times. It's interesting that I can still stand up, but I'm almost not interested in playing with you anymore. As soon as the senior finished speaking, he suddenly felt that he was on the line between life and death and hurriedly stepped back. Boom! A figure fell down and waved his spear to blow away the dust. Then come and play with me. Those people behind him felt relieved when they saw it was Long Washuan. Ha ha ha, it's your turn now. Let you pretend. The 3 seniors looked at each other and said, Long Washuan of the Long family has heard about it for a long time. I would like to say a few more words, but Long Washuan is not here for small talk. Stop talking nonsense and fight. He was able to kill with a 5th level Qi and Blood cultivation, just with a spear. It was to knock away a senior who was blocked with a weapon. Then the spear was swung, and these people were defeated one after another. Ziye also found someone at this time. There is no gossip, the next second is the collision of fists. Within a few breaths, dozens of sounds merged into one. Then, a punch hit the mark. The man was so beaten that he lost his mind and fell to the ground. The 2 monsters used their unimaginable strength to refresh the concepts of the seniors. 9 levels of Qi and Blood? If they are not enough to fight, everyone else can fight beyond 3 small realms. When it comes to the 2 of them, even if they don't use secret skills, they are all 5 bases. Mou yawned, and a strange sword appeared in his hand. He looked to the side, why don't you come out yet? Several flying knives came out, and after Mou easily dealt with them, he held a sword in one hand and killed them. Just a few seconds. 2 figures, one behind and one behind, rushed into the sky. Mou behind him accelerated violently, as if there was a flash of light. The senior looked at Mou stiffly, raised his hand and said in disbelief. Smallest. On the other hand, Mou still looked like he hadn't woken up. But easily killing a famous senior also made some people with ideas give up. In the community, several people's faces were quite ugly. With 2 monsters entering the scene, all the extra monsters sent over were immediately eliminated. How about we let the juniors? He was halfway through speaking, but he didn't continue. Temporarily increasing the number of people is not a good thing. Let alone twice. Forget it, leave it to Lu Qi. Still one person made the decision. There is nothing they can do at the moment, and in the final analysis they still despise it. If only I had known these 2 monsters were so strong at the beginning. They would directly send a few juniors to take action, but that can't be done now. I can only hope that Lu Qi will deal with it quickly. At the edge of the event venue, Lu Qi watched the scenes happening. What a pervert! He's even more powerful than I was back then. Although he said this, he still walked over in a few steps. Chapter 93 Join Forces. Long Washuan eliminated another person with a few moves, then suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. The main course has arrived. A whole body of fighting spirit soars into the sky, in the realm of unity. He hasn't tried it yet. Lu Qi stopped and said, it seems there is no need to go there. On the other side, the fist intention is also soaring to the sky. The 2 artistic conceptions are so powerful that the people watching from far away can see them. They all feel an invisible oppression. But the members of the training camp who were hiding in various places to rest all smiled in unison. Isn't it just an extra year of practice? This time someone can cure you. There was no such thing as looseness in Lu Qi's eyes. Throughout his sophomore year, he is the only one who can compare to him now. Boom! The trees and grass in the entire mountain forest were all bent and bent. Su Chongkong, who had been unresponsive at the top of the mountain, looked over this time. That is a kind of sword intention. Ye's body is like a swimming dragon, killing Lu Qi from the air, reaching out with 36 flying knives. On the ground, Long Washuan looked like the most perfect warrior, with a spear in one hand ready to go. Bang bang bang! The long sword performed 2 sword moves, so the flying knife could not get close to him. After Lu Qi dealt with the flying knives, he aimed his sword at the incoming spear and was about to push it back in just a moment. A punch hit his head, but Lu Qi remained calm and used more force on his hands to push Long Washuan back. Then while dodging to the other side, he slashed upward with his sword. Depending on the position and timing, it can hit Ye just right on his chest. Bang bang! At the last moment, Ziye controlled 2 flying knives to buy himself some time and resolve the crisis. And this scene was broadcast live by someone hiding far away. There is no official live broadcast of the orientation event, but there are always seniors there to have fun. Or the club wants to select suitable newcomers. In these cases, a live broadcast will be held, but the people watching are different. Ziye and Long Washuan looked at each other. They didn't let off steam just now. They worked together and were defeated so easily. Burning blood. The body of the leaf emitted purple blood mist like jade for an instant. The grass under his feet began to decay rapidly, and his feet turned into smelly mud in a second. Ziye also used his mental power to send a message to Long Washuan. Be careful with every attack. Ha ha ha. Fight forever. With his iconic laughter, Long Washuan thought that Ziye would make great progress by taking Chalcedony, but it still exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he now wants to join forces with Ziye. This is so interesting. Lu Qi looked at the changes in the 2 of them and assumed a standard fighting posture. If one of you 2 has the 9th level of Qi and blood, I will lose. That's enough. Ziye moved his body and improved his physique. Burning blood has also changed. He didn't know the specific reason, he just felt that his sanity was beginning to be affected. But it's not a bad thing, because the blood burning effect is stronger. At least, that's what he thought. The three of them disappeared at the same time. Boom! The ground cracked under their feet, just a duel between Lu Qi and Long Wushuan. Lu Qi's expression changed slightly. He quickly pulled away the long sword in his hand and slashed the leaves away. He then faced the long spear again regardless of the painful repulsion. I was shocked. The feeling just now didn't feel like a physical body at all. Moreover, this poison is so strange, he obviously did not come into direct contact with the leaves. But it was still affected. Long Wushuan seized the opportunity and danced his spear quickly, leaving only a little aftermath. Just make a smooth gap in the hillside in the distance. Lu Qi responded to the enemy one after another, but he was already dragged into Long Wushuan's fighting rhythm. Compared with fighting, Long Wushuan is not afraid of anyone. Every inch of his body, every drop of blood, and even every ray of consciousness contained fighting spirit. The leaves are reshaped with poison, but he uses invisible fighting spirit. This is his way. Lu Qi was helpless against the offensive for a while, but Ziye had already attacked again. He withstood a full blow from himself, and it was a full blow that was completely invisible from the outside. Even if you are physically strong, you may be seriously injured if you are careless. No. Lu Qi waved his arm gently, and a sword light that exceeded Long Wushuan's expectations struck. It was Long Wushuan who was always on the highest alert and put down his defense immediately. Lu Qi didn't have time to see Long Wushuan, so he turned around and fought with Ziye. But after a few moves, there were a few sword wounds on Ziye's body, but Lu Qi, who was also punched several times, could not see any impact. Lu Qi stabbed with a common sword, which was stuck in the gap of Ziye's defense. The sword shouldn't be like this. Lu Qi's eyes flashed with surprise, just because a broken sword had no blood, no spirit, and no sword intention. Just a broken sword and the weak strength defused his attack. You. After spitting out a word, Su Chongkong didn't make any unnecessary moves and slashed at it with the broken sword in his hand. Although his sword is not very powerful, his understanding of the sword is at a crushing level. Ziye also took the opportunity to take action and finally found an opportunity. A straight punch, in addition to direct damage, a large amount of poisonous mist instantly invaded Lu Qi's body. Lu Qi danced with the long sword in his hand, directly breaking Su Changkong's move with force. Ziye did not continue to go up. He caught Su Changkong who was in danger and retreated directly. At the same time, he stuffed an antidote pill into the opponent. Although the opponent's performance just now was very impressive, he had no intention and no physical fitness. If he hadn't controlled it, no one could tell what Su Changkong's situation would be now. There is also Long Wushuan who relies on his physical strength to carry on. 1 or 2. Do you really think that his poisonous mist is just for playing house? Long Wushuan walked up to the two of them, with a shocking wound on his body. Even he had to slow down for a while with the sword strike just now. The three of them stood opposite Lu Qi. The next second. Do you want to continue? Ziye stared at him, seeming to be hiding something else. Lu Qi looked at Ziye and even ignored the other two people. For a long time. Forget it, you freshmen are doing very well. He said in a relaxed tone. It was as if the battle just now had no impact on him. Ziye looked at his leaving figure and fell into thinking. Ziye, is there a problem? Long Wushuan noticed the abnormality of Ziye. No, Wushuan, you said, is it possible for two people to use the same technique to be exactly the same? Impossible, even the simplest move can have countless variations in the hands of different people. Long Wushuan gave his answer. Ziye agrees with this answer, but this is too similar. Even if the master teaches his disciples, they can't teach him to be like this. Mou flew over with 3 people and put down Ye Mengmeng and Lang Rushuan. Then Qian Duoduo pulled him away again. Before Qian Duoduo left, everyone, I'll talk about the details later. Several people are used to this. They were completely assured to hand over Tianyu, and everyone in the team had a clear understanding of themselves. Lang Rushuan took out various elixirs and some rescue items at this time. She studied this knowledge specially when she was at home. And the school's official website. A live broadcast was also closed, but this was not the end, but just the beginning. Chapter 94, Newcomers Club. Lu Qi, you. One person greeted Lu Qi and stopped mid-sentence. Because a hand was placed on his body, always give newcomers some room to grow. He walked directly past this person, and then walked back to his residence at a brisk pace. The moment he entered the room, he spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. It's really perverted. He was completely suppressed without showing his trump card. His expression was no longer so relaxed, but in pain. But it soon turned to contemplation. Did he guess that last look? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly denied it. Impossible, if not. Could it be? After receiving some treatment, Ziye and others left separately. They don't have to worry about what happens next. After returning to the house to clean up briefly, Yamengmeng and Yamengmeng walked around the school together. Yamengmeng told him about the arrangements in the school so that he would not be the same as in the training camp. I don't even know what is there, so I have to use a map. Leave. All in all, it's a beautiful sight. In the next 2 days, Tianyu was busy dealing with the establishment of the club. There are a lot of things and people to deal with. For example, arrange for people to covertly control the wind direction on the official website. Or, for example, giving a certain senior who worked hard to live broadcast a resource agreed in advance. Another example is to prepare for problems that may arise after the association is established. He looked familiar from the previous training camp, plus the comments on the official website. Let a large number of new students intend to join this club that has not yet been established. Look at the overall situation, whether it is the beginning, the middle, or the ending. Everything is like a coincidence arranged by God, everything is just right. But the fact is, there is no coincidence, everything is a plan. Tianyu, who had always been a logistician, began to truly show his strengths and why he was sent to that spaceship. And 2 days later, all the freshmen gathered together again because it was time to receive their permission cards. How many secondary levels will appear this time? A senior asked on the official website. In the past, there would have been no more than 3, but this time. He hasn't finished speaking, but the meaning has been expressed. It's really outrageous. Something that hasn't happened in many years has happened to us. One senior couldn't help but said, "You said it would be fine if they were in the current class, but it's a pity that they were stepped down from the previous class." Tianyu got his own first-level authority card. No objections or anything, just permission granted. The team group became lively. Rich second generation, the plan is going smoothly. Rich second generation, the next step is to divide the positions. Tianyu smiled and glanced at Mou aside, seeing that the other party had no objection. He is the most suitable position for the boss position, which is good for everyone. Rich second generation, I suggest that the captain be the president and I be the planner. Long Aotian, no problem, just give me a small amount of money to fight. Bai Shuang, I can do it. Xiao, I want a sinecure. Xiao, did you say something to Meng Meng? Meetings were held in several associations that had been passed down for many generations. Because it is a certainty that Tianyu will establish a society. Moreover, how many stand out among the freshmen? Except for a few people who were related to a certain society, they were all rounded up at once. They also used some methods during this period, but none of them worked. Everyone, now we have to come up with a plan. The person on the main seat glanced down. But no one had the courage to raise their head and answer. It's not that there are usually no new members establishing societies, but it's basically just a small fight, and there's no threat to them at all. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, but the small sound seemed to be connected to everyone's heartbeat. President. The knocking stopped, and everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person in charge looked in the direction of the voice and said quickly, "No matter how perverted the newcomers are, in the final analysis they are just outstanding individual abilities, and no one can predict what will happen after the combination. And the development of the club needs to be snatched. No matter how strong they are, if they can snatch all the freshmen's exclusive shares, it will definitely not be enough. When the time comes, we can easily solve it if we take action again." After listening quietly, the president looked around again. No one had another comment. "First do as you say, and you will be responsible. If you do well, you will be promoted, if you do poorly, you will be demoted." The president left the trouble to that person with one word. This is not an isolated case. Several old associations have handed over this matter to a person who is a manager but not particularly important. The reason is very simple. The background of this club is so big that even the seniors who left earlier cannot be provoked. But things have happened, and we can't pretend we didn't see them. It can only be thrown out as a sinecure, and it will be easy to deal with when problems arise. Within secondary accommodation. After Qian Duoduo established the club, his authority card was successfully upgraded to 1 level. Together with Lang Rushuan, Ye Mengmeng and several others, under his arrangement, they were promoted to the 2nd level authority by virtue of their positions in the society. Orientation activities are the best way to obtain permissions, but you don't have to obtain them directly. Looking at the news in hand, it was just as expected. The next step is to wait for the battle. There are many unique training facilities in Tianyu University, and everyone can practice and how long they can practice. The first is related to the level of authority. Some facilities have thresholds, and at least how many levels are required. Moreover, each level of authority will have a certain usage time every month, which can be freely allocated. The second is the battle for the community, which is to use various methods to snatch the use time of various facilities. If they were asked to compete directly with the seniors now, they would definitely have no chance of winning. But in the first round of competition after the recruitment of each club, only freshmen can take action. He wants to get all of these. Ziye was walking on the path, and now he planned to try something unique here. Remembering the map below, I walked another distance. There is a treasure land of the 5 elements here, where the 5 energies of metal, wood, water, and fire exist at the same time. Not only are there 5 kinds of energy, but there are also 5 kinds of physical skills. As long as you can hold on to the corresponding position for the corresponding time, you can obtain the corresponding level of skills for free. It just so happened that Zizi's 10,000 poisons body tempering technique had reached the transformation stage. The training of half of the fighting god technique was not only slower, but also required less experience than the earth level technique. This made Ziye wonder whether he had practiced wrongly. After wandering around for a while, Ziye found the entrance. There is nothing around, except for a few guards standing here responsible for registration. "Hello, I want to enter the 5 elements treasure land." The guard took out something to test the permission card and then gave way. If you can't hold on anymore, you can use the permission card to call for help. There are formations here that will block communications. Chapter 95 5 Elements. The guard recognized Ye Xinchen's identity and came alone, so he explained something to him. "Your time will be automatically recorded here. You still have 168 hours, which is 7 days. You can come back to receive the exercises after staying in one area for 3 full hours. Although there is no prohibition on any method to last for 3 hours, it is not recommended." "Why?" Ziye was originally surprised that he didn't see anyone along the way. Logically speaking, he was at Tianyu University. Earth-level skills are also very precious. This place where you can get 5 local-level skills for free should be quite popular. The guard saw Zizi's confusion. Although the technique is good, not everyone can practice it. The 5 elements Kung Fu is too extreme. Unless you have a special physique, you can't resist the backlash of the technique. No one can withstand the damage it causes to the body all the time. After Ziye heard this, he immediately thought about whether to practice it all. I know what you are thinking. It's useless. You have to practice one by one. The guard said directly that everyone who could come here was a genius. Naturally, he had tried this method, but it didn't end well. Oh, don't worry, I will come out if it doesn't work. Ziye felt that the 5 elements technique was still feasible, but it was just physical damage, and he had long been used to it. After passing through the guards and entering, the image in front of me was turned upside down. Ziye felt the completely different energies on the left and right sides, and after some thought, he stepped into the area corresponding to the fire. When you walk in, you immediately feel waves of heat coming over you. And as if it was made up of countless needles, Ziye reached out and shook it. It's really not an ordinary flame. The areas here are divided into peripheral, inner and core. And where the leaves are, it's not even the periphery. After attaching a layer of mental power to the clothes, Ziye began to move deeper. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Let's go here first. The body of the leaf began to bleed, and after flowing out, it quickly evaporated into poisonous mist, and then was gradually burned away by the fire energy here. This place already belongs to the inner circle, so we only need to stay for 3 hours. Not idle, Ziye began to practice the sun-breathing technique. At the beginning, the flames that had been kept outside the body had a place to vent. A line of fire burned out of thin air and was eaten by the leaves in one bite. The temperature in the body instantly heats up, and the line of fire spreads freely inside the body, burning everything to its heart's content. Ziye frowned, but continued. Because he discovered that actively absorbing this energy also brings additional experience. And the more you absorb, the faster your experience increases. 3 hours flew by. At the entrance, Ziye walked out in the same state as when he entered. I want to receive the technique. Okay. After a quick inquiry, the guard asked, inner perimeter. I looked at the ordinary leaves. If they hadn't seen it before, no one would have thought that this was the first one in this session. It's true that people can't be judged by their appearance. 2 jade tablets were handed to Ziye, these can be cultivated to the realm of great achievements. After Ziye picked up 2 of them and absorbed the information inside, his eyes lit up. 5 elements body tempering technique fire, middle grade earth level. After getting the technique, Ziye directly entered the 5 elements treasure land again. Returning to the previous place, I kept recalling everything about the exercises in my mind. This technique is to absorb fire energy from the outside world to complete the body tempering. What if it is absorbed from the body? Ziye tentatively inhaled a line of fire, and the moment it was burned in the body, he began to run the technique to absorb it. After a few minutes, the fire wire in the body is exhausted, and the effect is very good. The absorption speed is faster and the damage to the body is also reduced. Ziye immediately began to multitask. There are 2 separate souls in the body, which operate the breathing method and control the body tempering respectively. As for the main soul, Ziye began to devour resources again. The original reason why he came here was for the improvement during the physical upgrade. I don't want to use this precious opportunity for spiritual level skills. The current results of this effort far exceeded Ziye's expectations. 7 days in a row. It was the 3rd day after Ziye started practicing. The scramble begins. At Qian Duoduo's suggestion, Mou stood on the first battlefield. On the opposite side was a team of more than a dozen people. These are all people who have not joined their club. Their backgrounds have already arranged their destinations, and all of them are not weak in strength. Looking at his brother who was reading a book boredly, Tianling felt like he was about to grow mushrooms. Brother, as soon as he shouted, Tian said softly. The library needs to be quiet. After a while, it seemed that he couldn't stand his brother's gaze. Tian explained, now the matter is a foregone conclusion. It will not do any good if we go, and it may also cause bad things. Helplessness also flashed in his eyes. 2.5 monsters were over there, what else could they do? I heard someone say that Mou is the only one over there, and the two of us can defeat him together. Tian listened to his brother's speech and smiled helplessly. He really doesn't grow up. Forget it, I'm here anyway. Mou is standing at the front just to establish prestige, but that doesn't mean those monsters won't take action. Tian closed the book in his hand and said, get another one for me. Brother, you have read all the freshman books today. Tianling didn't know what was so interesting about this book, but my brother read it all day long. Then let's get some extracurricular materials. Tian had not forgotten that in the college entrance examination, Mou's culture was 3 points higher than his own. Although, he never learned any more after reading high school knowledge in his freshman year of high school. But being overpowered in this aspect also aroused his competitive spirit. Other side. Mou easily defeated all his opponents. He originally thought that there would be a few troublesome ones. Unexpectedly, no one came. President, thank you for your hard work. When Qian comes, he will always give people face in public. When returning to the club meeting room. It originally took several days to apply for a place, but Qian got everything done in less than an hour. After Mou sat down, his body softened and he climbed onto the table. When the door opened again, Qian also walked in. After noticing it, Mou asked directly after watching Qian sit down. What should I do next? These things I grabbed are simply not enough. Qian looked at him with a standard smile. Then it's up to us, especially you, Captain. What do you mean? Although he was okay in all aspects, he couldn't handle this matter. The senior management of the school has set up many awards, some for breaking records and some for meeting conditions. In addition to individual rewards, there will also be a subsidy awarded to the community. The meaning of Qian words is very clear, since this group of newcomers is so powerful. Then don't waste it, go and break records or something. In this way, it is not difficult to put all the zeros and zeros together to survive the early development time. Oh, so which one am I going to get? Mou also understood, and then Qian asked again. How long did you study to get your cultural scores? Chapter 96 Record. Ah? Oh. Mou was stunned for a moment, and then realized what he was saying. I learned it all after returning from the training camp. He had only studied that section for a few days and had no impression. Qian was stunned at this time. Did you just learn it at that time? Haven't you learned it before? Mou shook his head. I didn't have anywhere to learn if I wanted to. Oh, then I'll leave it to you. Qian did not delve into it, but changed the topic. In the Department of Culture, there are many rewards for whether you are the first in the freshman exam or the full freshman. Leave it to me. Mou also directly agreed, and the snatching battle will last for 5 days. After that, it's time to choose a department. Each person can choose at most 2, also to prevent the situation of too many but not enough. What are you going to do with Ziye and Long Wushuan? They will overlap, right? I thought about these 2 monsters again. They could definitely break the record, but I just felt it was a bit of a waste. Don't worry, the record can't be broken only once. 7 days later. Ziye ran out of time this month, so he took advantage of the end to take a rest. Relax with Meng Meng. Meng Meng, what department do you want to choose? Meng Meng thought for a while. I will choose the martial arts system and the spiritual power system. She usually doesn't seem to have much strength, but in fact it's just because the people around her are too perverted. After all, he is someone who entered the #1 training camp and awakened his spiritual power. She is also powerful. Is this so? Ziye was not surprised. Ziye, which department do you choose? Martial arts system and elixir system. Night. Ziye and Ye Mengmeng waited until early in the morning, after 0 o'clock. The two of them chose their respective departments before going to rest. In the room, Ziye is practicing. Until early morning, Ziye opened his eyes. That's almost it. As soon as I walked out of the room, I saw Ye Mengmeng coming out. Ziye cooks, and Ye Mengmeng helps him. Ziye, you seem to know everything. Ye Mengmeng watched Ziye quickly make a sumptuous breakfast. I learned a lot here and there. For a salary, he had to practice for a long time before mastering this skill. The food produced is much better than that of ordinary people. After eating, Ziye asked Ye Mengmeng to report in first and help him get something by the way. And he went directly to the martial arts department's exclusive facility, the martial arts trial tower. There are 100 levels in total. The first 30 levels correspond to the Qi and Blood realm, the 31st to 60th floors correspond to the Unity realm, and the 61st to 90th floors correspond to the True Martial realm. When I walked to the trial tower, I could hardly see my head when I raised my head. Leave! Long Washuan shouted from behind, and Qian Duoduo followed. You are here, what do you say? Qian Duoduo walked between the two of them, that's why he came here. Just to keep an eye on these two people to prevent them from being hit on the head. Brother Long, and Ziye, each of you now have 3 opportunities to challenge. In order to maximize your interests, you must listen to my arrangements. Well, don't worry. It's a small amount of money, I won't get into trouble. After receiving affirmative answers from the two of them, Qian Duoduo continued. The first time you challenged, you reached the 31st and 32nd floors respectively. In this trial tower, newbies will be rewarded when they reach the 30th floor for the first time and the highest number of floors they reach for the first time. Qian Duoduo was also secretly happy, not only because there were 2 people with perverted martial arts. I am even more fortunate that this trial tower has not appeared for too long. The record doesn't quite reach the point of being inhuman. Okay, I'll go first. After Long Washuan heard this, he walked directly into the tower. He had no one to practice with in the past few days, so he was very idle. Ziye took advantage of the situation and turned around. As soon as I turned around, I saw a huge jade stone. There are names floating on the jade, as well as the layers behind them. The first place, Tianxiang Bamboo, has a maximum height of 65 floors. The second place, Lin Shaoyu, has the highest level of 62 floors. The third place, Wang Bufan, has the highest level of 57 floors. Wang Bufan. Ziye felt for a moment that he had seen it wrong, or that the immortal had deceived him. But that's not right. This identity was revealed by my master, so there is no problem. But if he is an immortal, that person who can beat anyone in the Qi and Blood realm with him hanging, how can he reach the 57th floor? Also, exiled immortal is a few years older than me. Based on his talent, it would be difficult to get into the Shenwu University. Qian Duoduo discovered something unusual about Ziye at this time and came over. What's wrong? Ziye pointed at the third person. Is this Wang Bufan, the one from the Wang family in Suandu? Yes, you know him. Ziye nodded, but immediately shook his head. I don't understand why I see so much money. I met him a year ago, but at that time his strength was not even as good as the Qi and Blood realm. There was something else in Qian Duoduo's eyes. He had noticed this person when he read Wang Xia's message before. This is different from what the Wang family said. If that were the case, that would be interesting. Ziye, I will check this. Ha ha ha, so happy. Before Ziye could reply, Long Washuan's voice came over. Then it's my turn. Ziye moved his body and walked past Long Washuan. When walking into the tower, a puppet in the Qi and Blood realm appeared in front of him. Bang! Kill instantly with one punch, without any surprise. 3 floors, 5 floors, 10 floors, 20 floors. It was easy to fight all the way to level 30. It wasn't until the 31st level that Ziye became interested in opponents from the Unity realm. After fighting for a while, the blood burning was turned on. This kind of puppet is just an ordinary first level battle in the Unity realm. It is not at the same level as the Lu Qi that the three of them worked together to deal with before. It just took some effort, and Ziye defeated the other party. The subsequent 32 levels are also only the first level of the Unity realm, with limited enhancements. He punched the puppet again and knocked it down. The door to the next level opened, and Ziye didn't even look at it. Just opt out. After walking out of the tower, he saw the 2 people waiting for him and waved. Nailed it. Qianduoduo then continued to tell the next step. Medicinal system. Lang Rushuan was in the alchemy room, refining 12 spiritual grade high-grade elixirs at once. The pressure made his peers unable to lift their heads, and made all the seniors feel ashamed. Only the teacher laughed like crazy. Great talent! Great talent! Department of Culture. Mou and Tian were sitting together for a total of 10 hours of exam time. The test paper, which was as fast as a book, was quickly filled up under the pens of 2 people. How many people can write in 1 hour, what they will never learn in a lifetime? The 2 handed in their papers in advance almost at the same time. The teachers who were here to invigilate the exam were stunned, but Dang just glanced at the 2 people's test papers. He just left the others who were still taking the exam and rushed out running and crawling. Mou didn't care about this scene, and was about to leave when Tian asked. Where are you going? I also want to be number 1 in the mental power department. I can't tell who will be first. A word from the sky filled the classroom with the smell of gunpowder. Did you make any mistake? Mou asked. No. Me neither. After asking and answering questions, the 2 left one after another. Other candidates, FK. Chapter 97 The End of the Game. Martial Arts Department. Several seniors are distributing uniforms and so on. After Yemengmeng collected her own things, she walked to the back of the senior team to ask for Zizi's. The freshman in front of him turned around and saw a woman standing here, scratched his head and said. Girls have to go over there to get it. He said and pointed to the girls' team. No, I got it for someone else. Oh. The conversation between the 2 attracted the bored freshmen waiting in front. A few of them first suspected that they had seen it wrong, and after a second glance, they all moved away from each other. The man who just spoke? What happened? What's going on? He paused for a few seconds before reacting and looking at Yemengmeng. You first. The senior who was handing out things one by one at the front was proudly doing an idle job. This job of handing out things was very simple. Just register one by one and everything will be sent out. Even if you accidentally make a mistake, it's not a big deal. It's not a precious thing anyway. Just like the suit system, it has an adaptive function and no one has to choose a model. Moreover, if it is lost and broken, a new one will be reissued for free at any time. The Shenyu family has a great cause and does not care about this small thing. Next, name. I called out and took all the things in my hand, but there was no response. When I looked up, I saw that the long row of freshmen had been divided to both sides and replaced by a girl. Judging from what they said, they seemed to want the girls to take the lead. Are these freshmen so polite? Anyway, after watching Yemengmeng come over, he asked according to the order. Who did you get it for? Leave. Ah. The senior's hands shook and he looked at Yemengmeng again. He has been eating melons online recently, and a few people like Ziye, Mou, and others are paying close attention to him. Although I heard that there seemed to be a woman next to Ziye, I never saw an accurate one. He quickly wrote his name and gave it to him, waiting for Ye Mengmeng to leave. The original freshmen were rearranged, and he asked the first one directly. "That's really it?" "Well, really." The senior got the answer and then asked the next question. "Then why is there never any reliable news on the internet? There are many popular people. With the current popularity of Ziye and the others, not to mention girlfriends, the family members and so on should all come out." "I don't know that either." The new student didn't know that he and the others had only met once on the day the club was established. "Big news, the record is broken." "Nonsense, with those few monsters reborn, it won't be successful unless the record in the trial tower is broken," a senior said directly, which attracted the approval of other seniors and freshmen. "No, it's not just the trial tower." The visitor was breathing heavily, making people anxious just looking at him. "That's what you said?" someone couldn't help but say. After seeing that the effect was almost there, the senior said. "Not only the trial tower, but also almost all the freshman records have been broken. This scene was not only staged here, but also in other departments. Blacksmithing system, spiritual talisman system, formation system, etc. This day is destined to be recorded in school history. All freshman records have improved by at least 2 levels. Principal's room." The principal, who was rubbing his acupuncture points, still felt a little pain in his head after a while. "Hey, this kid from the Qian family has stopped using dirty tricks and used dirty tricks instead." He was aware of all Qian Duoduo's actions from beginning to end, or rather, if it weren't for the fear of bad influence, Qian Duoduo would have wanted to send the plan to him as the principal. Explain it in person. Because so far, all actions have been normal and compliant. It is a regular program every year to deal with new and old students online. The senior leaders of the school also want to use this to stimulate the fighting spirit of the new students. Orientation party, sending more seniors, public live broadcast room, building momentum online, creating clubs, snatching battles, breaking records, arranging people to spread the news. None of these will have any impact, but when combined together, they work together. One of the school rules of Shenyu University has always been there. Give genius the privileges and funding it deserves. In the current situation, in addition to the normal rewards, don't these senior leaders express their gratitude? The principal picked up the paper and said, "I hope it's the right choice." He didn't know what the result of doing this would be. We can only hope that this group of great geniuses can shine far beyond expectations. Not long after, a formal announcement was released. Probably means this year's competition for freshmen will be held again, and this time additional resources and facility usage time will be added. Qian Duoduo was shocked when he saw the specific amount. This principal has really made a big deal. Originally, he just wanted to get more points. After all, if a bunch of geniuses were only given to Kankan, he could only use those above the line. As time goes by, you might as well be poached by others. But it won't happen now, it's beyond the adequate level. At the same time, he also understood the weight of these things. The school has always controlled the release time, which naturally makes sense. The meaning of these extra things being released now is far from being as simple as people think. If there is something suddenly added on the surface, it means that something is missing secretly. Throughout the next day, Qian Duoduo summoned several community cadres and began discussions. Ziye and Long Wushuan also pulled them over. He only used one sentence to make the two of them lose their temper. Facility usage for 30 days a month. Ziye looked at the people having a heated discussion without any thought of speaking. He has never managed power, but he knows it. Don't just think how much you will get just because the forces have so many things in their hands. Everyone at the bottom, middle level and top level will get a share, and there won't be much left if you break it down. The 5 members of their team have to take all 30 days of usage time from other people. This is why Qian Duoduo called them here. At this time, it would be a bit bad if you didn't even show your face. They also don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. A new round of snatching battle starts tomorrow. This time, he, Long Wushuan, and Lang Rushuan will all come out to shine. This round lasted only one day, and other preparations were also extremely hasty. No one in the entire school knows the final result of this round. There is no suspense at all. Some are happy and some are sad. Those who thought about waiting for the community's resources to survive were worried to death. Those resources are even more than any of them. There were also waves of turmoil within each community. But there are regulations here. The resources of the new students must wait for 1 year before the old people are allowed to snatch them. But if they do nothing, they are really unwilling. Even the backgrounds of those few people are no longer mentioned. Anyway, this is Shenwu University. Can those senior bosses really bully the small ones? Chapter 98 Pure White Fire. Under night. Okay, let me say the last thing. There's just too much of this stuff. Qianduoduo's meaningful sentence made everyone understand. Things won't be that simple. Then they all left one after another. The next day, Ziye and several others took action, but no one had the guts to try. In the next few days, normal classes will begin. The leaders of Shenwu are not strict, especially the martial arts department. So Ziye thought about it and made a decisive choice. Medicinal system. First class. Hey, why do you think he's here? That's right, isn't it from the martial arts department? Maybe he's here to find someone. Ziye walked into the classroom and found a seat to sit down. After a while, Lang Rushuan also walked into the classroom, greeted him and sat in a corner alone. The school bell rings. An old man walked up to the podium and looked at the students. He began to explain the techniques and precautions for alchemy. After the three people in Ziye's mind understood it, they would discuss it with each other. Now, let's all try to make a pot of elixirs. The old man waved his hand, and dozens of materials flew in front of everyone. Dozens of people in the classroom took out pill furnaces one after another. Ziye took the materials, mentally recalled what he just said, and started refining. The old man looked at Lang Rushuan. This girl is a wizard of alchemy. At the age of 18 or 19, he is a high-level spiritual alchemist. Every step looked perfect, even with his eyes he couldn't find any problems. He nodded silently. Sweeping towards other people, he stopped at Ziye. This kid. My eyes were instantly attracted until the elixir was completed. Ziye opened the alchemy furnace and revealed 8 perfect spiritual level low-grade elixirs. When you see the quantity and quality of Chengdan, you are a great talent. Almost at the same time, Lang Rushuan also opened the alchemy furnace and found the same 8 perfect spiritual level low-grade elixirs. It's just the limits of the materials, not their limits. The old man suddenly had some thoughts. After class, just as Ziye was about to leave, he saw the teacher walking towards him. Boy, don't leave in such a hurry. The old man walked up to Ziye and said slowly. Teacher, what's the matter? Ziye asked with some confusion. Boy, who did you learn alchemy from? Self-taught. A straightforward answer made the old man secretly frightened. The Lang family's daughter has no chance of outsiders interfering with her. No matter how talented she is, it's still someone else's business. But this person, without a teacher, was on par with that girl. Boy, I want you to learn from me, how about it? Don't worry about King Do, he's eager for you juniors to steal something from us old guys. The old man finished the last sentence. He knew the identity of Do Wang's apprentice, and he also knew what Do Wang's temperament was. The 2 previous apprentices caused a storm in the school. Ziye said without thinking much. Sorry, I will still focus on martial arts. Well, don't worry about that. I will teach you more during class and you can choose by yourself then. The old man seemed to have expected this, and Ziye couldn't refuse any more. After agreeing, he left. Walking on the road, Ziye shook her head. Forget it, I'll just go and fix it first. A panel appears in the eye. Name, Leaf. Age, 18. Qualifications, Upper Earth Grade, Blood Soul Heavenly Poison Body, Upper Earth Grade. Realm, Chi and Blood Realm 6th Level, 2-star 3 Level. Equipment, a mass-made iron sword, Medium Grade Mortal Grade, a Fire Feather Robe, Lower Grade Spiritual Grade, a Wolf-shaped Mask, Lower Grade Spiritual Grade, and a Knife Box, Upper Grade Spiritual Grade. Skills, Perfect Sun Breathing Skill, Earth Rank Middle Grade, Minor Success True Yang Fist Skill, Earth Rank Lower Grade, Minor Success Dragon Body Skill, Earth Rank Lower Grade, Major Success Starlight Soul Ascension Skill, Earth Rank Lower Grade, Entry Level 5 Elements Body Tempering Technique Fire, Earth Rank, Mid-Level. Skills, Breathing, Earth Rank Lower Grade 995 million/1 billion, Boxing, Spirit Rank Upper Grade 8 million/10 million, Body Movement, Spirit Rank Upper Grade 3.3 million/10 million, Combat, Spirit Rank Upper Grade 820,000/10 million, Physique, Spiritual Grade Top Grade 50 million/100 million, Spirit, Spiritual Grade Top Grade 23 million/100 million, Alchemy, Spiritual Grade Middle Grade 40,000/1 million. After absorbing most of the energy stone awarded as the first prize for the Shinryu Yamato College entrance examination, my breathing is finally going to be upgraded. Ziye let out a breath, her realm was about to break through. If you ignore the 5 elements treasure land and the damage and side effects of the exercises, this is simply the best place in the world for cultivation. He walked quickly to the 5 elements treasure land. The guard at the door was already used to seeing him coming. After entering, the leaves continue to go deeper. It didn't stop until it got close to the core, looking at the hellish scene ahead. It will be soon. Once the Great Sun breathing technique is integrated into my body, I should be able to hold on. He started practicing right there, and flames instantly ignited on his body. There were waves of frightening sounds, and his body seemed to be about to be burned through by the fire. Enduring the pain that felt like punishment, Ziye remained calm. After an unknown amount of time, another breath came. The flames on the body surface suddenly changed, and little bits of white fire ignited from the body surface. Like a natural enemy, it gradually eroded the original flame. Ziye opened his eyes and opened his palms, and a pure white spark bloomed. After a brief thought, he clenched his fist. White fire burned all over the body, as if a fire spirit appeared in the world. Walk into the core area, the next second. Several ferocious beasts transformed from white fire began to rapidly devour all the fire here. With every breath, Ziye felt countless lines of fire merging into his body. Ignoring the harm this would cause to the body, he continued practicing. But less than a day. Minor accomplishment of the 5 elements body tempering technique, fire, earth rank, mid-level. His realm also broke through and reached the 7th level of Qi and Blood realm. It made him feel excited. With the current speed of cultivation, reaching 1 level per month is not a dream. Moreover, the resources are sufficient, so I can practice steadily to the state of unity first. Afterwards, Ziye was so absorbed in practicing that she didn't notice someone approaching from behind her. This place is really not a place for people to stay at. The person who came was a junior who also practiced the 5 elements body tempering art, fire. It's been 2 years, but there has been only a small improvement. It's not that I don't have talent, but it's too difficult to practice this technique. Not to mention practicing in this place, that would be pure suffering. Even if one succeeds in cultivation, not everyone can endure the pain of being burned by flames. But he couldn't bear to give up a mid-level local martial arts technique. I hope I can hold on after this breakthrough to great success. The senior's face looked so bitter that it looked like water could drip from it. Just as he was about to stop to practice, he looked up and saw a scene that refreshed his cognition. A white fireman stood in the core area far away, devouring the flames crazily as if committing suicide. The flame that would have taken him hours to fully digest was swallowed up in one gulp by the other party. This. Chapter 99 War Letter. After the freshmen have adapted to life at Tianyu University, everything is gradually returning to normal. But, it's only on the surface. The presidents of several major societies gathered together. Everyone, the people under our command are not stable right now. One person spoke earnestly, but several people present did not agree with him. Yet, normal. Yes, after you have a group of monster disciples, it's normal to be affected by them. That's right, you're asking us to come here and don't care about the food. A few people were saying one thing to the other, but Yagan didn't think about talking about business, so he was very slippery. Finally, a person stood up. So, why did you call us here? The person at the beginning glanced at everyone and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Everyone is timid, how can the journey of martial arts be so simple? Don't pretend you don't know. If we didn't have any ideas, why would we be sitting here? It doesn't matter if you have ideas, don't forget the regulations, we can't do anything now. Rules are meant to be broken. The sound stopped the man's next words and caused several people to look at him. I'm curious whether you have been comfortable for too long and are almost exhausted. That's right, after all, we, the youngest ones in the club, have been passing on the inheritance for a long time. I am talking about others as well as myself. It's not just us, this Tianyu University has also been quiet for too long. Feather Society. What I said is true. That person really swallowed the fire of the 5 elements treasure land directly. The person from before said it, but the effect was not very good and no one believed it. Some people even think he is crazy. Hey, so if you ask me to say, it's better to just ban that place. Yes, there was also an accident last year. A person turned on his phone and a message popped up. Why? Genius Club, Duo is looking at his phone with a smile. It seems that someone wants to cause trouble. This is really great. Duo smiled and walked out of the room. When he turned around, he saw Su Chongkong standing at the door. What's wrong? Although Su Chongkong joined the club because of Long Wushuan, he was always alone. Except for Long Wushuan, no one can speak. Standing here now, it was obviously not what Long Wushuan asked him to do. How to re-establish the prestige of the family. Su Chongkong hesitated for a moment, but still said with certainty. Oh, that's it. Duo thought of someone in just a moment. Su Chongkong has a sister, which he has never mentioned. But Duo once checked his information. Although the details are not known, the plot is still easy to guess. Level 5 housing area. Ziye, who was playing video games with Ye Mengmeng at home, picked up his phone and took a look. What happened? Ye Mengmeng also took out her phone to check. After Ziye saw that there was no news in the team group, he put down his phone. It's okay, keep playing. Ye Mengmeng also noticed that several groups in the club were unexpectedly calm. Faced with this short companionship, neither of them wanted to be disturbed. Only now can Ziye relieve himself from so much pressure. At this time, the scene after the fire inside his body would probably scare to death every doctor who dared to perform a full body examination on him. A letter of challenge issued by several established societies to the genius societies. The last time there was an open confrontation between societies was several years ago. A few hours later, in the meeting room of the Genius Club, President Mou sat at the main seat, flanked by the 4 members of the team, Qing Han, Qin Yu, Chao Yu, Wu Tianming, and others. There are a few more faces than before. Mou still looked like he hadn't slept enough. He had already established his power before, so he didn't need to pretend anymore. Wushuan, how long will it take for you, Ziye, to reach the Unity Realm? This issue can be said to be the issue that several people present are most concerned about. Now that the opponent's letter of challenge has been issued, they must respond. But strength is a flaw, if you are just a sophomore. Then they can definitely compete, but the junior ones can't. The difference is too big and cannot be caught up in a short time. Among all freshmen, only monsters can fill this void. Long Wushuan thought for a moment and said, 7 or 8 months. He is now at the 5th level of Qi and Blood, and there will be no shortage of battles here, under such circumstances. He can break through the 1st level in a month or 2, and as for the bottleneck of the final Unity Realm, he doesn't take it seriously at all. Before a few people could be shocked, Ziye also said. 5 months. It took 3 months to reach the 9th level of Qi and Blood, and then 2 months to break through to the Unity state. Monster! Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they still couldn't resist these two inhuman guys, so they said unbelievable things in an understatement. Qianduoduo's eyes shine even more, because the protection for new students will last for half a year. If you operate it well, you can definitely fool others. However, changing my mind is another question. In the following meeting, everyone expressed their thoughts one after another. Obviously, since there is no opponent in the same class, the senior is the most suitable. I had even felt resentful before. After everything was discussed, Qianduoduo approached Ziye alone when the show was over. Ziye, I want to ask you something. Oh, then Meng, please wait for me for a while. After Ziye finished speaking, he followed Qianduoduo to a deserted corner. When the two stopped, Qianduoduo didn't show any concern. Ziye, have you discovered a new way of practice in the 5 Elements Treasure Land? This kind of thing is tantamount to probing other people's hidden thoughts, so he would only ask this question when facing a few people in the team. Ah, there shouldn't be. Ziye wondered why he asked himself this, even though he had been practicing there. But nothing was found. Is that so? Sorry, I thought you discovered something to be able to practice so fast. Ziye waved his hand, it's okay. The problem with my cultivation is that there are indeed some methods, but they are not suitable for other people. Think about his training methods. He forcibly tears his soul apart to understand the skills, devouring resources to improve his physique regardless of damage, and at the same time withstands the fire that burns the inside and outside of his body. Each item can make people die hundreds of times. That's it. Well, I'll post the cultivation method to the group tonight. If you have any new ideas, it can be considered a help. After Ziye finished speaking, he left first, but there was still someone waiting for him. There was a lot of money in place, but interest arose. A monster's training method, even if he is only generally interested in martial arts. I also want to take a closer look. Ziye and Meng were under the moonlight, not in a hurry to go back. After wandering outside for a while, I returned to my residence. Ziye sat on the sofa while Meng was taking a bath. I wrote down my current cultivation method in detail. I also added some of my own suggestions and clicked send. The reaction from the group was greater than he thought. Chapter 100 The Master of Alchemy. Ziye, Cultivation Method. Ziye, Precautions. When Qianduoduo saw Ziye posted something in the group, he immediately clicked on it after waiting for a long time. At first glance, what exactly is this cultivation method? On second glance, am I seeing things wrong? The third eye, no. Rich second generation. Rich second generation, Ziye, have you always practiced like this? Xiao Yet, well, except for some side effects, everything else is good. MOU, at this level, your body should have collapsed long ago. Xiao Yet, I have a special physique. MOU, you are awesome. Long Aotian, no, Ziye, you don't have any grudges, right? White frost, terrible. Xiao Yat, no. Xiao, at Bai Shuang, don't tell Meng Meng. Qian Duoduo repeatedly looked at the so-called cultivation method, which was actually a method of suicide. No, we have to do something. It was decided immediately that Ziye must be given a treatment package. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. He originally thought that Ziye was the least worrying one among them. The reality is that it is worry-free, but when it is gone all of a sudden, it is no longer worry-free. Rich second generation, Ziye, I will arrange for someone to come and take a look at you in a couple of days. Xiao Yat, no, I'm fine. Moyu, you use it. Long Aotian, you must use it. Bai Shuang, Yat. Xiao. Ziye looked at the messages in the group. He originally thought that everyone had a strong psychological endurance. Never mind. After a while, Ziye said hello to Ye Meng after she finished washing and told her to go to bed first. By the way, you don't have to wait for me in the morning. Ziye, you. Ye Meng, wearing a bathrobe, walked over and sat on the sofa. Don't worry, it's okay. Ziye hugged her gently, which was one of the few times he was gentle. He often thought about the beautiful figure reflected in his eyes. If there were no evil gods in the world, he wouldn't have to keep practicing madly just to relieve the uneasiness in his heart. But since there was, he could only be thankful that he knew it now. Only with sufficient strength can he be able to protect everything he wants to protect. The two of them hugged each other quietly, and Ziye was so satisfied with everything that happened. Until late at night. Ziye gently covered Meng with a blanket before leaving. The entrance to the Five Elements treasure land. Aren't you going to take a rest? The guard had never seen such a crazy person. It's a special physique I once had, which requires me to rest for a long time after practicing. Need not. For Ziye, becoming stronger is the most important thing now. Only strength is everything. Here, if you are in danger, remember to ask for help. Don't get into trouble. We are counting on you to achieve our sales goals now. The guard said this jokingly, but it was also true. The Five Elements treasure land is now truly supported by leaves. Think about other places, there are so many people queuing up, but when I saw them for a few days, there was no one there. It'll be fine. After Ziye went in, the guards returned to their boring life of slacking off. But this time, another person came just after dawn. Brother, I want to ask who has been in recently. The person who came was the junior senior who saw Ziye practicing. He tried to explain to others but no one believed him. So I wanted to find that person and ask if there are any tips so that I can do the same. It's you. The guard recognized it immediately. After all, there were only a few who could persist for 2 years. Besides you, the freshman has been the first to enter recently, and he just entered now. That leaf. He couldn't believe it, because he had personally experienced the core area and almost died there. If you don't practice the techniques here, entering the Unity realm will be courting death. The new students have only been here for a long time now, and no matter how abnormal the technique is, it is impossible to achieve great success. How did he hold it? Department of Alchemy, Director's Office. Young man from the Qian family, I don't have a place for you to show off. The old man said, picking up the teapot and pouring an extra cup. Taking a closer look, it was the one who was going to teach Ziye earlier. Old Chen, whatever you do or don't do, it's all just tricks. Qian Duoduo respected Mr. Chen in front of him very much. Not just because you want something. Most of the alchemists in the world are only mortals throughout their lives. Anyone who reaches the spiritual level can be called a master. There are 4 levels and 1 level of the spiritual ladder, and there are only a few people who can cross it and reach the earth level master. This is a person in front of me, and he is not even a low-ranking person. Chen Lao saw that Qian Duoduo looked like he couldn't find fault with him, so he knew that he was definitely the son of the profiteer. Okay, I'm really a real person. If you have anything to say, just say it. That's right, it has something to do with the number 1 freshman, Ziye. When Chen Lao heard Ziye, he became serious. He has been teaching for so many years, but he has not seen many geniuses, even Ziye. Qian Duoduo knew it was safe when he saw Chen Lao's reaction. I want to ask you to help me look at the leaves. Oh? What's wrong with him? Mr. Chen put down the teacup. He remembered that Ziye was in pretty good condition during class 2 days ago. Ziye is not doing well now, but I'm afraid what will happen to him in the future, so I wanted to ask you to take a look. After a few words, Mr. Chen finally understood. Are young people impetuous and doing things regardless of the consequences? At most, it's just that you're a little too hasty in your cultivation, which is normal. He picked up the teacup again and took a sip. Old Chen, look at this. A screenshot was handed to him. Chen Lao glanced subconsciously. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed up all the tea in his mouth. He grabbed the phone with one hand and carefully confirmed that he had read it correctly word by word. Is that kid crazy? Chen Lao couldn't stop his mind from shaking. Then he reacted and asked Qian Duoduo. Where are the people? No matter the image, because the method on the screenshot is simply suicide. He didn't allow a genius to be ruined like this, and it was ruined in this most advanced university. What on earth are you thinking, even daring to take action on your soul? You should have gone to practice now. Qian Duoduo whispered back. Practice like this? Chen Lao pointed his phone at him. Holding his head with one hand, now he only feels how well-behaved Tian Xiangzhu used to be. It's just that I broke a dozen school rules in one day, and it's not a big deal. This is really life-threatening. Do Wang knows how to choose his disciples. Hurry up and let him come over. After Chen Lao complained, he said immediately. Yes, I'll do it right away. Qian Duoduo pretended to be in a hurry and ran out of the office. After he was far away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Letting an alchemy master check it out for free is a huge profit. Take out your mobile phone and ask the people who have been at the 5 Elements Treasure Land to ask the guards there to notify Ziye of his appearance. Because of the formation of the 5 Elements Treasure Land, the people inside can only be contacted through guards. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.